Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Possessed Mothman Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was in class, anxiously awaiting the end of last PRD. He was tired, but if he wanted to avoid the bullies, he would have to be out of his seat as soon as the bell rung. He really wasn't in the mood to be pushed around today. He forgot his lunch, an apple and a bottle of water, at home. He didn't sleep well again, and just wanted to go home. Though, he at least saw a villain fight on his way to school. Today MT Lady had her debut as a new pro hero, and her quirk seemed so cool. I bet Hero.net will have at least 50 articles on her by the end of the day. Meanwhile, Mr. Tanaka talked about high school applications. He quietly raised his hand along with everyone in class when Mr. Tanaka asked who wants to apply to a hero school, and Bakugo started bragging about being better than everyone else and going to UA. "Oh Midoriya, you wanted to apply to the UA hero course too, right?" Mr. Tanaka questioned, and the whole class went quiet, even Bakugo. Izuku felt his throat tighten, his stomach became heavy, his hand clenching his pencil as he felt everyone's eyes land on him. The silence was unbearable. Yeah, stop looking at me, just stop staring please. Midoriya? You're kidding, right? There's no way he's serious. He wants to get to the hero course without a quirk. Dash, you're joking? There's no way someone quirkless would be able to even apely. The class roared with laughter and mean comments. Actually, they got rid of that rule a few years ago, Izuku said quietly before he even thought of anything else. Suddenly a hand slammed down on his desk and the bell rung. With that, Mr. Tanaka left the classroom. The boy tried to reach for his backpack, but Bakugo growled and blocked his way with a snarl. "Who the F do you think you are, Deku? You think you even stand a chance in making it to UA?" Izuku moved back, trying to put some space between them. No Kaken, I just wanted to try dash. I wouldn't dare to compare myself to you, Izuku pleaded, while he shook his head and hands frantically. Bakugo just leaned closer to Izuku as little sparks flicked in his palms like tiny fireworks. Izuku scrambled from his seat, stumbling back and almost tripping over his feet before his back hit the blackboard. He had nowhere to run. Bakugo stomped up to him and set off an explosion right onto Izuku's notebook that he'd apparently grabbed of his desk in the meantime. Dash. He scoffed and then, with one flick of his wrist, tossed the burnt notebook out of the open classroom window. Izuku could only watch in horror as months of hard work were destroyed right before his eyes, and he couldn't do anything about it. Bakugo walked closer, looked the greenette straight in the eyes and grabbed his shoulder. Slowly Izuku started feeling heat spreading from where the taller boy was grabbing his shoulder. "Listen here, Deku. A quirkless nobody like you has no chance of getting into UA. Got that? You're just a useless freak, don't you dare get in my way." As he spoke, Izuku felt the heat increasing, then hot pain started eating away his uniform and where his skin was starting to burn in under Bakugo's touch. He felt the fabric giving out to the hotness, and the bandages on his shoulder burning along with his skin due to the same reason. The bandages that kept his secret hidden. The bandages that hid the few ugly scars that were permanently on his body. The bandages that were holding, concealing his true self, were burning. Izuku was so excited to get a quirk. The sooner time came to his 4th birthday, the more he kept thinking if his mom's or dad's quirk would be cooler to have, and which would be better for being a hero. When he went to sleep the night before his 4th birthday with his head and back itching and hurting a little, he thought nothing of if. He told his mom and she gave him extra kisses when she tucked him in. And he fell asleep hopeful that when he woke up, he'll finally have a quirk. And it happened. When he woke up he felt something odd on his back under his pajama t-shirt. His shoulder blades and scalp felt a little sore, but he got up and ran to the bathroom to see if he could breathe fire or make little things float. Or maybe even both. Then he saw himself in the mirror. He had antennae on his head, barely visible in his wild, green, curly hair, and when he took off his PJ t-shirt he had wings. Not like a bird with feathers or as colorful as butterfly wings, they were a little different, but he had wings. His quirk had actually came in. He ran out of the bathroom calling for his mother. Mommy! Mommy! Guess what? My quirk came in. And his mother quickly ran out of her room with her hair half brushed, comb in hand. Oh my, sweetie, that's a Matzi dash. The woman froze when she saw him. Izuku ran up to her with a wide smile and grabbed her skirt. Look, mommy, look. I have wings. I have a quirk, mommy. His mother didn't say anything for a long while and then just told Izuku to get dressed and that they're going to the doctor. At the doctor's office, Inko explained to the doctor what her and her husband's quirks were and that she didn't understand where Izuku's quirk came from. They were told by the doctor that Izuku might have gotten a gene from a distant or an old relative that resulted in him growing a pair of, presumably, moth wings, but Inko didn't know anyone with that kind of quirk. She was told to take him to a quirk specialist to get his information updated and to find out more about Izuku's quirk. 2 days after Izuku's quirk had come in, his father came back from a business trip. As soon as Izuku heard his father's voice in the living room, he sprung out of his room. Daddy! Daddy, my quirk came in. Before his mother could interrupt, his father smiled. Really? That's wonderful, Izuku. What is it? Can you breathe fire like your dad? Izuku shook his head. No, but I have wings, Daddy. Doctor said they're probably moth wings. An antenna. His father's smile faded immediately. He looked at his mom. What? And the air in the room changed and heavy silence rung through the apartment. That's not my child, is it? The man questioned. What? No, of course he is. Slap. Don't lie to me. You cheated on me and thought I'd never find out, didn't you? That I'd raise it and never notice? His father screamed. You were. Izuku ran to his mother's side. Mommy, and his father kicked him in his stomach. Don't talk, you little sheet, he scoffed. I'm effing done, you'll never see me again, you slut. And with that, Midoriya Hisashi walked out the door, holding only the suitcase he came back with. That was the last time Izuku saw his father. His mother never was the same after that. From that day on, she started forcing him to bind his wings with bandages to hide them, and she used hairpins to hide his antennae in his hair. It was painful, the bandages were so tight, and the hairpins pulled his hair. When he asked why does he have to hide them, when the other kids don't, she answered. Because you're not normal, Izuku. You're a freak of nature. If anyone found out what your quirk is, you'd get bullied, everyone would look down on you. No one can know and you'll be safe. Izuku looked up at her, but she cut him off coldly. You'll tell everyone you're quirkless, Izuku. Izuku just nodded, his mom just wanted to keep him safe, she was right. Izuku felt the rest of the bandage on his shoulders slightly stick to his skin. When Bakugo let go, Izuku immediately recognized the smell of burned fabric and nitroglycerin. It almost made him dizzy. Bakugo's lackeys laughed, probably at Izuku's expression from the doorway, while Bakugo threw his bag over his shoulder and started walking away, but just a step from her doorway he looked over his shoulder with a sheet-eating grin. Though, if you really want to be a hero that bad, there might actually be another way. Just pray you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof of a building. Izuku suddenly straightened, and with angry and yet fearful expression he met Bakugo's eyes. At which, Bakugo just smirked and popped a few small explosions as a threat. That immediately sent Izuku back to reality and he took a sharp breath. Meanwhile, Bakugo just turned around and walked away. Izuku just stood there and wanted to cry. Nobody knew that he did have a quirk. They couldn't know, that's just how it was and always had been, so why did it sound so hard to hear? Izuku gripped the straps of his backpack as he walked trough the alley by his middle school. Dinder. He can't just say that to people, what would he do if I actually did it? He fished his soaked notebook out of the fish pond directly under the classroom window and sighed. It wasn't completely ruined, but it looked terrible. The ink on the cover was smudged and it was burned at places, crumpled and soaked from the water. He walked slowly trough the alley, flipping trough the pages of his damaged notebook. No, I can't give up now. I've kept this secret so I can become a quirkless hero. I can't just throw that away because of what Kaken said. He stopped under a small bridge. He puffed up his chest, smiled as wide as his face allowed him and laughed, raising fist in the air. He must have looked ridiculous. While was Izuku lost in the act, he didn't notice the big shadow appearing behind him, nor the slimy sounds coming from the same direction. He turned around, but before he could even let out a gasp, his mouth was filling with weird sludge. Before he knew it, the sludge was filling his throat and nose and engulfing his whole body. He tried to grab at it, to struggle, but it was worthless. No, this can't be happening. Is this how I die? He was crying as his vision started to blur. Please, somebody. The corners of his vision started to darken, his body feeling weaker every second. Then a loud bang, and the next thing he knew, he heard a loud, familiar blooming voice tore off his thoughts, and he was no longer engulfed in slime. Then everything went black. When Izuku came to, he felt light sort of slapping on his cheek. His throat was burning, and it was a little hard to breathe. He blinked his eyes open, and what he saw in front of him made him think he actually was dreaming. "Thought we lost you there," called the blooming voice that could ever belong to only one person. "Hey, Dash. The All Might. Is this really Dash?" It was the actual #1 hero, All Might, stood right in front of him. Please sign my notebook, Dash." Izuku scrambled for the notebook, just to find it open and already signed. In result to which his brain failed to produce a coherent reaction. "Well, my boy, I see you're all right. I'm glad, but now I have to hand this villain over to the police," the hero said, patting his pocket with a plastic bottle in it, which seemingly contained the sludge villain. "Oh wait. See, can I please ask you something?" Izuku's fanboy thoughts immediately went elsewhere. This might be his only chance to find out. "I'm sorry, boy, but I really must go now," All Might answered and prepared to leap away. "No, wait." Izuku called and moved before his brain could do anything. It's bizarre how many things can happen in an extremely short amount of time. First, Izuku latched onto All Might's leg just as he leapt up. Then he was flying through the air, and suddenly, he was on a rooftop and All Might was walking away. It was now or never. "Do you think it's possible for me to become a hero even without a quirk?" Izuku said as loudly as he could, and All Might stopped. They stood there in silence for a while, then white smoke suddenly engulfed All Might, and when it disappeared, instead of All Might, stood a tall, skinny, tired-looking man in All Might's clothes. He explained how he got in a villain fight 5 years ago and that this is what he actually looks like. Then, the long awkward silence was back. "Sorry, but no, I honestly don't think you can become a hero without a quirk." All Might broke the silence. And Izuku just stared, frozen. He then looked down to the ground. I see." All Might rose from where he had been sitting for the past 15 or so minutes and huffed tiredly. "Look, it's not bad to have dreams, but you need to be realistic. If you really want to help people, you could be a police officer or a doctor." And that was it. Just like that, he turned on his heel and left. After a long while, Izuku finally looked up from the ground. His eyes stung slightly with unshed tears, and yet at the same time he felt an odd numbness, perhaps realization, disappointment, or maybe acceptance. He looked at the ledge of the roof and felt a weird, anxious, heavy feeling settle in his stomach. He turned away and walked down the stairs from the roof. As he tiredly walked home, he stared at the huge signature across both pages in the middle of his notebook. It didn't seem as impressive anymore, though it's not All Might's fault. He just gave Izuku an honest answer. "What was I thinking? No way I could ever be." His thoughts were interrupted by commotion. In front of him was a crowd of people grouping around the mouth of an alleyway. He saw reporters trying to push trough, people gasping, whispering. He squeezed trough a gap in the crowd to try and pass by, but then he noticed the familiar, spiky blonde hair in the distance. He looked over to where the crowd's attention seemed to fall. There Bakugo was, struggling and fighting back a mass of slime that was trying to engulf him. The slime that attacked Izuku not 2 hours ago. His still burning throat tightened when he took a shuddering breath. Katsuki screamed as the slime went to try and cover his mouth. His palms sparked, smoked and cracked with explosions as he tried to free himself, only adding to the small fires spread throughout the alley. Meanwhile, Izuku watched in terror. Dread crept up his spine as his childhood best friend went through the same thing Izuku did, as he tried to fight the thing that had almost killed him. Somebody will help him. Someone has to. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? Can't they see what's going on? At this rate, Kaken will. And then, Izuku's body moved on its own. He shot out towards the struggling boy, as if he couldn't hear the calls of heroes and civilians who were doing nothing to help Katsuki. He didn't know why he was running, he was terrified, but his body didn't listen. He grabbed one of the straps of his backpack and threw it at the villain, hitting it right where it covered Bakugo's mouth. The boy's face broke free. "The F are you doing here, Deku?" he shouted, voice raw. I couldn't just watch it kill you, Kaken Dash." Izuku's voice trembled and cracked and tears filled his eyes as his hands uselessly went trough the sludge. The villain swung at Izuku, but before the hit landed, tear was an explosion followed by a huge gust of wind. And for the second time that day, there stood All Might. He punched the villain and grabbed both Izuku's and Bakugo's collars so they didn't get swept away by the sheer force of the wind following the attack. As soon as All Might let go of him, the place started swarming with people, cops, heroes, and reporters. Izuku grabbed his backpack and stumbled back, panic and anxiety flooding his veins. He tripped over his foot but then whipped around and gripped the straps of his backpack as he hurried away from the scene. It was all so loud and Izuku just wanted to be away from everything to do with the entire incident that had just occurred. And so, Izuku ran home. He didn't care if he looked weird, he just wanted to be home, away from all of this, from this whole Med day. He just wanted it all to be over. It was already getting dark outside when Izuku got home. He dug in his backpack for his keys, unlocked the door and walked into the empty apartment. His mom was working late again, though that's become pretty much the norm over the years. She had to work hard to provide for the both of them, and since she worked till late at night, from early in the morning, Izuku barely saw her dash. On the days that she was home, Izuku stayed in his room to not bother her. He went to his room and dropped his backpack on the floor. He took off his battered school uniform, the fabric burned from Bakugo's explosions, sticky and gross from the slime villain. He just stood there for a few minutes, the heavy anxious feeling he felt when he stood on the roof where All Might had left him still lingered. "No, I honestly don't think you can become a hero without a quirk." Tears prickled at the corners of his eyes. He took a loose t-shirt, some random sweatpants from his drawer and went to the bathroom to replie the bandages on his back that got loose and gross trough out the sheet of a day he's had. Izuku took a look at the burn on his shoulder. It still hurt pretty bad. That'll probably leave a scar. His throat still burned and felt weird. He felt weird. He folded his wings like always, like his mother did it when he was young. He took the roll of bandages and started tightly wrapping it around his torso from the waist up. His mother always wrapped them tighter. It was hard to breathe sometimes. He stopped midway trough, just about in the middle of his ribcage, when he looked at himself in the mirror. "Why am I doing this?" His hand dropped to his side. He just stood there. There wasn't a point in hiding it anymore. Was there? He's never gonna become a hero. He was useless. What's the point in dash? And then it hit him. There was no point. He didn't have a reason to keep pretending, to try hard, to run from bullies. Nothing. He didn't have anything to live for. That's what the feeling weighing in his stomach was, realization that his dreams were just dreams, and that the dreaming was over. Dead end. He put on the sweats and t-shirt and walked out of the bathroom. He walked into the hallway and then out of the apartment. He walked the few flights of stairs and finally arrived to the rooftop of their apartment building. The chilly night breeze blew right in his face as he slowly made his way to the ledge. Izuku stopped just before it, looking at the city, glowing in the darkness of the night. If he does this, his mom won't have to work as much, his teachers won't have to bother with him anymore, and Kaken won't have him standing in his way any longer. He stepped on the ledge barefoot, since he didn't bother to even put shoes on when he left. He exhaled shakily and looked down on the street below him. It seemed pretty high, though their building was only 5 stories tall. The feeling in his stomach didn't go away, didn't lessen, but neither did it get worse. It just lingered. Just do it? Izuku clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Do it, he thought to himself. What was stopping him? He didn't have a problem with walking up to the roof and then to the ledge, so why couldn't he just do it? Jump. But despite his thoughts, he remained stood on the ledge. His mess of green hair tangled with his antennae in the light wind and the cold air nipped his skin trough his thin clothes, but he couldn't find it in himself to care. It might have took over an hour till he lifted his foot. When he finally did it, he closed his eyes. He leaned forward slightly, but then, a car honked loudly. Izuku startled, and before he knew it he was falling. The moment he felt his foot leave the ledge, he knew this was it, this was the end. Air blew past him as he deck-ended. Wait. I don't want this. I don't want it to end like this. He internally screamed as he tried to move his hands while panic and pure terror filled every cell in his body. The ground was getting so close too fast. This is gonna be how he dies. Izuku forced his eyes to close, as he felt something in his back tense, his body probably bracing for the impact. A tear slipped from his eye as he got close to the ground. Suddenly he felt his t-shirt roll up completely. His back stiffened and, pain and sudden force yanked him back, then there was pressure around him and the air swished around his ears. He forced himself to open his eyes. He wasn't falling anymore. He was flying. Izuku felt the pressure building at his back and shoulder blades. Wait, his wings. They were spread completely, holding him in the air as he glid troughout. He could only stare before realizing he was still deck-ending somewhat fast. He looked in front him, the ground was still approaching, fast. Dim. He inhaled deeply and tried to move his wings, and they did. But only a little, which ended up in him losing the little stability he had and finally colliding with the ground. His body slid and tumbled against the pavement before he hit a brick wall of a building side first with a grunt. He laid on the ground for a solid few seconds before trying to move. His entire right arm and leg got scraped up pretty bad, his sweatpants were full of holes and rips in the front, his face a little bit too, his whole side hurt from ramming into the building, and his back felt like one big strained muscle. But he was alive. "I'm not dead," he whispered in disbelief. He looked down at his hands, they were shaking, his entire body was shaking. He was alive, and he just flew? A weird new feeling washed over him, it was like relief mixed with anxiety and confusion, or maybe it was just all three of them at once, but who knows? He clenched and unclenched his fists a few times before he took a somewhat steadying breath and braced himself against the wall to stand up. With a slight hiss at the stinging and pain all throughout his body he stood. The pavement and all grime and dirt dug into his bare feet. Guess I'll have to walk home like this, he sighed. What am I supposed to do now? He just stayed like that for a while before started walking. He didn't get far from his apartment building, but with his whole body hurting and without any shoes on, every step felt more exhausting, and the fact that most of the adrenaline that was in his body earlier already wore off didn't help. He stopped in front of the pedestrian crossing as a paper flew by. All Izuku needed to do now was to cross the street and he would be in front of his apartment building. He checked for any cars, and as he was about to cross the road, he heard someone call out from the distance. "Aiko!" He turned to his left, where the voice came from, just to see a little girl run out from behind the corner. She was yelling and stretching her hands in front of her when she ran into the road. Izuku suddenly heard the roar of a motorcycle from afar and his blood ran cold. "She's gonna get hit." "Hey!" Izuku yelled out as he rushed forward, adrenaline filling his body once again. When he got to her he quickly grabbed her and tucked her against him and fell down as the motorcycle sped by. Falling on his scraped-up right side he hissed, "Hey, are you before he could finish the same voice from before called out once again, sounding a lot closer this time. "Oh my god, The voice belonged to a woman that was running towards them. "Dear Lord," she gasped. "Aiko!" Izuku looked at the little girl still pressed against him, who looked up immediately with tears pouring down her face. "Mommy!" she whined, and Izuku carefully let her go when the woman was close enough that the girl wouldn't run into the road again. The woman wrapped her arms around the girl as soon as she was close enough and also begun crying. "Oh Aiko, don't ever do that again, sweetie. Understand?" Izuku watched as the two embraced and begun to get up, only to grunt at the pain in his arm. The woman instantly looked over at him, letting out a quiet gasp. "Oh my, are you all right?" She got up with the girl in her arms. "Your arm, do you need me to call an ambulance?" And Izuku just looked down at it. It didn't look that bad, it probably wasn't even broken. "No miss, it's alright, this happened before I'm okay." He shook head and waved his hands. The woman dropped to her knees in front of him, still clutching the girl tightly. Thank you. You saved my daughter's life. I can't thank you enough. Izuku flushed slightly and told her there's no need. No, really, thank you so much. She ran out after a drawing the wind blew out of her hand. If you hadn't been here I don't dash. She covered her mouth to hide a sob before gently letting go of her doctor, getting up and hugging Izuku tightly. He flinched, not expecting the sudden contact, and the woman pulled back immediately. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry, that was so rude of me dash. She bowed down deeply. Thank you for saving my little Aiko's life, and Izuku's brain was struggling to come up with a proper answer, resulting in him stuttering badly. The woman smiled softly and offered him a tissue. Here, and again, I can't thank you enough for what you did. You're my hero. And at that, Izuku froze. What? And the woman smiled again. You saved my daughter, you are a true hero. Izuku could only stare at her, he felt tears form in his eyes. The woman picked up her daughter. We better get going, again thank you, have a good night. Oh, and my name is Akane, I hope we'll meet again someday. Izuku looked her in the eyes, she smiled, turned around and walked away, the little girl waving goodbye. Could this mean, he let out a sob, maybe I can be a hero? The next day Izuku was walking to school, his wings bound tightly by the bandages. As cool morning air ruffled his hair. He was gonna get into UA, he was gonna work his butt off, and he's gonna be the world's first quirkless hero. He had to keep his quirk a secret, after all he was a freak dash. He inhaled deeply. I'll have to start training, and studying harder, and prepare for the entrance exam, and get stronger in general, not to mention endurance and stamina while also some agility since I'll be at a big disadvantage if I even get to UA in the first place, which will be extremely difficult on its own. Just the written and practical exam are difficult, not to mention the required good grades one must have, and recommendation students don't even have to take it. It will be hard, plus considering the acceptance rate is only about 1%, meaning I'm minus, bang. Izuku's mumbling was interrupted by an explosion right in front of him. Izuku barely dodged it as he flew back with a yelp. He looked in front of him just to see a snarling Bakugo, smoke still coming from his palms. But oddly so, after that he just whipped around and walked into their classroom. That was, we're dash. Just then Izuku realized he must have been talking to himself the whole way to school. He gripped the straps of his backpack and walked into the classroom. He had 10 months till the entrance exam. No time to waste. Throughout the following months, Izuku started running every day, doing push-ups and sit-ups here and there. When he really felt like it, he punched a tree, even though he immediately felt bad about it, or he tried lifting some things at the trash beach he found about a month after the well roof incident. It wasn't his fault that workout equipment, even from a second hand, was so expensive. And suddenly the day of the exam came. Izuku was practically buzzing with anxiety. What if he doesn't get in? What if he embarrasses himself so bad that he'll just die on the spot, or if he actually dies during the practical exam? He shook himself trying to stop the train of thought before he could spiral deep into his anxiety again. He looked up. Standing in front of the UA gates, this is it. Today he had to give it everything he had. Today all the effort he put in the last 10 months was for today. He took a deep breath and made the first step. This is it. Today I'll push past everything that might try to stop me. And I won't let anything or anyone get in my way. And just as Izuku thought that, he tripped over his leg, and while holding onto his backpack straps with both his hands, he started falling face first towards the ground. Or I'll just die. Just as his face was about to hit the asphalt and he closed his eyes, prepared for the crash, nothing happened. He opened one eye and then the other. Was he floating? Are you okay? A girl's voice chuckled. Izuku scrambled in mid-air. What the hell is going on? A girl with brown hair and eyes stood next to him. She straightened him still in mid-air, pressed her hands together, and he was back to standing hunched over nervously. She gave him a warm smile. Hope you don't mind that I used my quirk on you, but I thought you'd appreciate not falling down. Izuku just blankly stared before even trying to stammer out a response and failing miserably. The girl just smiled again. Gosh, it's stressful, huh? Well, I guess I'll see you inside. She gave him a small wave before turning around and walking towards the building, and after a few more moments of quiet, empty staring, he shook his head and headed inside. The written exam wasn't easy by any means, but also not as difficult as Izuku feared it'd be. He finished it about 5 minutes before it was due, so he logically checked over his answers about 4 times. Not to mention, the exam announcer was none other than Present Mike himself. He was in Izuku's top 5 if not top 3 favorite heroes. His radio shows were great. He had an amazing quirk and costume. No. Focus. He shook away the thoughts. He took a deep breath and immediately his chances of talking to the girl from earlier he noticed in the crowd were interrupted by a sort of rude, tall blue-haired guy who spoke up in the practical exam orientation, who approached him and started talking his ear off. And then again, everything happened too fast. Suddenly Present Mike appeared on one of the buildings yelling that there's no countdowns in real battle and to go. Everyone was gone and ruining Troughout's the fake city before Izuku even turned around. When he was inside, people were taking down bots right and left already, 1 or 2 guys almost taking him down as well. Hey, get out of the FA way. Izuku yelped and scrambled away. Damn it. I need to get points and fast. He started running around only finding dysfunctional and broken robots. This wasn't good. He was running out of time, panic was starting to spread through his body, but then he saw it one single bot not being fought by anyone. This was his chance. He made 1 step forward ready to rush towards it, but a loud crashing explosion tore through the air. His ears did not take to that well. He whipped around and froze in place. Enormous robots stood, looming over the fake street while a building crumbled beneath its massive robotic arm. Dread filled Izuku as he scrambled to escape, with little to no success. 2 more minutes, listeners. Present Mic's voice echoed through the panic going on. Tears filled his eyes. Oh no, no, all the hard work, the years of hiding, will be wasted. What am I doing? Izuku got off his knees and just as he was about to flee, he heard a scream behind him. He turned around, the girl from earlier, she was trapped under the debits from the building and broken concrete. He stared in terror. The bot lost balance slightly and before Izuku had the time to think, his legs moved. He ran past the blue-haired boy, towards the girl and robot. He yelled, "Use your quirk on me," and to his surprise she looked up barely able to move and outstretched her hand. He ran the fastest he could and her fingers barely brushed his leg, but the moment his feet left the ground he flew out towards the 0-pointer, and if he spun like a Beyblade in the air, nobody knows. Just seconds before he yelled out to the girl, he noticed the robot's leg. First of all, the robot lost its balance after a chunk of the wall fell on its leg and exposed some of the wiring. 1 red half-ripped wire sparking slightly, that could potentially at least do some damage if disconnected. Second of all, if he didn't do anything, that thing would crush the brown-haired girl. He didn't have a choice. He felt his body get heavier milliseconds before he crashed into the robot full force. Ouch, that probably a leg, maybe a rib or few. He grabbed the wire but just as he was about to yank the wire, the robot did it first and swung its leg upwards. Just 1 minute left. Good news, the wire ripped. Bad news, Izuku was falling from about 100 feet in the air, fast. He could feel his shoulder was dislocated, probably from the sheer force of being yanked 100 feet up. His leg and a few ribs broken by the looks of it. So this was how he'll actually die, huh? Kinda ironic considering what he tried to do 10 months ago and how it turned out. I'm gonna really die like this. He was falling and quickly. A few tears escaped his eyes as he plummeted through the air. The ground was closer every moment. And oh, there's gotta be something I can do. He prepared for the crash while the robot froze in place. Slap. He opened his eyes. He was hovering in the air. He was still alive. He looked over to the direction of the slap. The girl from earlier was floating on a piece of metal. She pressed her hands together. Release, she said weakly, and he dropped to the ground, face first of course. She on the other hand also lowered to the ground and threw up. I hope she's okay. He sighed. But now I have to do everything to get some points. I still have a chance. Time's up. Mic's voice sounded through the streets, followed by the sound of sirens. Izuku felt the tears run down his face. His eyes rolled back and everything went black as his head hit the asphalt. Apparently passing out and then being healed with a healing quirk doesn't leave a person with much energy. Not to mention if you're running on 4.5 hours of sleep due to a messed up sleep schedule and add a shitload of anxiety, yeah, the exhaustion hits hard. Izuku was dragging his feet by the time he got home. Even though his injuries were healed, his whole body felt sore. He stumbled into the hallway, kicked off his shoes and dragged himself into his room. He didn't have the energy to change out of the track suit he wore during the practical exam. He was too tired to care if it was dirty, which it was. He let himself fall on his bed, flopping on his back. Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He didn't get any points from the practical, the 0-pointer was useless. Well, at least that nice girl was safe, he thought. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. He messed it up, even though there were probably some points from the written exam, so maybe he still had a chance. He felt like shit. All the months of training felt wasted. He felt his chest and stomach grow heavy with disappointment and fingers jittery from anxiety. His eyes began stinging. He was so tired, but he didn't feel like he could sleep now. His mind wouldn't let him. Izuku sniffled. Don't cry, damn it. Everyone always told him that he cried too much. He fished his phone from his hoodie pocket and opened a random hero sighting website. After a bit of scrolling, he came across something that caught his attention. Eraserhead footage? He clicked on it. It was a very blurry, shaky, 10-second video, probably taken from someone's balcony or window. The quality was generally very shitty, but you could see how swiftly he moved and how fast he took down the person he was fighting. Izuku watched it intently. Footage of Eraserhead was extremely rare. Immediately after the video ended, a new one started playing. For a moment it was just footage of the sky, before a voice announced, "I am here." And the brief excitement he felt was gone. Izuku put his phone down. No, I honestly don't think you can become a hero without a quirk. Tears burned in his eyes again, harder this time. It's not bad to have dreams, but you need to be realistic. He sniffled. His body felt cold, jittery. He bit his lip to keep himself from crying, but then a shudder ran through his body. At that he broke. Tears spilled over as he gripped the blanket under him and he cried. He curled into a ball and bit his lip to muffle the sobs threatened to escape him. The quiet apartment's thin walls didn't do much to conceal the muffled sobs and quiet sniffles. The next day wasn't great. Izuku woke up with his eyes stinging and irritated from the hours of crying and falling asleep while doing so. He was tired, both emotionally and physically. He felt sort of numb as he walked to school. He didn't expect, even though he should have, to be punched right in the face by Bakugo as soon as the lunch bell rung. He crashed into the wall. "What did I tell you about getting in my way, Deku?" Bakugo growled. Izuku's nose burned and filled with the metallic smell of blood as the warm liquid slowly started running from his nose. Izuku started frantically waving his hands. "Oh, Kaken, I'm sorry, I just wanted to try. I didn't mean to dash." Katsuki grabbed his collar and punched him straight in his stomach. Izuku's breath left him as he knelt over, gasping for air. "Shut it." A kick to the side. "Don't think that I'm done with you, Deku," he spat. Izuku coughed, pathetically curling in on himself, as Bakugo walked away. And he really wasn't done. A whole group of bullies were know him the moment the final bell rung the end of class. They managed to hit him with a textbook and some crumbled paper, and he almost fell at least 5 times as he barged through the hallways and out of school. He really didn't want to be beat up for the second time today, and Kaken seemed really angry. The blood leaking from his nose didn't make it any better. His nose started bleeding again when he started running from the bullies and ran into an open locker. He hated the smell of blood. The iron smell mixed with the odd dull yet overwhelming sharp metallic stench made him nauseous. His heart hammered in his chest as he ran. The muscles in his legs were starting to burn. His every breath felt painful and cold when his throat felt like it was slowly closing up, hurting from a sudden overuse. Sharp stabs of pain filled his left side due to the irregular breathing pattern. But he couldn't stop. He didn't know if they were behind him or if they were even still following him. But he didn't want to find out. Here and there he took different turns than usual, and he was slowly, probably, getting closer to home. Izuku wasn't focusing on anything except running. And even that felt like his body was running on autopilot. He was about to turn a corner when he collided with something. Falling straight down hard on his butt. Everything spun. His eyes landed on something dark then light and then purple, a person. They said something, probably scolding him or asking him if he was okay, which, to be honest, was a lot less likely than the first possibility. He saw the person move and he was on alert again. He took a sharp, deep breath. I'm sorry. The words rushed out of his mouth as he hurried to his feet and stumbled before taking off as fast as he could. Here he was bothering other people by running into them. When he finally got home, he shut the door behind him with a loud bang, and the moment he did so, he collapsed to his knees. He tried to catch his breath as he loosened the collar of his uniform. Cold sweat made his skin feel sticky and disgusting. Izuku's hands trembled slightly as the adrenaline left his body. After he caught his breath, he took off his shoes and grabbed his bag, and after a single look at it he felt shitty. The condition it was wasn't the worst, but that wasn't his concern. His present mic keychain was missing. He's had it on the backpack for over 4 years. It was the last thing he got for his birthday. And the colors just went so well with the backpack. And now it was gone. Hitoshi was tired as per usual, but especially after the UA entrance exams. He was sent out to buy groceries by his mom and at least got himself an energy drink. It was blue raspberry flavored, his favorite. He walked out of the store with the plastic bag with groceries in one hand and the Blue Thunder energy drink in the other. He took one sip as he was about to turn around the corner, before somebody slammed into him, knocking Hitoshi right on his butt and resulting in him dropping the can of the energy drink. "Sheet," he grumbled. He looked at the person in front of him who was also on the ground. It was a boy in a middle school uniform, so probably a year or two younger than Hitoshi, because he looked pretty small to be Hitoshi's age. He had green messy hair, dark at places, his nose was bleeding. Wait, bleeding? The crash wasn't that hard, right? Hitoshi would have normally walked away by now, but the guy looked weird. He got up and dusted off his pants. The other kid looked pale and scared. "Hey, okay?" He didn't want to ask, but something inside his head forced him to. The other kid's head shot up. I'm sorry," he stammered and stumbled to get up before rushing off. Hitoshi could only stare. "The F?" he sighed. He looked at the now empty can on the ground. He was about to kick it before something else caught his attention. It was a small thing, laying on the ground. Yellow and black with small orange glasses. A present mic keychain? He didn't want to pick it up, it was gross. Wait, that kid, he remembered he had a yellow backpack, didn't he? That's probably his. And Hitoshi didn't know what in hell possessed him to pick it up, but he did. God, he was gonna need to wash his hands at least 5 times. He looked at it. It was slightly scratched and dirty up, but not much. He turned it in his hand and a little sparkle caught his attention. He turned it upside down. On the bottom of one foot was written in wobbly handwriting with a golden maker, July 15th. "I should toss this," Hitoshi mumbled as he held it. He grumbled to himself. He had a strange feeling. He sighed and shoved the keychain in his pocket. The sky was cloudy when Izuku was on his way home from school. He ran at first, like he had been every day over the past 10 months, but slowed down once he was sure no bullies were following him today. Every day leading up to today was shadowed by anxiety as he dreaded and at the same time hopefully awaited when a letter from you either announcing that he'd passed or that he didn't would arrive. A single drop of water dropped on his nose and made him jolt ever so slightly. He looked up only to see the sky a much darker and angrier shade of gray than a few minutes ago. Then another raindrop fell on his cheek and one fell right in his eye. Damn it, Izuku rubbed his eye and more drops of water started hitting his head, skin and uniform. Izuku started walking faster only for the rain to begin an absolute downpour. Izuku was running yet again, but despite his best efforts he was soaked when he entered his apartment building, though the thunder outside didn't disappoint in scaring the shit out of him. It was loud, it made Izuku shudder, but that was also partially because of his soaked clothes. He didn't like getting wet. He got to his apartment, fumbled with his keys and unlocked the door. The greenette was about to crouch down, planning on untying his shoes, when he noticed it, a letter on the floor. Izuku's heart skipped a beat, before he felt heartbeat pick up as soon as he carefully reached for it and picked it up. "It's from you," he breathed out quietly. Moments later, he was throwing his wet shoes off without a second thought and he was sprinting to the kitchen, digging in the kitchen drawer for a knife. He grabbed one and stared at the envelope for a few seconds, before he placed both of the items down on the kitchen counter. Nervous was definitely not enough to describe how he was feeling right now. He could only stare at the envelope with the UA seal as minutes ticked by. After 30 long minutes, he finally willed himself to pick it up and open it. His hands shook as he ripped off the paper of the envelope with the dull blade of the kitchen knife. He closed his eyes as it tore off it, but he dropped the knife with a hiss. Ow, crap. Blood oozed from a cut on his index finger. It stung and hurt somewhat, though it didn't look too deep. Something clattered on the counter. Izuku held his bleeding finger, while his focus shifted to the small circular object that fell out of the envelope. He squinted and moved his face closer to it, just for some kind of a hologram of a screen to shoot up from it, and scare the hell out of him, causing to him yelp and jump back. I am here. It's a projection, the unmistakable voice bloomed, while Izuku stared in disbelief at the projection. All Might? Isn't this supposed to be from UA? What's going? But All Might's voice interrupted Izuku's confusion. You may be asking, why is it that I am here? Well, it is my pleasure to announce that you are looking at UDA's newest faculty member. And Izuku was just flabbergasted, though he doesn't get the time to think about what he just heard, before All Might changes the topic. Young man, you have passed the written exam. Though, you got 0 combat points on the practical exam. Izuku hunched up. So here it is, huh? This is it. Harsh reality slapping him across the face. His face twisted and tears gathered in his eyes, because he knew what it meant. I'm useless. Fortunately, there are other factors. You might enjoy this short clip. All Might pointed to a small screen in the projection. A short recording of a girl talking to present mic started playing. Izuku's eyes widened. It's that nice girl. He stared as she talked and apparently described him. I heard him say he didn't have any points, but he saved me. And after taking down that Hudge robot, it's just unfair that he didn't get any, so please give him my points, the girl pleaded, and Izuku could only stare in shock. Present Mike hummed and patted her head. Thanks for coming here, but there's no reason to give him your points. He's chartin' well on his own, don't cha worry your little head. All Might stepped in front of the TV screen. How could the hero course reject someone who selflessly jumps into action to save others? After all, that's what makes a true hero. That's why we have rescue points, which thanks to our judge's decision, you have gathered 60 rescue MINTS. Izuku gapes. Along with Ochako Uraraka Izuku Midoriya, have both passed the exam. Izuku felt his lips quiver. Is this real? His breath shook as a smidge of hope bloomed at the back of his mind. Welcome Midoriya, to the hero course of UA High School. All Might announced from within the screen, with a hand outstretched towards Izuku. A tear slipped from the corner of the boy's eye, then many more tears followed and spilled over. He wiped furiously at his face, before the sniffles and sobs took over. I got in. Izuku carefully adjusted the hairpins that secured his antennae in his hair. He had gotten used to the uncomfortable feeling over the years, though it was painful and weird when he was younger. His wings were tightly bound to his back with fresh bandages, hidden under his shirt and a new uniform. His hair was impossible to brush, like always. But he tried his best. Same goes with his tie, which he had to actually look up a video on the internet about how to do it, and still didn't really understand. Like seriously, how do people do this every day? With a deep breath, he grabbed his yellow school bag without the present mic keychain, put on his red shoes and looked in the mirror for the final time. He took a deep breath and squeezed his lightly trembling hands into fists before walking out the door of his apartment and locking it. And with determination and slight fear, he walked towards the train station. Let's hope everyone's nice, Izuku thought aloud as he opened the giant door of the 1A classroom. Take your feet off of that desk now, Leash. Oh no. The blue-haired boy from the entrance exam was chopping the air with his hands, scolding none other than Bakugo himself, because of course they'd both be in the same class as Izuku. It is only the first day and you're already disrespecting the school and its property. Bakugo barked a laugh. Did your old school put a stick up your butt? And the blue-haired boy gasped slightly, before his expression changed and he cleared his throat. Let's start over. My name is... Oh, it's you. The boy's gaze lands on Izuku and everybody turns around to stare at him. Great. Hello. Izuku looks away, his cheeks flushing as he shrinked on himself, not liking everyone's gazes on him one bit. Good morning. My name is Tenya Ida from the Somei Private Academy. Izuku took a small step back as the boy walked over to him. Izuku Midoriya, it's nice to meet you, he stuttered. Midoriya, Ida spoke, I misjudged you completely during the practical exam. You were very perceptive and acted like a true hero student should. I admit that you're superior to me as a student, noticing things I didn't and jumping in to help a fellow examinee in need. I apologize for my previous behavior. Izuku blinked once, twice. What? A voice from behind Izuku exclaimed, Hey, it's you. Falling boy with the wild hair. Izuku startled and whipped around to see the person who just spoke. That's the girl from the exam. He realized when he noticed the familiar-looking brown hair, eyes, and pink cheeks. I'm glad you made it in. But I mean, why wouldn't you? The thing you did with that robot was amazing. She cheered and moved her hands around, like she was pulling on an imaginary wire. Izuku wanted to say something but he could only think about the recording. I should thank her, it was really nice of her to go to the judges, even though it didn't matter in the end, she didn't have to do it. My name's Ochako Uraraka by the way. She smiled and Izuku snapped back from his taunts. What do you think we're doing besides orientation? I wonder what our teachers are like. Oh, I can't wait to meet everybody. She beamed and Ida nodded, pushing back his glasses. Just when Izuku was about to speak, someone mumbled. If you're here just to make friends, then you can pack your bags now. Izuku looked down towards the direction of the voice and froze. A caterpillar-shaped yellow thing with a human face was laying on the floor. Wait, is that a sleeping bag? Welcome to Udate's hero course. Welcome to Udate's hero course. The person on the ground groaned, pulling out some kind of a packet and drinking it in one go. What the hell is going on? Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida stared down in terror as it moved and the zipper of the presumed sleeping bag opened. A tired-looking man with shoulder-length, black, wavy hair climbed out of it, dressed in all black, with a gray scarf draped around his neck and shoulders loosely. It took you all 8 seconds to notice me, that's not gonna work. He stepped closer to the trio as he eyed the rest of the class. Something about his gaze made Izuku shudder, dark tired eyes that looked like they could pierce your soul with one glance. Something about the man seemed familiar, though he didn't have a clue why or what. My name is Shoyuta Aizawa. I'm your homeroom teacher. This is our teacher? The man picked up his sleeping bag and pulled out the uniform they were given for PE class out of it. Seriously, what else is he hiding in that thing? Put these on and head outside. A collective, sounded trough the classroom. What? A quirk assessment test? The class questioned in unison, staring at their teacher. Izuku looked over to Uraraka. What about orientation or the entrance ceremony? She asked, first to break the silence. If you actually want to become a hero, there isn't time for things like that. And Izuku shrinked back a little. Here at UA, us teachers run classes however we see fit. That doesn't sound comforting. All your lives you've been taking basic physical tests. Aizawa continued, pulling out a phone and turning the screen towards them. Though you never used your quirks while doing so, he continued. Our society is still trying to push the idea of everyone being born equal. The outcomes of that are a different chapter on its own entirely. Bakugo, you placed first on the entrance exam. What is the furthest distance you managed to throw with a softball in junior high? Bakugo answered, surprisingly calm. 67 meters, I think. Aizawa hummed, try doing it with your quirk. The taller man handed the blonde boy a softball as he stepped into a circle on the ground. Anything goes, just stay in the circle. Bakugo stretched, staring at the teacher with an unimpressed expression. All right, you asked for it. He pulled his arm back and gritted his teeth, throwing the ball with as much force as possible, boosting it with multiple explosions as he screamed, die. The black-haired man raised the phone screen again. All of you need to know your maximum capabilities. That's the key to figuring out your potential as a pro hero. Everyone gaped as the number 705.2 lit up on the screen. A few people from the class spoke, commenting on the impressive distance and getting excited about using their quirks for the tests. You think this is fun, huh? Idiots. Aizawa grinned, And if that didn't make a shiver run down Izuku's spine dash. Today you'll compete in multiple physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever will end up last will be expelled immediately. As the man spoke, the grin remained spread across his face, and Izuku already could feel the dread creeping at the back of his mind. He was the weakest in his class, that he was sure of. He was so screwed. No, I can't think like that. I am in UA. I got in, and I won't give up that easily. Izuku clenched his shaking hands into fists. I don't know how, but I won't get expelled. I am not giving up yet. What? You can't just send one of us home, we just got here, and besides it's just unfair, Uraraka protested. And you think that natural disasters are? The man retorted. Power-hungry villains? Catastrophic accidents capable of wiping out entire cities? The world is full of unfairness, and it's a hero's job to try and balance that. If you want to be a pro, you'll have to push yourself past your limits for the next 3 years. The teacher paused. Show me that it's not a mistake that you're here. The tests consisted of a 50-meter dash, grip strength assessment, standing long jump, repeated sidestepping, and a ball throw. Izuku didn't do terrible on any of them, though there was a clear gap between him and some of his classmates in each of the tests. Everyone gasped as the phone screen showed infinity after Uraraka threw the ball, to which she smiled and rubbed her neck, and then it was Izuku's turn. He gulped and squeezed the ball in his shaking hands. He stepped into the circle and took a steadying breath. I have to give it everything I've got. The greenette shifted on his feet and pulled his arm back. His entire body shook as he prepared to throw the ball. I can't mess this up, he thought as his eyes squeezed shut and he gritted his teeth. Izuku inhaled sharply, and just as he was about to swing, Midoriya, Aizawa's stern voice made him flinch. I'm sure you are aware of the disadvantage you have against your classmates, considering your lack of a quirk. But if you want to be a pro hero, you can't afford to hesitate, nor can you afford that disadvantage to make you a ballast in the field. The boy's green eyes met the man's dark, tired ones. If you really want to save people, you'll have to work twice as hard than anyone else here. You're going to work your butt off to keep up. If you're willing to accept that, then go on. Throw that DMN ball. Prove to me that you have what it takes to be a hero. Izuku swallowed hard, his hand gripping the ball with all the power he could muster. He turned around and stepped into position. Izuku's arms swung trough the air, releasing the ball and letting it fly as far as possible. The screen lit up, 65.9 meters. That's the furthest I've ever thrown. Took a deep breath and felt a pair of eyes on him, and he was pretty sure who they belonged to, and yup, Bakugo was glaring at him. Aizawa then pulled out the score table. Everyone eagerly searched for their names, and multiple sighs of relief could be heard, while Izuku felt the panic build in his chest but pushed it down. Then he saw it. Cold sweat washed over his body as he saw his name. Izuku Midoriya, last place. Oh, and I was lying, nobody's getting expelled. Aizawa grumbled, and if Izuku wasn't so shocked, the relief that washed over him would have knocked him to the ground. It was pretty obvious, a tall girl with a long black ponytail said. Did none of you figure it out? And Izuku, along with the rest of the class, only blinked and stared at her. Izuku was pretty sure he might have blacked out at some point because he didn't remember changing or walking to the entrance. What he didn't expect, though, was Uraraka and Ida to be waiting for him at the UA gate. Why would they wait here? Don't they have to go home? Why are you guys still here? He grabbed the strips of his backpack awkwardly. HM? Because we're waiting for you, silly. She smiled brightly and Ida nodded along. Do you want to walk to the train station together? Izuku looked at her for a few seconds, puzzled, before he returned the smile slightly. Yeah, that'd be great. And so the three took off. Water dropped from his wet face as he stared in the mirror. He dried it off with a towel and readjusted the pins in his hair with a huff. Though it was better at hiding his antennae as his hair got longer, it was getting harder to manage. He couldn't just cut his hair. First, it would look terrible since he doesn't have a clue how, and he couldn't risk looking like a dying bush now that he went to you. And second, his antennae were in the way. Izuku had thought about just cutting them off some time back, but they felt too sensitive, and even pulling on them a little was extremely painful and uncomfortable. Also, he was just scared to do so. So the hairpins stuck. His bandages were looser than usual too. He must have pulled a muscle at the ball throw yesterday or something, because his shoulder hurt like hell, meaning he couldn't tighten the bandages as much. That's okay though, not like it'll matter anyways. His wings were still hidden and bound at his back, that's what matters. He got dressed, socks, shirt, pants, blazer and tie, the goddamn tie. Attempted to, and failed yet again, brush his hair and got ready to leave for the earlier train. He had decided to start arriving earlier, after he'd almost missed his station due to the sheer number of people that were on the later train yesterday. Then he remembered how Ida and Uraraka waited for him yesterday and walked to the train station with him. It was nice. They talked. Well, Izuku didn't talk as much, but still it felt nice and it was just fun. Though it wasn't for long, it made him feel sort of warm inside. Maybe, just maybe, would they want to be his friends? He shook his head. That sounds kind of discreet, doesn't it? He'd just have to see if they wanted to talk to him again, and he somewhat hoped they would, and that they won't call him a creep or a freak. He wished that they wouldn't dash. When Izuku walked into the classroom, he was a little surprised to see that Ida, along the bird-headed classmate, and the tall guy with multiple arms were already. They still had about 40 minutes before the classes started, so he didn't expect anyone to be here yet, not to mention that Izuku didn't see any of them on his way to school, meaning they all must have arrived a while before he did. Ida noticed him and smiled. Oh, good morning, Midoriya. I see you also care about being a proper student and do not arrive at the last minute. Izuku smiled back, relieved a little that Ida didn't seem to mind talking to him. Morning, he stammered. Why? Yeah, there's less people on the morning train. He rubbed the back of his neck, not knowing what to say. I see. The taller boy pushed back his glasses. Are you not fond of crowded places, Midoriya? It is crucial that as future heroes, we're able to navigate and keep calm under any circumstances. Ida made a chopping motion with his hand as he spoke, and Izuku did his best not to flinch when it startled him. Apparently he did a fairly good job at it because Ida didn't seem to notice. He stepped back a little and nodded twice. Dash. He tried to speak, but Ida didn't seem to notice and interrupted him. Well, we have the entire school day ahead of us. I'll talk to you later, Midoriya. The blue-haired boy nodded to himself and smiled a little. Why, yeah. Izuku agreed and walked to his seat while Ida went to his own. His other two classmates remained quiet. He sat down and stared at his hands for a minute. The room was quiet, the light was dim, and it felt almost comfortable. He hesitated before quietly reaching into his backpack and pulling out a pencil along with his hero analysis notebook. He flipped off the pages and found the unfinished sketch of Mount Lady. He started working on it a few days back and now it was almost done, along with the new analysis on her. He finished the sketch in a few minutes and went back to his analysis. Her quirk is gigantification, allowing her to multiply in size to a gigant, but only to one size, judging from what we know meaning it affects her body but not overall appearance. The horns in her costume are probably only a stylistic choice, though they could potentially be used for maintaining balance or perhaps Is that Mount Lady? Izuku yelped and quickly shut his notebook as he startled violently. He breathed heavily while he stared at the person who spoke with wide eyes. Uraraka stood by his desk, looking slightly surprised but calm. The greenette stared at her before untensing a little. His shoulders hunched up a bit as he awkwardly greeted her. Something flashed across Uraraka's face for a short second before Asha took a small step back and smiled. Sorry if I startled you. You seemed really focused, she said and waved her arms in front of her. I was just wondering, what are you working on? Izuku blinked and put his pencil down. Oh, this? He asked, pointing to the closed notebook on his desk. She nodded. It's, what a creep. He has a journal on heroes. What a baby. Weirdo Deku and his freaky journal. He took a shaky breath. Just a hobby, he answered. I was muttering again, damn it. Oh, that's cool. So you like to draw or write stuff? Izuku looked down at his desk. Well, it's actually analysis, but wait, you think it's cool? He stared up at her in disbelief and her smile widened. Yeah, I didn't see much, but it looked cool. And sorry I peeked. I was curious, Uraraka chuckled awkwardly. But there was no hint of dishonesty in her tone, and Izuku felt himself relax a little. I really like heroes, and quirks in general. It's just so fascinating and cool, how they work and how heroes use them. I've been interested in them since I was little dash. Izuku beamed but quickly stopped himself before speaking again. Crap, he was getting to hyped up and spouting these things at her. Really? Would you like to analyze my quirk? She pointed to herself, and Izuku's brain almost crashed at that. Because what? No one's ever asked him that. She's not just tricking him, right? You wouldn't mind? He questioned and let a little bit of the hope bubbling in his mind slip into his tone. Of course not, she exclaimed, her smile spreading into a genuine grin. It made Izuku smile back at her. Can I ask you questions about your quirk? Izuku felt his mind start to work faster, as excitement started slowly replacing the anxiety that buzzed troughout his body. Yeah, ask away. Izuku took a deep breath. So your quirk is, zero gravity, right? And it's touch-based. She nodded. Does it need a 5-point activation, or is it like a dash? Shut the F up, Deku. And his voice hitched in his throat. Bakugo stood at the doorway of the classroom with an angry scowl on his face. You think anyone wants to hear you spouting that nonsense? Izuku shrunk back. Know your place, Demon Quirkless Looser. The blonde growled, and Izuku's shoulders came up to his ears. Hey, don't talk to him like that. Izuku looked up with surprise at Uraraka, who turned around to face Katsuki. She also positioned herself to stand more in front of him than by his side. I agree, that's really in no way how you should talk to your classmates, he noticed Ida, who was standing not so far behind him. Ha! You're defending that quirkless freak. Bakugo scoffed, you extras are so stupid, but still nowhere near that whiny fucker. Izuku accidentally let out a strangled sound. He was used to Kaken cussing him out and screaming at him, but now he was doing that to Izuku's friends. What's your problem? Uraraka argued back. He clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white. You should stop this right now, Bakugo. Ida's voice got louder. Oswell. Wanna say that again, Four Eyes? Bakugo bit back. Izuku's hands shook. Stop it, Kaken, he sputtered, loud enough for Bakugo to hear him clearly. Did you just say? He growled, smoke seeping from his palms, and Izuku felt the fear creeping up his spine, but he pushed it back. The Greenette stood up abruptly, causing everyone to look at him. I said, stop yelling at them, Kaken, he snapped at the blonde. His green eyes on the verge of tears met the raging red ones. Bakugo's hands popped with multiple explosions as he screamed. Deku, I'll blow your butt to pieces, you BC. He charged at Izuku. He got exactly 3 steps in before the explosion suddenly stopped, and he was held back by an odd fabric-like material wrapping around him and pulling him back. What the hell? Bakugo grunted as he struggled against the thing pulling him back. Everyone's gazes moved towards the doorway, where stood Mr. Aizawa. His black hair floating, eyes glowing a bright red. His scarf held in a firm grip, while the rest of it floated up around his neck. Around his neck hung a pair of yellow goggles. And Izuku recognized those goggles. That's why he seemed familiar. Eraserhead, Izuku breathed out. Bakugo, stand down, the black-haired man said tiredly, his tone cold and serious. But the blonde teen didn't. Instead, he gritted his teeth and looked in Aizawa's direction. Why the hell is your scarf so fing strong? He gritted out, pure rage seeping from his words. The man's grip on the scarf tightened. Because it's a capture weapon made out of carbon fiber and a special metal alloy. More importantly, do as I said and stand down. Now. Katsuki growled but stopped struggling against the capture weapon. The material released him, flying back to wrap around Mr. Aizawa's neck and fall to his shoulders. Quirk usage outside of training is not allowed, and discrimination or attacking your fellow classmates is strictly forbidden. I'll let you off with a warning this time, Bakugo, but only this once. The teacher's expression hardened even more. And I'd also advise you not to make me use my quirk too much, it gives me serious dry eye. Izuku stared at the teacher, mouth slightly open from the shock. First of all, a teacher stopped Kaken from attacking him. And second of all, his homeroom teacher is Eraserhead? Find Eraserhead? Now go sit down, class is starting, Mr. Aizawa said, putting his hands in his pockets. But the bell hasn't rung yet. A yellow-haired boy with a black lightning-like stripe from the second row spoke up. To that Aizawa sighed and the bell rung. Well, let's get this over with. The next classes passed by fairly well. They had homeroom with Mr. Aizawa Eraserhead. He was still processing that dash, English with present mic, which was just great in all directions dash, math with ectoplasm. He looked so cool in person. Dash, lunch where they met lunch rush. He was so nice. Dash, art history with midnight, and well, yes, she's called the R-rated hero for a reason, but she's still really beautiful and nice, and now, it was time for the foundational heroics. Izuku was pretty excited. He wondered who was going to teach them on this subject. Could be Mr. Aizawa, considering he was their homeroom and heroics teacher, but it could be someone else. Just as he started listing off the possibilities in his head, an unmistakable voice boomed in the hall. I am here, Izuku froze. Coming trough the door like a normal person. All Might held himself, hanging the doorframe, standing on his tiptoes. And Izuku, well, he didn't know what to do. He completely forgot All Might was gonna teaching at UA. Izuku hadn't seen All Might the same since the sludge villain incident. He didn't hate him. He just didn't feel the same overwhelming joy and excitement that he had felt for pretty much his entire life towards the hero anymore. He still thought All Might was incredibly strong and cool to a certain degree. He was the #1 after all dash, but he just couldn't see him in the same light. Especially after the rooftop incident. The classroom filled with gasps, amazed sounds, whispers and quiet chatter as everyone took in the presence of the #1 hero. He's wearing his Silver Age costume. Izuku thought, trying to redirect his thoughts and stop the discomfort and anxiety creeping up his spine. All Might walked up to the podium as the class continued their chatting and awing over him. Welcome to Fundamental Heroics, in which you'll learn the basics to being a pro and what it means to fight in the name of good. So let's get right to it, shall we? The hero announced. Today's lesson will be dash. Dramatic pause. Combat training. Izuku walked out of the tunnel where his classmates were gathered, everyone already in their hero costumes. He was the last to arrive, because he might have kind of waited till everyone changed and left the locker rooms. He didn't want to change in front of his classmates, mostly because of the whole binding his wings and pretending to be quirkless thing, but also because he did have some scars he didn't feel the need to show. Changing in front of people made him a little uncomfortable in general. His classmates used to tease him about it back at Aldra. Deku doesn't want to change in the same room with us. Maybe he's pretending to be a girl. That underdeveloped freak might be even more deformed under his clothes. That's why he changes in the bathroom. Uraraka ran up to him. Hey Midoriya. Wow, I love your costume. She was smiling. Not too flashy, you know? Izuku flushed. She actually complimented him, and she looked good too. I should have been more specific about mine though. She rubbed the back of her neck with an awkward chuckle. This bodysuit is skin-tight, not really my style. A short guy with purple ball on his head chimed in, the hero course is awesome, while staring at Uraraka. That made Izuku uncomfortable. To be honest though, he really liked how his hero costume turned out. It consisted of a baggy jumpsuit from a durable material, to keep him warm in the cold and vice versa. It was dark green, with white lines along his sides and ties and 2 on each of his sleeves and on his legs, after which followed a darker shade of green on all 4 of his limbs. He also had a red utility belt with a bow staff and boots with black parts. A black hood, shoulder guards, fingerless gloves, a black mask and a pair of goggles with dark red lenses. And his knees and elbows were reinforced with a thicker and stronger fabric that worked like joint guards. He also liked that it had a lot of pockets as he'd requested. They all could contain useful things like capture tape, HND CFFS or a small knife. He generally wanted for his costume to be more practical than stylish, and it was pretty obvious compared to his classmates. Though he didn't know all of their quirks, though he saw bits and pieces at yesterday's quirk assessment test dash, their costumes looked really cool. Ida was wearing a suit of armor of sort. He looks cool too. All Might told them that currently they were on ground beta, which Ida correctly pointed out, was the same fake city as the one from the entrance exam. Does this mean that we'll be battling robots again? Ida questioned. It is true that most of the villain fights that you see on the news do happen outside, however. Statistically speaking, most run-ins with all sorts of villains actually happen indoors. Think about it, the hero exclaimed. Backroom deals, home invasions, robberies, or even secret underground lairs. Intelligent criminals stay hidden in the shadows. So for this training exercise, you'll be split into 2 groups, good guys and bad guys. And fighting 2-on-2 indoor battles. Okay, that seemed a little advanced. As others raised questions and voiced their concerns, All Might explained the rules. Team Villain will hide a missile somewhere in the building and protect it from the heroes or capture them. The hero team's goal is to either recover the weapon or capture the villains. The teams were picked randomly by drawing lots. Izuku was actually somewhat surprised to be teamed up with Uraraka. Don't get him wrong, he wanted to be on a team with her, but his luck was bad most of the time, so he didn't expect to actually be paired up with her. Wow, we're actually a team. That's great. Uraraka cheered and Izuku responded with a slightly awkward chuckle. If I don't mess this up, this day may not actually be so bad. The hero team is gonna be Team A. Uraraka and Midoriya, against villain Team T. Bakugo and Ida. Damn it. Izuku winced and sighed. There goes my luck. So what do you think, Midoriya? Uraraka's voice broke Izuku from his thoughts. What? Oh, the floor plan. They had 5 minutes to make a plan while the villain team hid the weapon. I think we should go trough the 2nd floor window. The chance that they hid the weapon on the 1st floor is really small, and they might be guarding the entrance, so we could take them by surprise. I think Ida will be guarding the missile and Kaken will try to find us, though I can't be sure, but he's not really a team player. Uraraka frowned a little. Oh yeah, that Bakugo guy. What's his deal? He keeps picking on you and acting like a JRK. He's always been like that. Well, since we turned 4. Izuku wanted to say but didn't. He can be really mean dash. He felt slight itch of the scar on his shoulder. But he's really strong and confident. His quirk is amazing. Compared to him, Izuku trailed off, not sure how to finish the sentence. He squeezed his shaking palms into fists. If I want to prove I can be a hero, I have to beat him. It didn't make sense, yet somehow, it felt like the simplest way to say it. Uraraka's frown changed into a determined expression. Yeah. Let's show them. She did a middle motion with her fist. All Might's voice boomed trough their earpieces. Hero team. Your time starts now. And yeah, it'll take a while for Izuku to get used to that. They entered trough the 2nd floor window like Izuku suggested, using Uraraka's quirk, which she said she can use pretty well but makes her feel sick if overused or when she uses it on herself more. They started slowly making their way trough the hallways, checking behind corners and sneaking closer to the stairway to the 3rd floor. If we encounter Kaken, I'm pretty sure he'll go after me first. If that happens, we should dash. Here you are, Deku. Screaming, Bakugo appeared from an upcoming corner, already swinging his arm with an explosion in Izuku's direction. Izuku immediately pushed Uraraka out of the way and jumped back. Thankfully, only a part of the mask that covered his nose and mouth, getting ripped off by the blast. Bakugo growled, I'll rip your pathetic butt to pieces, Deku, his palms already popping with more explosions. Izuku could feel his hands start to shake again as cold sweat ran down the back of his neck. He clenched them into shaky fists and took a defensive stance. Midoriya, Uraraka called from behind the green-haired teen as Bakugo charged towards him with an outstretched arm, already preparing to attack again. When the blonde teen reached Izuku and pulled one of his arms back, ready to strike, Izuku took the short opening and grabbed Bakugo's forearm while turning his back towards him. He moved Katsuki's arm over his shoulder, swiftly moving his feet as he bent forward in one quick motion. He used all his strength to maintain balance and to shift Bakugo's weight. He thugged the boy's arm as hard as he could, shifting his center of gravity and successfully throwing Bakugo over his shoulder, throwing him onto his back. The blonde teen let out a strangled grunt. The air left his lungs when he made contact with the ground. Izuku straightened his stance, watching Bakugo carefully as he laid on the ground. Uraraka breathed out a quiet, "Whoa. Why? You've always looked down on me, Kaken. I don't know what I did to make you hate me, But I won't let you to keep saying that I can't be a hero. I'll prove that I can be a hero, even if it means having to fight you. Izuku was shaking, he could feel his whole body shivering with every word he spoke, but he tried to sound as confident as possible. He had to prove himself not only to Kaken, but to everyone. Most of them didn't even know him, but he had to prove that he could be a hero. That he could be a hero who can save people without a quirk, a hero who can give people hope, a true hero. Bakugo, able to breathe again, started getting up. I know your moves, Kaken. I know your tactics and attacks. I've watched you for years. I've analyzed every amazing hero to try and become stronger so that I could become a hero. I've worked so hard and I won't just let you stomp on that. This was it, what Izuku needed to say, what he needed Kaken to hear. He knew they weren't friends anymore. He finally realized that the day Katsuki told him to kill himself, he was sure. Kaken beat him up after Izuku had tried to save his life. They weren't friends anymore. Hadn't been for a long time. Bakugo's voice was strained with anger, teeth clenched, his face twisting in a furious scowl. Izuku raised his fists into a fighting stance and the blonde's palms sparked. He growled loudly, almost sounding like an animal, then he charged at Izuku again. Uraraka, run! Izuku yelled the moment Katsuki's feet begun moving. She nodded and took off as fast as possible, running behind a corner and further down the hall to search for the missile. Izuku barely dodged the blast aimed at him, stepping away at the last moment. That only seemed to flare up the other teen's anger more. The shorter boy took a few quick steps back as the taller one swung at him, explosions popping and crackling at his palms every time he did so. Hey, don't effing dodge, you quirkless sheet. The following explosion actually managed to burn a tiny piece of Izuku's hair. He could strangely feel the intense heat way more and it made his sweat run cold. Bakugo tried to go for the greenette's head again with his attack, but the smaller teen expected him to do so and ducked just in time to move and catch the blonde off guard and punch him in the stomach. His punches weren't the strongest, not in a long shot. His training was mainly focused on speed and strength of his muscles with a bit of agility, but he never had a sparring partner who would even want to train with him, or anyone to teach him how to fight, if even self-defense. He did his own research and that'd just have to be enough for now. Bakugo grunted when Izuku's fist made contact, and Izuku might have too, because even though it was him who threw the punch, Kaken still had more muscle than him, so it still hurt. Not to mention the muscles he pulled during the quirk assessment ball throw. Izuku, immediately after retracting his fist, took off down the hallway and behind a corner. Don't FNG run away, you bastard. But he wasn't running away. Well, maybe he sort of was. He just had to hide and come up with a plan, instead of facing Katsuki head-on. He also hoped that it would buy some time for Uraraka. He would have to count on her to find the weapon, but if she managed to locate it before he runs into Katsuki again, he might be able to help her fight off Ida and secure the weapon. He crouched behind a corner to catch his breath. He couldn't hear Kaken screaming after him anymore, so he was probably far enough that he wouldn't find Izuku right away. That was when this earpiece beeped quietly and Uraraka's voice came trough. Midoriya, I found the weapon. It's in one of the rooms on the same side of the building we came trough on the 4th floor. Ida's guarding it though, he won't let me get close. She was speaking quietly, but it wasn't a whisper, then something from the background, almost sounding like a laugh and someone speaking. Oh, yeah, he's really taken the villain prospect seriously, she commented, sounding almost defeated but chuckling at the end. Okay, I'll try to find the stairs and dash. A strange sound echoed from behind Izuku. He whipped around, immediately reaching for the pocket on his pants that contained the capture tape. Bakugo stood there, a few meters behind Izuku. His gauntlet glowed red and Bakugo smirked. You won't if you run away now, Deku. He raised his arm. If you're so tough now, let's this out. The look on Katsuki's face looked almost manic, chilling to the bone. Izuku could feel chills running through his spine and veins, but he held onto the capture tape. I have no choice. I have to face him. Trying to clam his nerves, he breathed through his gritted teeth. Bakugo sneered and grabbed the pin on his gauntlet. You might live if you dodge. All Might yelled something through the earpiece, but Bakugo didn't seem to care and he pulled out the pin. A massive explosion filled the hallway and blasted Izuku back. The windows shattered. The floor and walls crashed, and the whole building shook, but Izuku only felt pain as he hit the floor. A burning sensation picked at his shoulder and collarbone, where he didn't manage to protect himself with his arms. His ears were ringing. His vision slightly blurred, and as he tried to breathe, dust and smoke filled his lungs. He coughed and tried to get up. He stumbled and steadied himself by holding onto his knees. He was about to reach for his earpiece, wanting to contact Uraraka about the situation, but then he felt something around his chest and back loosen. "You think this is over?" Bakugo yelled, walking towards him with a scowl on his face. Izuku took a shuddering breath and took a step back, trying to pull a piece of his sleeve back together and over his shoulder. The angry teen charged at Izuku. This time, the hard material of the gauntlet hitting Izuku to the side of his face. He fell towards the ground but barely caught himself on the nearby wall. He took a few steps forward trying to recover, but Bakugo swung at his head as soon as he had his next chance. Izuku barely dodged it, some of his hair getting a little burned again, but he pushed back and managed to punch Bakugo in the face. Bakugo in response set off another explosion when the green-haired boy tried to move away from him. Izuku was turning GI's back towards Kaken, which was incredibly stupid and risky, but he had no other choice if he didn't want his face to get blasted off. But as he realized, not even a second later would be his worst mistake. The heat hit his back painfully and he hit the ground hard, suddenly something like weight as if lifted from his chest. He tried to push himself up before a piece of something white and burned fell to the ground. Izuku rushed to get up and then he felt it. His bandages. They weren't there. His bandages were not there. He whipped around, turning so his back faced the wall, trying his best to conceal it from Katsuki. The smoke from all the explosions was slowly clearing out, which would be good if Izuku's winged back wasn't out for everyone to see, but at least he could see Bakugo, who looked ready to say the least, probably kill Izuku. "Bakugo! If you use that attack again, I'll stop the match immediately." All Might's voice echoed through the speakers this time, sounding almost panicked. "What?" Bakugo growled after taking his hand off of his now bleeding nose and turned to Izuku with even more rage in his expression than before. "If I fail this because of you, you're effing dead." Izuku in a sharp breath and felt a sharp pain go through his ribs. Bakugo only had to take a few fast steps towards Izuku before his fist made contact with the greenette's abdomen, causing him to hunch over. He was nowhere close to being as strong as Kaken, he knew that. But right now, he couldn't just turn around and run. Because not only he could literally not do that, for obvious reasons he also wanted to win. He wanted to beat Kaken. To help Uraraka win this, he had to win. He grabbed Bakugo by the shoulders and pushed him back with as much force as possible and charged at him, planning on pushing him to the ground. Unfortunately, Izuku's luck was only something that was gone as fast as it appeared, because Bakugo was significantly faster. The taller boy's hand grabbed Izuku's neck. The fabric of his costume did nothing to lessen the heat of Bakugo's palm, and he instantly felt the blood rushing in his ears as panic filled his entire being. He tried to JRK back, but to no avail, and the explosive teen's grip on his throat tightened. He had one thing that might work before Bakugo burned trough the fabric separating the direct heat and the skin on his neck. Izuku threw his head back and gritted his teeth. He squeezed his eyes shut and then swung his head forward with as much force as he could. "Arg!" Bakugo cried out and let go of Izuku at the impact, stumbling back and groaning as he touched his forehead. Izuku grunted and stumbled back, sking a harsh breath trough the gritted teeth and coughing immediately after. He was out of Bakugo's grasp. That was good. The bad part was, that's as far as the good things go. An idea popped to his head, and it was one of the many possible things that could happen in the next minutes if not seconds. He reached up and turned on his earpiece. "Uraraka. If you can hear me, I have an idea. There should be support beams in the room. Grab one and prepare to use your quirk. There's a big chance Kaken will use his gauntlet and cause a big explosion. If he can make him aim the gauntlet at the ceiling and then use it, it might blast trough and give Uraraka a perfect chance to strike." It made significant damage to the ground and blasted trough the wall, so it was going to do enough damage to make this work. But the one thing he didn't have the time to think trough was how to make Katsuki blast the gauntlet at the ceiling. because the moment he took his hand off of the earpiece, he heard the sound of the gauntlet being fully charged. Bakugo rushed at him and swung faster than Izuku could dodge. The hard material of the gauntlet connected with his right shoulder and bicep, and something cracked. Izuku let out a pained whine, almost falling over due to the impact, while Katsuki pulled his arm back. He reached for the pin on his gauntlet and hooked his finger in it, preparing to pull it out. Izuku didn't let himself fall to the ground, and in panic, in split-second thinking, he twisted his body, using only one leg to steady himself, kicking his right leg up in an effort to redirect the blast. All of his weight shifted to his left leg, and he tried to raise his right hand in a last effort to protect himself, before he heard the soft click of the pin being pulled out. The heat of the blast had a chance to lick his side and arm before the kick connected. The ceiling exploded, and Izuku only felt the gush of wind and the loud sounds of glass and concrete breaking and being torn apart. He didn't feel the shifting as something slipped from the burnt and torn back of his costume. She was a little unsure of what Midoriya meant when he contacted her, but she trusted him. He said he knew Bakugo and earlier, and he was right about Bakugo attacking them while Ida guarded the weapon. But speaking of, Ochako did not like Bakugo. They hadn't had much time to interact in the 2 days they have been classmates for, but she could tell she won't really like him. He was mean to, well, everyone, but especially Midoriya. He kept calling him names and glaring at him. He even tried to attack him this morning, before the classes even started. Who on earth does that? She hadn't known Midoriya for long, but just judging from when he saved her at the entrance exam, he's smart and is gonna be a great hero. Bakugo, on the other hand, didn't seem as heroic. I can't judge people on first impressions. For now, I just have to focus and do what Midoriya told me. We can win this. Ida was doing another villain speech, and she couldn't lie. It was a little over the top, but it was funny and also kinda cool of Ida to take the villain role this seriously. It had only been about 15 seconds after Midoriya contacted her trough the earpieces they were given when the floor exploded. That was fast. Ochako did as Midoriya instructed her to, and she latched on the broken piece of a support beam shortly after activating her quirk on herself. She used her quirk on the beam too, and as the broken pieces of rubble and concrete floated trough the air, she used the beam as a baseball bat. Well, not technically, because she only used the force of the air from the swing to send the pieces flying in Ida's direction. It was one of the ideas on how to use her quirk in surprise attacks Midoriya had shortly before the exercise begun. They were talking about potential surprise attacks and strategies for a moment, and he had managed to come up with this and at least 4 more ideas. As soon as Ida ducked and let his guard down, Ochako jumped and took her chance at securing the weapon. She released her quirk moments before landing on it perfectly. She wrapped her body around it as she held on and smiled. "I got it," she cheered. Ida let out something between a screech and a gasp, sounding horrified in reaction to her securing the weapon. No, and yeah, Ida was being way too dramatic, but it was way too funny to tell him so. He didn't feel the odd shifting as something slipped from the burnt and torn back of his costume, nor did he feel the way something hurt the top of his head, shooting trough his whole scalp. The only thing he felt was the familiar, hot, stinging pain going trough multiple parts of his body. The air around him was thick with smoke. It was hard to breathe. The only sound he could hear was his shallow breathing and the occasional crumbling of the debits now scattered all around. Izuku felt his body trembling. His muscles clenched, unable to move as he stood, his vision swimming. He felt scared, terrified. He was in pain, but strangely, he could only focus on one thing. Bakugo. He knew Kaken, he knew his quirk, his behavior, his habits. He just knew him since they were children. And he knew if he didn't do anything, nothing would change. He would still be the pathetic, useless weakling who couldn't save anyone. He would still be the burden who just makes people's lives worse. He would still be the freak who would have been better off being born without a quirk, or not born at all. Now was his chance, and maybe his only chance, to prove that he could be a hero. To prove that he can save people, protect them. To prove he has some purpose. And it was Bakugo who's tried to convince him that it was true so many times. He hinted at it, joked, slipped it into conversation, even straight up said it multiple times. Deku, look at this loser, what a effing weakling. Deku means useless because that's what you are. Pathetic useless Deku, good-for-nothing freak. Black spots started appearing in his eyes, everything felt hazy and he could only shiver. You, Bakugo croaked, looking up at the gaping hole in the ceiling. It felt like he'd been standing there for hours, though it was just mere seconds. His arm was still raised to protect his face, his body still shivered, it was still difficult to breathe and Katsuki was still standing in front of him. You be... The blonde growled, his gaze dawning on Izuku, his teeth were gritted and he looked like an angry dog, ready to attack at any moment. Bakugo's face was scrunched up in an angry scowl. His teeth creaked against each other as his jaw clenched up in even more fury, and something akin to shock, surprise, or maybe disbelief spread across his face. The smoke started clearing slowly and green eyes met the angry red ones, pupils the size of a needlepoint staring into the furious ones. You FING planned this, huh? To use your creepy, stupid tactics on me? To make yourself seem like something? He shouted, his plums starting to steam again. No, I didn't want you to look bad, Kaken, Izuku replied weakly. You think you can look down on me? Katsuki retorted and continued. You think can dash? I'll prove I can be a hero, he interrupted shakily. No matter what. I'll do whatever it takes to prove you wrong, Kaken. His voice was high-pitched, strained almost. I won't give up. His eyes remained wide, unblinking. His expression didn't change as he spoke, but when the last word left his mouth, that's when the dark spots overtook his vision. He felt all the exhaustion take over his body, flooding his veins. All his limbs turned slack, his muscles no longer clenched and stiff, then his eyes rolled back in his head and Katsuki stared in shock. In that moment, All Might's voice echoed from the speakers. The hero team, the #1 hero paused. Time feeling like it had slowed down, tension flooding every nook, cranny and crack before the hero's announcing voice broke it a few long seconds later. Wins. It was then when the smoke finally, fully cleared. And Izuku's body, laid injured, unconscious and exposed on the ground. For everyone to see. Toshinori wasn't as strong as he used to be. But he still did his best to use up the time limit remaining to save as many people as possible. So when he saw a boy, drowning in some kind of a sludge under a bridge, struggling greatly, he didn't hesitate to jump into action. He took care of the villain with one single punch and stuffed them into the plastic bottles he was on his way to throw in the trash. The bigger problem was the boy who, now unconscious, was laying on the ground while Toshinori tried to slap him awake, putting the least amount of power possible into the slaps in his muscular form. The boy regained consciousness shortly after and seemed fine. So Toshinori, after the boy had an absolute fanboy moment, when he found All Might's signature in his notebook, got ready to leave, he was already really close to his limit today. Pulse he had to hand over the villain to the police. So imagine the shock when the boy latched onto his leg as he leapt into the air. He quickly landed on a near rooftop and wanted to leave. Time was ticking and he knew he'd be forced to change into his true form soon. But then the boy asked him a question. When he said he had a question, Toshinori expected something a fan would ask, like what was being the one hero like? Or something similar, a question that made him freeze in his tracks. Do you think it's possible for me to become a hero even without a quirk? And of course that's when his time limit for the day ran out and he changed into his true form and he had to explain. He didn't know what to say. This boy, did he really just ask him that? Toshinori didn't want to crush the boy's dreams, but he also didn't want him to end up dead the moment he goes up against a villain. So, Toshinori said something, the only thing he thought was the right one to say. Sorry, but no, I honestly don't think you can become a hero without a quirk. He followed it up with an explanation and left. Minutes later, after realizing he lost the villain, who had been previously secured in the plastic bottle, in the pocket of the blonde man's pants dash. He found himself before the scene of an ongoing villain attack, with the attacker being none other than the slime villain he had upper-handed before. After a moment of weakness, hesitation and seeing the green-haired boy from a few minutes ago jump into the fight when none of the bystanding heroes did nothing to help. He acted. He saved both the greenette and the other boy. Reporters flooded him and when he managed to sneak away, he got the idea. He tried to look for the boy, but it was like he vanished. He ran the streets hoping to catch him turning a corner or crossing the street, yet to no avail. The green-haired boy was gone, and the hope of a possible successor with him. Over the passing months that followed, Toshinori kept thinking back to the boy, and guilt had settled in his stomach, or well, what remained of it. He remembered the boy's expression, the disappointment, the odd blankness, and the shake in his voice when he answered him. He felt awful. He was supposed to be the symbol of peace, of hope, not a dream-crushing a-hole. He still thought it would be extremely dangerous for anyone without a quirk to be a hero, because it would, but it wasn't impossible. He had thought about it a lot when his thoughts kept him awake at night, when nightmares of the past interrupted his sleep, and even when he saw little children playing heroes. He didn't want to admit that he'd probably never see the boy again. But he didn't want to pull any strings, to bother Tsukachi, or use any other methods to find the boy. He just had to hope that the boy didn't take those things to heart. So the surprise and strange relief he felt, when his eyes landed on the green mess of curls on one of the monitors in the watchroom during the practical part of the entrance exam to UA, was nothing short of immense. He watched the boy save a fellow competitor and take down the zero-pointer, and it just made him feel more guilty. This boy had potential. He would make a great hero one day, and it would have been Toshinori's fault if he had given up instead of trying despite of what he said. The blonde man was so glad the boy hadn't listened to him. After recording the video for Midoriya, which as he found out was the boy's name, about his acceptance to U.S. hero course, he had decided to apologize to the boy and offer him the place of his successor, which he hoped the boy would accept. Right now, Toshinori was staring at the screen of one of the cameras in the monitoring room, seconds after he called out the hero team's victory. The smoke from the massive explosion Bakugo had caused had finally cleared up. Numerous gasps and sounds of surprise or confusion came from the rest of the students that stood behind him, all staring in the same direction as him, all watching one screen in particular. Their Midoriya laid on the ground, motionless, his costume burned and torn at places, with his back being the worst. The back of someone who was classified as quirkless, the back of someone who had asked him if he could be a hero without a quirk, had a pair of wings attached to it. Shoyuta was sitting in his office, staring at the second empty cup of coffee on his desk. Today had been bearable, even okay if he were to say so. His new class was interesting. It was only the second day of this school year, but he already knew they were going to be a disaster to manage. Pretty much all of them had showed that they have the potential to become heroes, but potential isn't the only thing that matters. They still had a shit ton of work to do before they could call themselves heroes. He leaned back in his chair with a sigh. He could take a nap, but then again, he had some paperwork from his recent patrol to fill out. Shoyuta hated filling out paperwork and reports, but Tsukachi had asked him about it yesterday, and from how busy the man was, Shoyuta didn't want to cause him another headache. He still had time before his afternoon homeroom with 1A, and Hizashi was still teaching English in 2C. Shoyuta ran his hand through his hair and cracked his back. He really wanted to sleep. He reached for the thin file on his desk and opened it, taking out the papers. It happened 3 days ago. He was on patrol with about an hour left to go when he saw an old lady getting robbed. He stepped in, of course. It's his job after all. What he found out later, though, was the old lady was a small-time drag dealer, and the guy robbing her was actually supposed to be her customer and ended up trying to steal the goods without paying the granny first. It was a ridiculous situation that, of course, Shoyuta had to deal with now. It had gotten sorted out fairly quickly, but paperwork won't do itself, unfortunately. He grabbed a pen and flipped through the pages. The pen clicked, and as he was about to fill out the first part of many, his phone buzzed. Shoyuta sighed deeply and wanted to ignore the device, but as it seemed the world also didn't want him to do paperwork right now. He picked up his cell phone and saw the caller ID, Recovery Girl. He knew the lady didn't call unless it was actually important, so he picked up without a second thought. Eraserhead, he answered out of habit, even though this was his personal cell and not the one he used for hero work. Aizawa, the woman's voice came through. There had been an incident during one as heroics with All Might that made Shoyuta frown. What could have possibly happened when they were only supposed to be discussing their hero costumes? What kind of incident? He questioned. One of your students got injured in combat, leading me to finding out some concerning things when he was brought in. Which student, and what is going on, Shizenji? His frown deepening because he got more questions than answers. Midoriya, Izuku, come to my office if you can. I think it'd be best to come and see for yourself, Aizawa. He knew it's most likely serious due to the straight-to-the-point demeanor the woman used only when necessary. Got it, be there in a minute. And the call ended. Shoyuta got up from his chair and pocketed his phone. Walking in the direction of the door, his mind immediately going to the green-haired student. When the man first saw him at the entrance exam, he didn't pay much attention to him at the beginning. The boy cowered before the robots throughout most of the exam, but then, the moment someone was in danger, he rushed in to help. What he did was reckless, by all means, and Shoyuta knew that recklessness could kill very fast and very easily. But also what the boy did was impressive. He managed to immobilize the zero-pointer with help from another contestant, which was pretty admirable. He found out the boy was quirkless when he got the file containing information about his new class, and that was when the boy really caught his interest. Shoyuta did not care all that much if the boy had a quirk or not, but it was extremely rare for quirkless people to even apply for the hero course. So when he got in, he must have potential. He did save a girl at the entrance exam, who coincidentally was also going to be in his class, so that proved something. Quirkless discrimination was a shitty thing that Shoyuta, due to his status as a hero, was fairly familiar with. He knew the suicide rate was high with the quirkless population. Bullying, discrimination, or even abuse were all too common, with general society treating them like useless garbage. He had faced his share of discrimination in the past, due to his quirk being one that erases others. He was told that he wouldn't become a hero with a villain's quirk, but he still did. So now when he saw a quirkless child would be attending the hero course, he was intrigued. Midoriya Izuku was skittish from what should have seen so far and fairly small for his age. He wasn't remarkably strong or fast judging by the assessment test, but was determined. One of the other kids, Bakugo, seemed to know him and have it out for the smaller boy. He seemed to have a strong quirk, great for heroics, but Shoyuta would not tolerate any discrimination. His thoughts ran by him, and before he knew it, he was walking through the hallway to Recovery Girl's office. He knocked on the door, and the old woman's voice replied almost immediately. "Come in." He entered the room, and it didn't take long for him to notice Recovery Girl sitting behind her computer, or the curtain, hiding one of the beds. The short woman turned around and got off of her chair, grabbing the signature syringe-shaped cane and walking over to Shoyuta. "I'm here, so, what happened?" the black-haired man questioned, looking down on the short heroine, who in response hummed and frowned. During the combat training with All Might, one of the students got overly aggressive, which resulted in Midoriya getting multiple injuries. And what? Did All Might change or just completely ignored the lesson plan Shoyuta had prepared? Shoyuta took a deep breath. Now was not the time to voice his opinion on the number one hero, nor his seemingly non-existent brain capacity. Most of his injuries consisted of burns and bruises, the worst ones on his arms, shoulders, and his right side. He also had a moderate concussion, a humerus fracture, and 3 cracked ribs. Though, that isn't what is concerning me nor why I called you. Shuta's brow quirked upward, but he kept quiet, letting the youthful heroine continue. There's a multitude of scars on his body, some are quite old, as far as 10 years I'd say, poorly threat. He felt his expression shift into a deeper frown, but Recovery Girl didn't let him get into another train of thought. And then there's the main issue at hand. She looked over to the direction of the bed, obscured by the curtain. Shoyuta did not like the tone in which the woman said that. She walked over to the curtain. "What is the main issue?" the tired man asked her. "In the boy's file, there's information that confirms he's quirkless, but I simply can't agree with something that is wrong." Shoyuta stared at her. "What?" "This boy has a pair of wings, Aizawa," and Shoyuta froze. "Just what?" "He did not have wings, he was quirkless, it was in his file, and Shoyuta has seen the boy, he did not have wings." "What do you mean, he has wings?" He took a step towards the curtain, which hid the bed from view. "See for yourself." The old woman sighed and motioned towards the curtain with her cane. Shoyuta hesitated before he walked over to the bed and pulled back the curtain. There on the bed laid Midoriya, out cold with an 4 attached to his arm. He was laying on his stomach, face tilted to the side, bandages on multiple parts of his body, and his clothes, presumably his hero costume, torn and burned away in some parts. Worst being on his back. His back, bare back, except it wasn't bare, a pair of wings, sprouting from the boy's shoulder blades. A pair of big, slightly crumpled wings. He stared in disbelief. How is this possible? He turned to the woman, whose frown almost matched his own. That I don't know, Aizawa? Her cane clicked against the floor as she finally made her way to him and the unconscious boy. Shoyuta opened his mouth to speak after another moment of silence, but Recovery Girl beat him to it. It wasn't a stress manifestation, at least that I can say for sure. Sudden stress quirk manifestations are very straining and damaging to the body. His body doesn't show any signs of that, though there are some other things that are concerning. She hummed as she put both of her hands on her cane and looked up towards the boy. The black-haired man's gaze went back to the boy, looking him over again. He's thin and small for his age. He does have some muscle, but it's a small amount compared to most students. I wasn't able to heal him fully because not only it would be a big strain for his body to lose so much energy at once, but also he did not have much energy to begin with. The short woman shook her head. I would understand if he didn't have much energy after that fight, it's almost to be expected. But he barely had enough for me to heal his ribs and the worst of the burns. And it was true, although he might have been healed by her, the boy was still bruised and scratched up pretty bad. The bruises, or at least the ones Shoyuta could see, were a reddish purple, some more and some less prominent. His arms were bandaged up, his right one all the way up to the shoulder. When Shuta's gaze moved to the boy's face, he properly noticed the eye bags that framed the places under boy's eyes. Shoyuta felt slight concern nibble at the back of his brain but ignored it, instead focusing on the main problem. Upon a closer look, the wings that were attached to the boy's back looked almost butterfly. No, not a butterfly, a moth, perhaps? The old heroine seemed to know what he was thinking. They look like moth wings, though I can't say for sure. The tired, taller hero scanned the boy once more when something tangled in the boy's hair caught his attention. What's that? He asked, not daring to touch the boy's head, remembering Recovery Girl mentioning the boy had a concussion. And 10, she replied. I discovered them when I was examining his head for a concussion and other potential injuries. The edge of the right one was slightly burned from what I've discovered while doing so. What the hell? Shoyuta sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. I'm guessing you didn't have a chance to ask him about any of this? And as a reply, he got hit straight in his left knee by the woman's cane. He grunted and shot a glare at the heroine. Of course I didn't. The boy was unconscious when he was brought here. Shaking her head, she looked over to the resting student. I'll keep him here till the 4 runs out. I will have to finish healing him later. Then it'll be time for discussions. Shuta's mind flashed with a thought. What about his parents? Do they know anything about this? And at that the youthful heroine frowned, the wrinkles on her face scrunching up. I haven't managed to speak with the boy's guardian. The black-haired man hummed and reached into his pocket for his phone. When the screen lit up, he saw he had about 20 minutes left of his free PRD, and that was just great, considering the circumstances. Can you lend me his file? I'll try and call them. The heroine nodded towards her desk. Go ahead, it's on the table. He stepped away from the bed and did so. He opened the student's file, flipping 2 pages to find the boy's parents' contact information. Only one of the parents' information was filled out, his mother's. Her name, phone number and email address listed in contacts. The number listed as the boy's only emergency contact was the same as his mother's, which raised a small red flag in Shuta's mind. He dialed the number and put the phone up to his ear. It ringed once, twice, and then the call ended, saying the number was either disabled or unavailable at the moment. Shoyuta grunted. He dialed the number again, just to be met with the same result. This wasn't working out well for his liking. She isn't picking up or... It's more like the call isn't even getting trough. He pocketed his phone and the heroine hummed. Same result as me then. We'll just have to wait until he's rested. And Shoyuta, though he didn't like the fact, had to agree. After a beat of silence, he decided to dig for different information. Did All Might give you any more details about what exactly happened? he asked, and Recovery Girl answered shortly. Unfortunately, it was an answer Shoyuta did not want to hear. Only that the fight had gotten out of hand, and the one who caused that and the condition this boy is in was Katsuki Bakugo. Shoyuta issued a breath, just to huff like a smoker would do. Where did that exercise take place? Training ground beta. Good, there's a fair amount cameras all around. Getting the footage from said training ground shouldn't be a big problem. Well, except for heaving to deal with the rat. I'll call Nizu to send me the footage and cancel the rest of my classes for today. Recovery Girl nodded and sighed. Do as you see fit. He tiredly ran a hand over his face. I am not getting paid enough for this. I'm gonna go get a coffee and ask Nizu for the footage. Want me to bring you one too? The woman looked a little tired, and he knew that this wasn't gonna resolve itself in a few minutes. She did a lot for everyone. Even after all those years, she was still kind and cared about people's well-being deeply, even though she could have retired already. It was something simple, but it was still something Shoyuta could do for the old heroine. That'd be nice of you, dear, with sugar please, he nodded and proceeded to leave the infirmary. He knocked on the door to the principal's office, already feeling like this would take a lot more time than he'd like. Come in, sounded from the room, and Shoyuta with a defeated huff of a breath did. The rodent was sitting behind the big desk, with his paws placed over one another. His beady eyes gleamed with the same mischief and strange glow they did almost always. A cup of hot tea already prepared on the desk, opposite to the principal's own. You're not the type for these sudden meetings, Aizawa, so I'm guessing that this is important. The same as ever, well, better to get to the point. Yes, there had been an incident during All Might's Fundamental Heroics with my class at Training Ground Beta. One of the students got injured, which led to us discovering that he, though supposedly quirkless, has a quirk. I was unable to contact his mother. He's recovering at the infirmary as of now, and I'd like to request to see the footage from the training and for you to cancel all the rest of my remaining classes for today. The rat's almost prominent smile didn't leave his face as he hummed. How interesting. Well, all right then. I'll email you the footage and cancel your classes for the rest of the day. That was surprisingly easy. Shoyuta did not expect the principal to go along with his request with no strings attached so easily. But and yet, Shoyuta kind of did know that the rat would come up with something. There's something I'd like for you to do before I do so, Nizu said in a sweet voice, and if just that wasn't the thing that he always dreaded about his boss. What is it? The tired man questioned with defeat in his voice. The sooner this was over the better. If I recall correctly, you still owe me a round of chess after last time when I let you skip the staff meeting. Shota froze. Phew. Nizu and his games. Of course he'd pull something like that, though it was true that he had agreed to one chess match just so he could sleep instead of attending the staff meeting after a particularly draining pat roll dash. Just make it quick. He pinched the bridge of his nose and sat down in the chair opposite to Nizu. 2 hours, 2.5 hours. That goddamn rat kept playing tricks and prolonging the game. Shoyuta didn't even know it was possible for one chess match to last that long. He opened the door of Recovery Girl's office with her coffee in hand. He totally didn't drink 3 cups before he returned with the one for the heroine. When he entered, he noticed the curtain of the bed Midoriya was previously resting on was pulled away almost completely. He looked around the medical office, the youthful heroine nowhere in sight. Did she maybe go somewhere? He walked over to the old healer's desk and put down the coffee. His gaze moved to the bed, which was empty. Wait, empty? He quickly walked to the now unoccupied bed. The sheets were folded and made. He looked around hurriedly, his hero and teacher instincts already becoming alert. His shoes squeaked against the tile floor as he moved towards the door, but just when he was about to run into the hallway, Recovery Girl walked in. Oh, Aizawa, I didn't know you were back, she exclaimed calmly. Chio, where's Midoriya? He asked, his eyebrows furrowing. The woman paused, sighing. I let him go home and get some more rest about an hour ago. She started walking over to her desk. And Shoyuta froze. What? Before you say anything, I know what you're thinking, Aizawa. I myself wasn't fond of the idea, but when the boy woke up, he himself asked if he could go home, and we both know I cannot hold him here. He was still a little slow to respond, but I gave him some gummies to at least get some sugar and energy in him. And I'd say it's better to let him rest at home than here. Shoyuta felt something steaming inside him, because what? I know it is unprofessional, but I think it's best if the boy rests and you look over the footage and clam down. Don't think I don't con you slept even less than usual and ate those jelly patches instead of a proper lunch. Her voice got louder as she spoke. I decide what is best to do here as a part of my job. Midoriya is an important matter. If you go up to that boy while he's still recovering and demand answers about something so serious as this before I finish healing him, I'll beat you with this cane myself. Shoyuta wanted to argue, but he paused and sighed. He did not like Recovery Girl's decision one bit. He had to let her do her job. Even if he didn't agree with her in this at all, he did need to watch the footage. Not to mention that his other student had injured a classmate this badly, in an exercise that wasn't even supposed to happen in the first place. He took a deep breath and ran his hand through his hair. He'll talk to Midoriya first thing in the morning tomorrow after Recovery Girl heals the boy. God, he was so tired. Everything was dark, warm, peaceful, then a bang. A loud noise sound from the outside and Izuku woke up with a painful flinch. Just for a second, he had the feeling he smelled something burn as if he were back in middle school. He curled up into a ball instinctively but relaxed after a few seconds, when he remembered he was at home, in his bed. In his bed, just woke up, and yet he felt so tired, even more tired than usual. Everything ached, but especially his right arm, head and back dash, and what didn't, felt sore and almost raw, too sensitive to almost anything. He shifted on the bed, sloppily rubbing his eyes in an attempt to make himself want to sleep more. His alarm clock showed it was about 10 minutes before he would usually wake up. With a suppressed whine he got up from the bed. He was used to dealing with pain from the years of hiding his quirk, bullying and the fact that he was just clumsy, but this was a whole nother level of uncomfortable. He walked to the bathroom, trying to remember what time did he even go to sleep. His mind felt sort of blank, like that part of his memory was fogged over. Izuku walked over to the sink and splashed his face with cold water. The face that stared back at him in the mirror looked even more tired than usual. His eye bags seemed darker than usual, standing out on the pale skin almost like fading bruises. His head throbbed, and God, did his hair look like a mess. He decided to take a quick shower and went to take off his sleep shirt, but to his surprise he wasn't wearing it. The white school shirt he that realized he was now wearing, the one wore under his uniform blazer, looked crumpled but fine otherwise. The greenette let out a tired sigh, hoping no one in school would notice how messy it looked. He undid the buttons and slipped out of the sleeves. The shirt fell to the floor, and just as he was about to get into the shower, in the corner of his eye he noticed it. A flash of orange and brown behind him instead of the usual white around his upper body. The boy whipped around and looked in the mirror closely. His wings. He looked around frantically if his bandages, the bandages that hid his secret, hid the fact that he was a freak of nature, hadn't fallen off somewhere, and then it hit him when he saw the edge of one of his antennae was burnt. The combat training, him Uraraka being ambushed by Kaken, his yelling at him, fighting him. Katsuki's gigant explosion hitting him. The smoke filling his lungs. The pain in his limbs. Kaken screaming. The smoke clouding his vision. Uraraka's voice in the earpiece. All Might's voice. Fighting. The fabric of his costume hurting. The pain of Bisback burning. More fighting. Panic. So much noise. The ceiling getting destroyed. Katsuki's eyes. He could breathe. Speaking. Darkness. F dash F dash. F dash. F dash. F dash. F dash. F. His hands started shaking as cold sweat ran over his body. No, oh, no dash. What if someone saw him? What if they saw his wings? What if they found out he was lying? He would be expelled, no, arrested. His life would be over. They'd hate him, he would be finished, they would bully him or kill him. Tears gathered in his eyes. He was effed if they saw. His arms went to wrap around himself on impulse before he winced at the pain that erupted in his right upper arm the moment he touched it. Wait, when did he get that treated? Recovery Girl. He woke up in her office before he went home. She didn't say anything about it. She didn't ask from what he could recall. Maybe so, but just maybe. She let him be. What if she didn't notice? Or just didn't care? Just maybe she saw and didn't want anything to do with it. There's a possibility that she didn't tell anyone due to patient confidentiality. Izuku was discreetly trying to break himself out of the anxiety and panic clawing at his back. And though the things he was thinking were improbable, at least it somewhat stopped him from spiraling further. He took a deep breath and steadied himself against the sink. He felt the shivering and jitters in his hands and rest of his body. His stomach heavy and twisted into a knot so tight he might throw up. The teen's knees shook as he used the sink for support. The cold sweat ran down his back where his wings hung from his back loosely. Knuckles white from how discreetly he was holding onto the sink. He wanted to cry so much, he couldn't. He knew he needed to toughen up, but even if he actually cared about that right now, he couldn't. The tears just wouldn't come. He felt them stinging at his eyes, almost spilling over, but not actually doing so. He bit his lip and just stood there, waiting for his body to clam down. It took excruciating 30 minutes for his body to clam down, at least somewhat dash. He could taste blood from where his teeth broke trough the skin of his lip. His insides were still jittery but not as much as before. He scrapped the idea of a shower and just wiped himself down with a towel, including his hair. The knot on his stomach was still there, not as prominent, but still present. His hands weren't shaking anymore, though they still felt a little tingly. He grabbed a roll of bandages from the cabinet and, though with some struggle, bound them tightly to his back and torso. He took a few hairpins and started adjusting his antennae between the wild green curls. As he started pinning his right one down, he hissed at the sharp pain that shot through it into his head and scalp. He touched the small burnt edge of it on accident, and the feeling was nothing but awful. Damn it, that's just great. He wiggled the pin in place and with a sigh looked at himself in the mirror once more. This was how he was supposed to look like. How he was supposed to be. But he wasn't. He was a freak. A mistake. A lowlife who'd be better off quirkless. He got dressed and walked to his room to get his bag and tie. What he didn't expect, though, that his little moment of panic lasted way longer than it should have had. And if he wanted to take the early train, he was running late. Izuku attempted the art of tying a tie yet again and failed once more as he scrambled to leave the flat in a hurry, school bag in hand. He ran down the stairs, praying he wouldn't miss the train, because riding the later train would potentially mean running into his classmates, which in his current situation was not something he felt like doing. As his luck would have it, though, everything seemed to be going the exact opposite way he wanted it to. As his foot missed the next step completely and he plummeted down the stairs. The green-eyed boy yelped and hit the railing with his already aching arm. But there was no time to care about that. He stumbled to his feet and continued running. He was panting so hard he was sure he could spit out his lungs at any moment by the time he got to the train station. Thankfully, he made it into the train just before the door closed. He was so relieved his legs almost gave out right there and... His relief was short-lived though, because as he realized soon, in his hurry, he forgot his analysis notebook at home, because it wasn't in his backpack. And yeah, he would lose it if he lost it. At least he didn't have a lesson with All Might today. That seemed to be the only upside to how his day was going. He got off of the train and almost speed ran to school. His anxiety was slowly getting worse again, but he was pushing it back as much as he possibly could. It was weird when the feeling he felt as he saw the UA gates from afar was a mix of regret, anxiety, and relief. As he got closer though, the relief simmered out fairly quickly when he saw the crowds of people grouping around the gates. Cars, people with cameras and microphones, phones, tablets and notepads. They were shouting and bickering, talking over each other and to the few UA students and staff members that seemed to be trying to pass through. Izuku got closer and looked for a possible opening in the chaos that would let him squeeze by. His social anxiety skyrocketed when about 20 reporters seemed to notice him and went after him like a hungry pack of wolves. They surrounded him and the green net backed up against the wall of the gates. At least 6 of them started pointing their microphones at him and shoving them in his face. He tried to duck his head, but they started bombarding him with questions. What year and course are you? Have you met All Might yet? Is All Might really your teacher? Are you a hero student? What's it like to have All Might as a teacher? Do you know where he is? Who is your homeroom teacher? Is it All Might? And the panic was back. his personal space seemed like nothing to them as he shrunk even further, trying to just disappear. His heart hammered in his chest as he discreetly attempted to ignore the extremely loud reporters while they continued their relentless questioning. He had to get away. All of his senses were screaming at him. Run. His legs shook, his eyes squeezed shut. This is hell. Say something, damn it. One of the reporters snapped and grabbed him by his shoulder, in response to which he gasped and flinched hard, accidentally stepping on the foot of another reporter, who yelled at him to watch it. He was barely keeping himself on his feet as another microphone was about to be shoved in the middle of his face. But then, something dark blocked its path. Izuku took a moment before daring to open his eyes, and just as he did so the reporters started complaining and protesting. He saw black fabric and then gray and black yet again. Eraserhead. There stood Mr. Aizawa, his hand outstretched in front of Izuku's face. The black fabric of his shirt obscured most of the boy's face, though he could still see they were barely backing away. You have been told several times that you do not have any right to demand interviews and harass the students or staff, the man said calmly, not stepping closer to Izuku. But we deserve answers, one of the reporters retorted. And our students and staff deserve to peacefully enter the property, which seemed to be the exact answer the reporters didn't want, because they immediately started coming up with arguments and excuses. Izuku dug his nails into the knuckles of his other fist and tried to straighten up, unfortunately with little result. Squeeze past and go straight to the gate, you'll be fine, his voice was quieter. Izuku was looking up at him from behind the man's arm. The erasure hero wasn't looking at him, but his face was turned towards him in a way so that he could see his lips when the man spoke. Izuku stood there for another 5 or so seconds before taking a slow step away, followed by another, before he was ducking between and through the crowd. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding when he finally entered the school. Izuku headed straight to the bathroom to wash his face and hopefully get a moment of privacy to calm his racing nerves. And though he did manage to wash the sweat off of his face, the knot on his stomach remained the same. Mr. Aizawa was intimidating, but it was kind of nice of him to stop the reporters before Izuku had a chance to have a mental breakdown because of them. He still was anxious though. Every inch of his body felt jittery from nerves. He was at school right now, that still didn't mean anything. Everything could still go horribly wrong. God, it all felt like a bad dream, but it wasn't. He knew that everything that happened yesterday happened. He had the burns to prove it. But he did not know what was and wasn't gonna happen next. He only had that nagging, terrible, painful knot twisting in his gut. His entire life he'd been able to keep this secret. He can't lose everything now. What if they didn't see him? What if they didn't know? What if he was just worrying for nothing? He continued to walk trough the hall as his thoughts continued to race. But what if they did? What if they did see him? What if they found out? What if everyone realized he was a Midoriya, a word? Aizawa appeared from behind a corner and blocked his path. He was if it. Midoriya, a word? The words felt heavy, like someone had just dropped an anvil. He was Ifed. No other way to say it. Just Ifed. Izuku avoided the teacher's gaze. He couldn't do anything else. The man was blocking his path, not to mention he couldn't just bolt. Maybe, just maybe, this is about something else? Something else, completely unrelated to the fact I have a quirk. He could hear his heart hammering in his ribcage as his panic from this morning started digging its claws in his back again. The teacher's gaze remained fixated on him, and Izuku, discreetly wanting the man's eyes off him, nodded. Mr. Aizawa stood there for a few seconds before he finally hummed and turned around. Let's talk in my office. He put his hands in his pockets and started walking down the hall. Izuku finally forced himself to look up and started following behind the man soon after. Every step he took felt heavy. Every second that ticked by as they walked felt endless. They couldn't have walked for very long, but to the greenette, it felt like an eternity. Even though he was gripping the straps of his backpack as hard as possible, he felt his hands shake and the painful knot on his stomach become tighter. He was terrified. His homeroom teacher suddenly stopped and Izuku almost walked into him. He opened a door to a room and stepped inside without a second glance at the boy. Izuku stared and hesitated to step inside, but he did so after a few seconds. The room was a pretty small one, nothing special, light gray walls and a few pieces of furniture. There was a small sofa by the wall across from a chair, with a small coffee table placed between them. By the other wall, there was another chair and an office table. His cold, clammy hands gripped the strips of his backpack like a lifeline. He had to keep it together. He stood awkwardly by the door to the small office, staring down on his shoes. Aizawa sat down on the chair across from the small couch and put his hands together in his lap, interlocking his fingers with a quiet, tired sigh. "Midoriya, sit down." His voice was calm, yet it rang through the quiet room, making the knot on Izuku's stomach even tighter. The teacher's words made Izuku feel even smaller than he already was, so he did so without a word. He put his school bag on the floor next to the couch where he had sat down, eyes never leaving the floor. "Let's get straight to the point," the black-haired hero said after a tense moment of silence. "Yesterday, after you were brought into Recovery Girl's office to get your injuries from your fight with Bakugo during All Might's class treated, there were some unexpected discoveries." Izuku felt the knot on his stomach grow even heavier and move up to his throat. The nails of his fingers dug into his palms as he tried to discreetly keep them from shaking more. "You're classified as quirkless, all of your information and says so. It was listed on your application letter and your file. But yesterday, Recovery Girl and I saw something that makes us believe otherwise." He felt his chest shake with every beat of his heart. "After a short examination, we believe that you showed signs of a mutation quirk or at least aspects of it." The man's tone of voice remained the same as he spoke, unreadable and neutral. "Is it true that you are not in fact quirkless, Midoriya? If so, why are you listed as such?" Now the greenette's whole body was shivering, every nerve and body part buzzing with jitters. He tried to take a deep breath, only for him to manage a shaky half-inhale. I hid it." The words came out quietly before his brain even managed to produce proper thoughts. His hands felt numb. Even though his nails dug into the flesh of his palms with all his strength, he couldn't feel them. "You hid it?" the tired man questioned. And as it would seem, words now actually didn't seem to come to him at all. He nodded weakly, the knot in his stomach spreading all the way to his throat. Izuku tried to breathe, to clam down, but his mind was screaming at him, running 1,000 miles per second. He felt like he could pass out just from the stress and loudness of it all. His heart hammering in his chest, his thoughts, the ringing in his ears that seemed to be strengthening by the moment, and the silence. The deafening silence that the room was completely full of. Why? Izuku tried to SCK in just one breath, one sharp intake of air that could keep him from collapsing on the spot. But instead, he got a shallow intake of nothing. He tried to keep his next desperate attempt to breathe quiet, but his lungs didn't get any air. Cold sweat dripped from his face as he tried again, but he couldn't breathe. His chest and throat ached, the ringing in his ears got unbearably loud, his head was spinning, he couldn't breathe. He didn't know if he was ever gonna breathe again. It felt like he was suffocating, like everything was crumbling. It felt like he was dying. His attempts at breathing turned into sharp, discreet gasps. The ringing in his ears was painful, but he couldn't do anything. He couldn't move. He couldn't move, breathe, think. He was dying. His eyes stung with tears, like in the morning, but this time, the tears started falling. The salty liquid burned in his eyes, but he didn't feel it pour down his face. Small black spots started appearing in Izuku's hazy vision. "This is it, I'm gonna die." Just then he felt something warm, no, something hot, on his numb hands. It was barely noticeable, just a ghost of heat lingering on his hands, that even though numb, felt ice cold where the foreign heat seemed to be. When he tried to focus on it, the heat felt slightly more intense. But the black spots and corners in his vision grew bigger. Shoyuta was planning on seeking out the kid, sending him to Recovery Girl, and then getting to the bottom of the sheet that had formed and happened over the last 24 hours. He had watched the footage from Nizu 7 times, and he was not happy with what he saw. Though there were a few short interesting moments throughout Midoriya and Bakugo's fight, the fact remained that he wasn't liking what he had seen. Bakugo was relentless, spitting insults left and right, attacking brutally every chance he got. The kid had a strong drive, which would be a good thing. If that drive's main power source wasn't anger. He had made mental notes on everything the both of them said, the way Bakugo acted, the way Midoriya tried to protect his back, to hide it unconsciously. And something everything about all this just felt so weird, wrong. Shoyuta was planning on seeking out the kid, getting him fully healed and then talking to him. But, as per usual, things just didn't go the way he'd planned them to. The reporters that flooded the gates in the morning sure as hell were not a part of his plan. Multiple staff members and students were getting harassed and bombarded with questions about none other than All Might, and of course it's All Might's fault, because the number one oaf apparently just likes to make Shuta's life more complicated. He, Hizashi and some other pros were trying to clam the situation and hopefully get the reporters to leave, when he noticed a swarm of the equipped people gather by a close wall right by the gates. He then noticed that it was none other than one of his students, coincidentally the one thanks to who he got 3 hours of sleep due to the footage he was watching, getting almost pressed to a wall by the FNG reporters. Shoyuta would step in at any case, but especially when he saw just how freaked out the green-haired students seemed by this whole mess. The kid almost ran to the school when the man managed to get him some space to escape. After more of the reporter nonsense, he managed to get back into the building and walk by his classroom. He glanced inside briefly, just from the hallway to see the kid wasn't there. So Shoyuta headed to the infirmary to see if the greenette had gone there by any slim chance. Coincidentally, he just rounded the corner when he noticed the green mess of curls from across the hall. Let's just get this over with, he thought to himself, and told the student to follow him. And it was obvious the kid was freaking out, at least to some extent. The tension in his shoulders and overall body language was so thick a knife wouldn't cut it. Shoyuta knew students found him intimidating, but this was a whole new story. This kid was anxious out of his mind and Shoyuta saw it clearly. When they got to his office, the erasure hero didn't want to beat around the bush. He was tired and annoyed by the reporter situation. Plus the kid didn't look like he'd appreciate any form of interrogation at all. So, he got straight to the point. Is it true that you are not in fact quirkless, Midoriya? If so, why are you listed as such? He watched Midoriya as the kid started shivering. He sighed to himself. This is not gonna be easy. I hid it, a whisper left the student's anxious form. And Shoyuta stared for a moment. The kid said he hid the fact that he had a quirk? It would make sense in the question of where were his wings and antennae, but it would be also nonsensical. How would anyone, especially a normal child, hide a quirk? Why? What about his parents? How did he dash? The old lady did mention something about bandages, but still. It was raising too many questions and no answers, which was not at all what Shoyuta was trying to accomplish. He decided to press. You hid it. Though a statement, it was also a half-question. The greenette only nodded without any further explanation. Shoyuta kept calm as silence hung in the air before he decided to break it. Why? Midoriya took a breath, head still hunched between his shoulders, staring directly at the floor, and the black-eyed man thought the boy was maybe bracing himself before speaking. But no voice could be heard. Then another inhale, nothing. Shuta's eyebrows furrowed slightly. The third time, an inhale but no exhale, and just when he was about to open his mouth, the fourth shallow gasp sounded from the kid's form. Shuta's hero and teacher senses became alert immediately. He raised from his chair and quickly made his way to the boy. He kneeled on one knee beside him and called his name. Midoriya, no response. Midoriya, can you hear me? He took one look at the student's face before mumbling to himself. Sheet. His eyes were unfocused, pupils dilated. He was gasping for air, unresponsive, sweat dripping from his face. A panic attack. The boy was shaking, discreetly trying to SCK in any air and failing, while the hero tried to butz the situation as quick as possible. As a hero and a teacher, he'd helped multiple people with panic attacks, civilians who had been victims of villain attacks or panicking students. Hell, he'd had a few panic attacks in the past himself. And if he were to say, the kid was having a nasty one. He tried calling the boy's name one last time before he took a deep breath and warned. I'll touch your hands, all right? The boy continued to discreetly gasp for air, and Shoyuta put his hands over the boy's. His hands were ice cold compared to the man's. They shook and his nails dug into his palms so hard Shoyuta knew at any other circumstance it'd be painful enough to ground the boy at least somewhat. Can you feel my hands? I need you to focus on them. Try to even out your breathing. No response, no change, the boy continued to gasp for air. I need you to clam down, okay? Slow your breathing, focus. Just then the greenette's fingers twitched on one of his hands. Shoyuta squeezed the kid's hands a little tighter. When he saw the boy's fingers loosening, he slowly unwrapped them from their clenched state, leaving red half-circle-shaped indents from where his nails dug into the skin. The dark-haired man took the green-haired teen's hand and put it on his chest. Midoriya, feel my breathing and try to follow it, focus on it. If this continues, the kid will pass out, and that is definitely not what Shoyuta wants right now. The ghostly heat became more intense as Izuku tried to focus on it more through all the panic. His eyes still stung, ears still ringing, he still couldn't breathe. The ghostly heat suddenly spread over his left hand, his palm, and then he felt something faint, something along with the heat. When he tried to focus on it through his shallow gasps and breaths, it was something steady. It kept on repeating firmly, just like more black dots and spots kept appearing in his vision. He heard a muffled sound, something that sounded like it was underwater, muffled by ringing and static. Duesh, Izuku tried to hold his discreet gasp back so he could focus on the sound but failed. Was that a voice? Was Izuku so close to actually dying on the spot he was imagining things? In a last attempt he tried to take a really deep breath at the same time as he felt the steady feeling. And then he felt it, just a tiny bit of air went into his lungs. It hurt, it really hurt, but he got a breath in. He tried to focus on the voice, heat and firm rhythm repeating under his palm. This As his hurting lungs got bits of air, some of the black dots started disappearing. When he focused more, he saw something black in his vision. Slowly, the feeling of suffocation got less intense. His lungs were filling with air little by little. His hands shook a lot less, and though his hands were still shaking, he could actually feel them now. Warmth against his cold fingers. Warmth, radiating from the dark thing that filled his vision. When he managed to get his breathing a little more under control, he finally looked up and his eyes met the dark, tired ones. You with me, kid? Mr. Aizawa asked, and they stared at each other for a few moments. Izuku's gaze shifted to his hand, which now was placed on the teacher's chest, held in place by his bigger hand. Izuku got another fairly steady breath in before his breath shook again, and he tried to jerk his hand back. The man let go quickly and retracted both of his hands. Wait, was he holding Izuku's other hand too? And put them up in a supposedly non-threatening way. Hey, it's okay, no need to panic, his homeroom teacher's voice softer than before. He held his hand to his chest and looked away. He felt ashamed to look Mr. Aizawa in the eye. The black-haired hero stayed crouched in front of Izuku for a few more seconds, and then stood up. He walked back to his chair but didn't sit down and just put his hand on the backrest. When Izuku saw the teacher tiredly sigh and close his eyes for a moment, he relaxed a little, finally getting his breathing fully under control. He then felt the dried tears on his face and pushed back the urge to wipe it. The room was silent yet again, and though it was not as tense as before, it surely wasn't very comfortable. The man huffed. I know heaving a panic attack was in no way a something enjoyable, but you don't have to answer the question. At least for now. Shoyuta thought. He wasn't the best at comforting people by a long shot, not at all, that was more of his husband's kind of thing. He couldn't help except feel a little bad if not guilty for the kid's panic attack. He didn't want to push the child any further than he'd already had, but also, he had to do something. But there still is an important matter at hand that needs to be dealt with. His brows furrowed slightly when he saw the greenette's shoulders hunch up and become tense again. This situation is serious, and I will have to dash. A shaky, deep inhale interrupted him. The boy's shoulders were shaking again, but it wasn't panic, it was... A sob echoed through the room. God, please no, no. Don't let this be the worst day of Izuku's life. His body was tense and his eyes stung yet again. Please, please don't say it. This situation is serious, and I will have to expel you. A sob escaped Izuku's throat. No, This was his only hope, his last chance to prove that he wasn't a weak, useless freak? Now, people knew. Another sob raised from his throat and tears started spilling over yet again. He clenched the fabric of his blazer so hard his knuckles turned white. This couldn't be it. It just couldn't. The green-haired teen hissed the air through his teeth and spoke. Please, don't expel me, Mr. Aizawa. I'm sorry. I'll do anything, just please. I'm begging you, don't expel me. His voice was watery and high-pitched, wobbling and cracking with every word as he begged. Only desperation pushing him to speak. He bowed his head, hot tears falling onto his lap. Please. It sounded more like a whimper than a discreet request. He could hear fabric shifting not far from him. Midoriya, I am not going to expel you. His voice sounded almost confused. Izuku's head shot up, wide eyes and mouth slightly open. He didn't think he was hearing correctly. Was the hero joking? Or was he actually serious? You're not going to? The boy's voice was barely above a whisper. No, I'm not. The teacher confirmed calmly. Izuku's lips quivered and he choked on a sob. He started full-on ugly crying, choking on sobs and hiccups. He wiped at his eyes furiously, managing to croak out a weak, thank you, between sobs, though he didn't think the hero actually heard it. He watched the boy cry in what was probably relief. It was a little surprising of the boy to bow and beg Shoyuta not to expel him, because, what dash? He didn't really even think about doing that. The fact that the kid supposedly hid his quirk was serious and it was possibly false quirk information, which was well illegal, but it could be dealt with without many issues. Plus he had potential and, as it seems, determination. Shoyuta only expelled students who couldn't see the danger over their ego or could get themselves and others get killed in the field due to many circumstances. There was still a lot to dig into, but Shoyuta didn't want to pry into the kid any longer today. So he just let him cry. The bell rung the end of morning homeroom. He notified the rat and asked him to find someone to sub for him, and suddenly the kid stopped with his sobbing. Oh my God, I missed Dash. Don't worry, you'll be excused from the classes you missed. The green-eyed boy looked at him and nodded nervously, though like he didn't really believe he was telling the truth. But before you go, there's two more things. He shrunk back immediately at Aizawa's words. First, what I was gonna say earlier is that I'll and have already tried to contact your guardian about this, but to no result. Do you know why that could be? The boy eyed the room before responding. Quietly. My mom broke her phone a few days ago and had to get a new number, so I guess she forgot to change it. She's also busy with work. She is a nurse ND. When she isn't working, she's usually resting so she can be hard to reach, the child stammered. Shoyuta hummed, a reasonable explanation, though he wasn't sure if he fully believed it. Please tell her to update it and contact me. If she doesn't by Friday, I'll write her an email. The greenette nodded and the raven-haired hero continued. The other thing, they took a deep breath. Can you show me your wings? And the teen's eyes blew wide open. You don't have to if you're not comfortable with it, but I'd like to see them. The kid seemed to think about it and hesitate for a solid moment. His eyes flicked up to Shoyuta and then to some place on the floor. Oh, okay. Midoriya stood up and took off his blazer, then followed his messily done tie. His hands hovered above the buttons of his shirt slightly, with a slight tremor to them. He took off his shirt, revealing a torso wrapped with bandages. His right arm was also bandaged from the shoulder to his elbow, but that was Recovery Girl's doing. Shoyuta was pushing back a question about the other ones though. The teen reached behind his back with a wince and then slowly, he unwrapped the bandages. As Theboe removed last layer of the white material from his body, his wings fluttered softly as they fell loosely to his back. He wanted to focus on the wings, but something else caught the hero's attention. Bruises. Red and purplish fresh-looking bruises on the child's torso. One barely above his left hip, one under the right side of his ribs, and another one a few centimeters below his collarbone. He did indeed have some scrapes and small burns from yesterday, but still. A twingle of concern thugged on Aizawa's mind. What are the bruises from? Slipped out before he really thought about it. Oh, a dash. It fell down the stairs when I was running late for the train this morning. the kid said, looking a little ashamed and embarrassed. Shoyuta nodded. Despite it kind of feeling like an excuse, he wouldn't pry. For now, can you turn around? The boy was reluctant but did so anyway. The man stepped closer. Then Shoyuta got a good, proper look at the kid's wings. They were fairly big, falling to the backs of the teen's knees. They were a kind of a natural orange with a reddish hue close to the base, rimmed by a thick lighter orange stripe. The top part of individual parts of the wings, or at least the parts he could see since they were folded, looked almost dusty in color, and the bottom half of his wings was darker. On each of the two parts of the two wings had a colorful circle on it, like some butterflies do. They looked delicate, and fragile, not to mention ruffled from folding. He remembered the boy also had antennae, but he wasn't gonna ask about those now. He took a step back and told the boy to get dressed, which the teen hurried to do so, and Shoyuta looked away, to give him some privacy. Not very long after, Shoyuta said in a scruffy voice, "Thank you for showing me." He after another few moments glanced over just to see the kid struggling with his tie, but once he noticed his glance he hurriedly tied a half-butted knot on it and went to grab his backpack. Shoyuta turned to him and crossed his arms over his chest. "Before you run off to class, go see Recovery Girl, that's an order. And rest at the infirmary for a while after she heals you. Also tell her about the bruises, then you can go to class, got it?" Why, sir?" the kid stammered and nodded jerkily. He grabbed his backpack and scrambled for the door. Have a good rest of the day," he peeped before quickly opening the door and rushing out. Shoyuta stood there for a moment and just stared at the door. He ran a hand over his face and through his hair. This kid is gonna turn out to be a one big magnet for problems, isn't he? Izuku's eyes blinked open to a bright ceiling. He laid there confused, but the moment he realized he didn't recognize it, he sprung up into a sitting position, the sudden movement causing him to flinch as he felt a pinch of pain in multiple parts of his body at the same time. "Careful, dear, you just had those healed, some parts of your body are still tender," an elderly voice said. Izuku looked around frantically to see where it came from before his gaze landed on the head of gray hair pulled into a neat bun. Wait, he was in the infirmary. What was he doing here? He went to see Recovery Girl after his conversation with Mr. Aizawa. The conversation where he just so happened to drive himself into a full-blown panic attack and lie straight to his teacher's face. The man had told him to go see her and get the rest of his injuries healed, including the bruises he got from plummeting down the stairs this morning. He remembered her seeming angry after he told her that he tackled to Mr. Aizawa before coming to her office. He also remembered being scolded for the bruises and binding his wings too tight. The wings. She knew about his wings. She knew about his wings and didn't say anything, didn't ask, didn't say anything else except the fact that it's dangerous and bad for him to bind them so tightly to his body. After that it was all blurry, and next thing he knew he was sitting on a bed in the infirmary, still shirtless, trying to make sense of something at least while staring at the elderly heroine sitting calmly in her chair. With a slight shake to his voice, Izuku stuttered out a weak W. And before he forced himself to finish the question, Recovery Girl answered. "The moment I finished healing you, you were out like a light. So I let you rest." "Oh, so he passed out." She turned her head towards the clock and hummed to herself, before looking at Izuku again. "You have about 30 minutes left before lunch starts. Would you like to go to class or wait here until then?" It was almost lunchtime already? Izuku didn't know he missed that many classes already. Now, it was probably art history with midnight if he remembered correctly. He didn't really feel like going to class, but he also didn't want to be any more of a bother that he was already. "Though, I think it would be better for you to stay here till lunch begins and rest up a little more." Izuku nodded, awkwardly shifting under the blanket that covered only the bottom half of his body at the moment. He felt uncomfortable. He knew that Recovery Girl has for sure seen many things in her career as a healer and a pro hero, but that didn't make the fact that he was sitting shirtless with his wings unbound, straight across from her, any more comfortable. "See, you put my clothes on?" he questioned quietly, looking away from the youthful heroine, who responded a few seconds later, her voice soft. "Of course, Sonny, go ahead," and turned to her computer. His blazer, shirt, and tie were all stacked on the chair next to his bed. The green net shifted, swinging, dropping his legs off of the edge of the bed and standing up. He picked up the white shirt but froze. His bandages, he had to put them on first, but where were they? He shuffled through the clothes and didn't find them. The teen looked around the room, trying to see if Recovery Girl had put them somewhere. She hadn't. He sheepishly looked over his shoulder, debating if he should ask her. "If you're looking for those bandages, dear, you won't find them." She spoke, and Izuku startled. Did she just read his mind? "I disposed of them, and—" "What? Why what?" Izuku muttered over his shoulder, his eyes wide. The heroine sighed. "I do not want, and will not allow you to bind your wings, young man." Her tone sharpened slightly. "For now I will not press the issue to know why you did so, but I will also not stand by while you do something that's bad for your body." He felt a pinch of guilt in his side and almost winced at the woman's bluntness. "So I won't allow you to bind your wings in any way." A surge of panic spread through his body. If he couldn't bind his wings, everyone would be able to see them, everyone would know that he'd been lying, pretending. They would know that he's a freak. What the no? His hands went to his chest and shoulders instinctively, clenching into palms, nails digging in his skin as he shrunk on himself. He didn't mean to raise his voice and he immediately felt terrible, but Recovery Girl didn't seem like she cared that he did at all. Instead she looked at him and her expression seemed to soften. "Dear, I know that you probably don't agree with me, but I can't keep letting you do something harmful to your body." Her tone was calm, and her voice firm yet soft as she spoke. Something in her eyes seemed to make Izuku relax a little, though he was usually uncomfortable with eye contact. Now, it didn't feel so intense. "Beeb, everyone will—" He couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. The room was filled by a long deep sigh, and the woman responded. "If anyone asks you anything, them that you could not use your quirk because of a medical reason. Though I don't agree with any sort of lying or hiding when it comes to healthcare, I will make an exception this time. This is a complicated situation, but my main concern and priority is your well-being. So for now rest up, put on your clothes and take it easy." The woman's tone was more serious as she spoke, but softened towards the end. Izuku didn't have it in him to protest or question what she said, so he just nodded sheepishly and hesitantly straightened from his hunched position. He reached for the clothes folded next to him. What would his mom think about this? The shirt in his hands suddenly felt oddly heavy. It felt weird for his wings to be just sticking out from where his shirt ended. He buttoned it up and reached for his tie, the pain of his existence, and of course failed miserably at attempting to tie it. He sighed in defeat and let the red abomination of a necktie be. Next came his blazer, and when he put it on it felt oddly uncomfortable on his unrestrained wings, but it was bearable. He tried to adjust the fabric, once, twice, thrice, just to have no result. It just felt wrong. Recovery Girl kept watching him from her space behind her desk, then interrupted his endless clothes adjusting. "The school will provide you with a adjusted uniform soon, hopefully by tomorrow." That startled Izuku. I don't need one, it's fine. This one's perfectly fine," he stammered, and the old heroine shook her head. "Anyone with eyes could see that it's not sunny." "Okay." He sat down on the bed, awkwardly waiting for the lunch bell, nervously picking and scratching at the skin of his knuckles. In the silence, Recovery Girl's chair squeaked, and the woman grabbed her cane. The sudden noise made Izuku flinch, and her syringe-shaped cane clicked against the floor. She extended her hand, seemingly holding something. Izuku slowly opened his palm and put it under the woman's smaller fist. She dropped something colorful in his hand. "Have some gummies, dear. The bell will also ring soon, so I won't hold you here any longer." The boy blinked at the gummies, then at Recovery Girl. He scurried to his feet, grabbed his school bag and nodded to the woman. "Thank you." He threw the bag over one shoulder and made his way to the door. Have a good rest of the day." And he walked out of the infirmary, the door clicking behind him. Izuku was just about to go get his food, nothing else, just getting something to eat. But apparently, he didn't deserve even a moment of fing peace. He was holding the empty tray, just about to step in the line quietly, planning on disappearing in some quiet corner of the cafeteria and eating his food in peace. That was until something painfully thugged on his wing, scaring the ever-living sheet out of him. He yelped and winced strongly, dropping the empty tray in the Minta. So they are actually real, said someone with a lisp from somewhere below. Izuku was panting slightly as his eyes darted downwards and landed on a head of purple ball. It was one of his classmates, Mineta if he recalled correctly. He was staring directly up at Izuku, and if that wasn't the exact type of eye contact Izuku hated. He looked down at the tray he dropped, but he felt the boy still staring. If you had a quirk this entire time, why didn't you show it? And Izuku only took a shaky deep breath. Hey, it's rude not to answer a question. The shorter boy stepped close to where Izuku was staring at the floor, pretty much shoving himself into his personal space. Hey, what are you doing? Leave him alone. A familiar voice sounded from nearby. The brunette's eyes shot up. Uraraka. It was Uraraka, walking quickly in their direction, Ida walking close behind her. Izuku took an unsteady step back from the short boy. What? I was just curious if those wings of his were actually real. What's wrong with that? Uraraka looked almost angry. Can't you see how uncomfortable he is? Read the room, Mineta. Ida nodded. And still you can ask in private. It's highly disrespectful and inappropriate to touch your classmates without their permission. I was just curious, geez. The boy backed off and walked away. Uraraka watched him walk away. What a jark. She then turned to Izuku, her expression shifting to a concerned one. Are you okay, Midoriya? Thank you for that. She smiled softly. No problem. He's been acting like a weirdo all day. Suddenly Ida bent over and picked up Izuku's tray. Here, you dropped it. The shorter boy took the tray slowly. Thanks, he replied quietly. The taller boy nodded and pushed his glasses back on his nose. Well, let's get something to eat. I'm starving and all food smells delicious, the brunette cheered. The blue-haired boy's hand moved in a chopping motion. I agree with Uraraka. It's of utmost importance that we get a fair amount of nutrition at our age. Izuku felt the corners twitch upward into a soft smile and nodded lightly. They got their food and found a table with plenty of empty seats. They sat down and begun chatting lightly. This rice is so yummy. Uraraka beamed, mouth full of rice. Izuku took a bite of his own rice and nodded in agreement. Oh Midoriya, since you missed some classes, would you like to exchange numbers? I could send you my notes so you're not missing anything important. That's a great idea. I could also send you my notes if we exchange numbers. Ida chimed in. Izuku blinked in surprise. Really? I wouldn't want to be of trouble to you. No one has ever offered to send him notes or even exchange numbers. Yeah, it's fine. That's what friends do, right? She confirmed. Friends? She said they were friends. So it was actually true? He made friends? He snapped back to reality and nodded. He decided to be a little more brave. Taking a deep breath, he willed himself to speak. So, did anything interesting happen while I wasn't in class? His shoulders hunched up but more relaxed than before. The girl seemed to think for a few seconds. Well, Mr. Aizawa came by and she looked at Izuku and paused shortly. We chose the class rep. Really? Who is it? He asked, genuinely curious. Even though he didn't know his classmates much, he was still interested who was chosen. Todoroki is the representative and Yaoyorozu is the vice rep, she said, with a mouthful of rice once again. I would expect it to be Ida, he dared to add, hoping his blue-haired classmate wouldn't mind it. Exactly, she exclaimed, turning to Ida. You even look the part, because of the glasses. She smiled and pointed to her face with her chopsticks lightly. Is that really how people in power should be decided? Ida hummed. Though I am not saying I would at all mind being in that position, working in the Ida agency has taught me that wanting and being actually suited for a job are two entirely different things. Ida agency, like in the Ida agency? Wait, the Ida agency? Could you? Why you wouldn't happen to be related to the turbo hero Ingenium, right? Izuku leaned forward, his shoulders relaxing more as excitement and curiosity spread through him. Yes. He is my elder brother, the blue-haired teen announced proudly. That's so cool, Izuku beamed. Your family's famols, Uraraka exclaimed in awe. Wait, so, that must mean you're crazy rich, right? She continued, eyes sparkling with amusement. And Ida seemed to be taken back slightly by that. Well, yes, I didn't want to be treated differently due to my family's heritage, so I didn't mention it. I don't think that changes anything, but I still think it's super cool that Ingenium is your brother, Izuku said, a soft smile playing on his lips. Yeah, exactly. I don't have any siblings, but it'd be so cool having one who's a pro hero, the brown-haired girl exclaimed, and Izuku nodded rapidly. I agree. Izuku's excitement grew even more. So does Dash. His question was interrupted by loud ringing that filled the cafeteria suddenly. Izuku winced at the volume. Warning! Level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. Ida stood up. A level 3 security breach? One of the students sitting close by spoke up. That means someone got past the school's barrier, and that hasn't happened in my 3 years here. We should go. Everyone got up from their seats and make a quick way to the nearest doorway. Soon halls were flooded with panicking and screaming students, and Izuku had to cover his ears because of the sheer volume of it all. Some orderly fashion, all right. Everyone kept pushing and shoving one another, stepping on other people's legs. Izuku grunted painfully when he was at the receiving end of an elbow straight to the stomach. Uraraka cried out as someone pushed her hard. This is a total mess. Izuku winced again as someone right next to him shouted something loud, and then someone shoved him, pushing him away from his friends. It was loud. Everything was so loud. He was pushed once more, and the back of his head hit the thick glass of the window with a grunt, before getting shoved in a different direction again. Suddenly he heard Ida's voice yell something before the boy floated up to the ceiling and started spinning across the hallway towards the emergency exit, where he collided with the wall head-on. The blue-haired teen caught himself on one of the pipes, and with shaking legs, balancing on the thin door frame. Then he shouted, "Listen up. Everything is okay." The shouting got quieter. Izuku put his hands down from his ears. It's just the media outside. There's nothing to worry about. Everything's fine. We're UA students, we need to remain calm and prove that we're the best of the best. Now everyone was quiet and police sirens could be heard in the distance. He smiled. But Ida's amazing. After that everything calmed down and everyone went to their classrooms. The afternoon homeroom was their next class. The greenette put his things to his desk and looked around the somewhat quiet class. Everyone seemed to be there. Wait, no, not everyone. Bakugo wasn't there. He walked over to Uraraka. Has Kaken been in school today? Izuku knew Katsuki rarely missed school, especially this early into the school year. HM? Oh, Bakugo? He hasn't been here the whole day. Yeah, that is weird. No wonder it's so quiet. Maybe he's skipping. A yellow-haired boy, his name was Kaminari, spoke from his seat. Bakugo was suspended for 1 day for disobeying a teacher's direct orders and being excessively violent during training and injuring a classmate. A tired voice came from the doorway. Now quiet down. I have 2 announcements. Mr. Aizawa walked to the podium. First, Todoroki came to me with a request to be removed from position of the class representative. And Yaoyorozu as the vice rep, along with a few others, came to me with a new candidate for the position. That candidate would be Ida. The teacher turned towards Izuku's friend. So if you all including Ida are fine with it, it's settled. Ida nodded eagerly and promised to do his best. And second, on Friday we'll be visiting the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, also known as the USJ. But I'll need all of you to get a permission slip, signed by your parents. You'll give to me Friday morning, before we get on the bus. Yaoyorozu is gonna hand them out when I'm done talking. Whoever won't have it will be put into Class 1B for the day. Any questions? Fine. I'll take a nap, so all of you hellions keep it down. The teacher pulled out his yellow sleeping bag from under his desk, climbed into it and leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. Shoyuta opened the doot of their apartment, kicked off his shoes. Chili running to tangle between his legs and greeting him with soft meows. After took off his capture weapon and put it on the hook by the door, he bent over and scratched the cat between her ears and under her chin, before standing back up and cracking his back. He walked towards the living room, the cat trailing close behind him. When he walked in, he saw his husband sitting on the couch, bent over papers scattered on the coffee table, reading glasses on his nose, orange pen in hand. Shoyuta slowly made his way to the couch. "You'll be complaining about your back hurting for days again if you keep this up." His husband looked up, hearing aid only in one ear. He smiled softly at the raven-haired man. "Hey Shoyuta leaned down slightly to where his husband's face came up to look at him and kissed him softly. "Hey." The dark-haired man sat down beside him with a huff and leaned back against the couch. "How was your class?" Hisashi asked. They haven't seen each other since they tried to make the reporters that caused the alarm to go off leave. And before that only in the morning when they arrived to school together. He groaned, tearing, followed by a sigh. "Though, today had some especially draining elements," he added, and Chili jumped onto the couch before settling in his lap. "HM? What happened?" Hisashi side-glanced Shoyuta, looking up from his grading. "Apart from the FING press in the morning and at lunch? I had a talk with Midoriya." "Oh right, the green bean, yeah? He got injured during All Might's class and you spent your night watching footage of the fight, instead of sleeping, leaving me sad and lonely in our bed." The blonde man put his hand on his chest dramatically. Yeah, and you weren't lonely, you had BCE with you," the green-eyed man fake sniffled. "Yeah, but he didn't want to cuddle with me, so that doesn't count." The gray tabby cat meowed from its spot on the cat tree. "Yeah, I'm still mad about that, you little punk," Hisashi said to the cat, who, like all cats do, just didn't seem have it in him to care. "Well, did something happen during your talk with the little listener?" His husband turned back to him. And Shoyuta sighed. "He had a panic attack, a pretty nasty one at that." The blonde man essayed a breath through his teeth. "Poor kiddo, he's quirkless, right? He can't have it easy." The erasure hero felt his face scrunch up into a frown. "Actually, it turns out he has a quirk." His husband takes a few seconds before turning to face Shoyuta fully. "What?" And the black-eyed man sighs and runs a hand through his hair. "Exactly what I said. Hisashi looks like his brain might short-circuit any moment." "Did he stress manifest it or something? Like a really, really late bloomer?" he questioned. "No, said he's been hiding it." The blonde man also ran a hand through his hair, tied in a messy bun. "But in his file it says, how would the doctors not have noticed? Is it a mental quirk or something like that?" "Beats me, and no, it's a mutation quirk." They sat in a few moments of silence. "What kind of a mutation?" the voice hero asked, and Shoyuta hesitated before answering. "Some kind of an insect. Probably moth or maybe some kind of a butterfly, but hard to say for now." He saw his husband's expression change the moment the words left his mouth. Shoyuta could swear that the other man paled a little. And weird silence stretched on as his husband stared at him, that "please be joking right now" look, clear as day in his eyes. He knew how bad Hisashi's entomophobia was firsthand, and he also knew that's why his husband knew that Shoyuta wouldn't joke about something like this. Shoyuta gently put his hand to his partner's cheek, frowning to himself a little. The blonde man sighed and closed his eyes, leaning into the soft touch. Hisashi ran a hand over his face. "How evident is the mutation?" And Shoyuta took his husband's hand into his. "From what I know and saw, he has only wings and antennae. But I don't know much." Hisashi nodded. "He seems like a good kid. I don't want him to think I resent him or something. I'll try to see past it, but I dunno how that will go. I won't stop teaching English in your class just because I might freak out when I see him, or I don't know." Shoyuta rubbed his thumb over Hisashi's knuckles when the man squeezed his hand. "I'm not liking what I know so far." The erasure hero frowned again. Chili butted her head against his arm. Hisashi met his gaze, letting him continue. "When I asked him why he hid his quirk, he had a FING full-blown panic attack. Not to mention that he's just a walking ball of nerves, jumpy, anxious. He has only one emergency contact, his mother, who just so happens to be unreachable. He's skinny and small for his age, not to mention the eye bags under his eyes. He has a multitude of scars on his body, not to mention when I asked him to show me his wings, he had multiple fresh bruises. And he told me he just so happened to fall down the stairs this morning. He's been binding his wings to his body with bandages, even tighter than Kaio does. And the list goes on." He groaned. "There's just so many alarm bells going off in my brain because of this kid." Hisashi rested his head on his husband's shoulder. You said you couldn't reach his mom? Shoyuta exhaled deeply. Yeah, well you need those permit-ion slips for USJ signed by their parents, right? Wait till Friday and if nothing you'll do a surprise home visit or call Suki. Shoyuta huffed a soft laugh. Yeah, we'll see Friday. The door opened with a soft click of the lock being unlocked. He huffed, bending over to take off his red shoes. He felt so tired. Today was draining. So much had happened, he got Uraraka and Ida's numbets. The security breach. That whole panic attack thing that he did not want to think about. He made his way to his room. Izuku dropped his school bag next to his desk and started to undo the parody of a tie that hung around his neck. The greenette slowly took off his blazer and looked at it. Recovery girl said that I should get a new uniform tomorrow. Damn it. And it was then that it actually, finally dawned on him. His secret was out. People knew that he had a quirk. You're not normal, Izuku. You're a freak of nature, the words echoed in his head. No one, under any circumstances, can find out what you really are. You'll tell everyone you're quirkless, Izuku. They would hate you, his mother's voice filled his thoughts. Memories of what she said and used to say, circling in his mind, slowly creating a tornado. People knew now, and yet, they didn't seem to hate him with every part of their being. It didn't seem like they wanted him dead on the spot. His classmates knew, and didn't do anything really? Well, apart from Mineta, his friends knew, but didn't bring it up, just talked to him like nothing changed. Mr. Aizawa and Recovery Girl didn't threaten him or anything, they just had questions. What if they didn't? They would hate you. What if his mom had been wrong? They would hate you. What if they would hate you? But his mother must have been right. She was his mom, she wouldn't lie to him. She loved him. She did it all to protect him. Because he was a freak. He was a freak, and yet, they didn't act like he was. Why didn't they act like he was one? Why didn't they treat him that way? Were they pretending? Acting so they could hurt him when he didn't expect it? Or were they perhaps oblivious? Oblivious to the fact that he was a freak who would have been better off born without a quirk. Maybe they just didn't realize it yet, and if that was the case, Izuku hoped just a little bit that they wouldn't for a little while longer. Just a little. A buzzing sound came from his backpack, tearing his attention from the swirling storm forming in his mind. He pulled out his phone and saw that he had 3 new messages. 2 from Uraraka and 1 from Ida. All right, they offered to send him their notes from the classes he missed. He put on some sweatpants and a t-shirt, which still felt somewhat weird without his bandages. They both sent him the notes and Izuku thanked them. He planned on copying the notes right away, but just as he was about to sit down behind his desk, his stomach growled. He could usually handle being a little hungry, he was pretty used to it, or he didn't feel all that hungry sometimes, though, since he started training he was getting hungry more often. And today? He didn't get to finish his lunch due to the whole alarm situation. With a groan, Izuku went to the kitchen. After a very short look into the fridge and cabinets, it was clear that there wasn't anything actual to eat. The closest he would get to a dinner today would be a few rice crackers and a bit of peanut butter. That would just have to make do for today. Hopefully his mom would buy groceries soon. He sat down at the kitchen table and ate the food and went back to his room to copy the notes Uraraka and Ida sent him. He dug around his backpack, trying to find his English notebook. He successfully located the thing and pulled it out, but along with it fell out a piece of paper. It was the pre-mission slip they needed signed by their parents so they could go to the USJ. He needed his mother's signature. Great. He didn't know when she was gonna get home or if she won't be so tired that she doesn't even notice it. He put it on the kitchen table with a sticky note attached on it. Please sign this. I need it for a school trip. Don't worry, it's free. Thank you so much. He felt bad for bothering her with it. She was already so busy and tired from work, he didn't want her to feel like she wasn't doing enough already. She was providing for the both of them. Buying food, keeping a roof over their heads, all on her own. She was doing so much for a freak of nature like him. After he finished copying the notes from his friends, he put down his pen and decided to exercise. Because he skipped training in the last few days, and he was still a long way behind his classmates. How effing dare they? How effing dare they suspend him? And for what effing reason? He was so close to proving who was gonna be the no. One hero on the spot, before Deku pulled some shitty stunt, and he was to blame? It was the nerd's fault that he was sitting at home with the hag beaching at him for 100 reasons before she went to a meeting. His dad was in his office, and he also seemed almost angry at him. But who gives a shit? Katsuki for sure doesn't. The thing that was nagging him the most though weren't his parents or his hobo-butted homeroom teachers suspending him for a day, no. It was that nerdy BSTRD. That FNG pathetic, useless, spineless, worthless freak show on 2 toothpick legs. How dare he stand up to Katsuki? I'll prove that I can be a hero, even if it means having to fight you. The blonde gritted his teeth. How dare that pathetic piece of shit think he can beat him? How dare he beat him? How dare he look down on him? That pathetic piece of nothing shouldn't have even gotten to UA. He didn't belong there. He was a worthless weakling without potential. A skinny wimp who couldn't do anything. He wasn't supposed to even have chance against him in battle. But Katsuki won't admit it. He won't admit that he lost to a quirkless BSTRD like Deku. Quirkless. Deku is quirkless. He's known him his entire life and Deku has always been quirkless. He didn't have a quirk. Deku did not have a quirk. So why in the effing hell did the beast have wings all of a sudden? Katsuki knew what he saw. He saw wings sprouting from that green-haired nerd's back. But how the shit was that even possible? He didn't have them before. He didn't have them, right? He didn't. If he did, Katsuki would have noticed. Would know. It's not possible that he had them before. Where the F would he hide them? It's impossible that the nerd could have hid those big butt wings their whole lives. It would be impossible. But Katsuki hadn't seen him without a shirt on ever since they were 4, had he? Not even in gym class. The BSTRD always changed in the bathroom. No. What about Auntie Inko Dash? She always said the wimp was quirkless. Though, it's been a long time since she was over, since he even saw her, really long. What the hell did it all mean? Shitty Deku has had a quirk this entire time, and he just lied. He lied to Katsuki. He thought that by hiding the fact that he has a quirk, they could be equals. That he could be on the same level as Katsuki by hiding his FING quirk. Fury bubbled in the teen Bakugo's gut. Picking at his palms, clawing at his skin. Steam started rising from his hands that were twitching at his sides. That annoying sheet made a big mistake thinking he can look down on him. On the future number 1 FANG hero. The blonde saw red. How dare he? Who in hell does he think he is? He won't let that slide. He'll make that FANG freak pay. He'll show that shitty extra what he gets for underestimating him. With a growl he swung at his desk, explosions popping at his palm. A loud bang sounded through the room. Papers burning, flying and scattering all around. The smell of nitroglycerin and burned wood and paper filled the room. The boy panted, rage seeping from his steaming palms in the form of a thick smoke. His blood was rushing in his ears, burning in his veins. He didn't hear the door open behind him. Katsuki, the rage-filled teen, turned his gaze over his shoulder to stare at his father, who stood in the doorway, with an expression Katsuki almost never saw painted across the older Bakugo's face. What did we say about using your quirk in your room? His tone was serious, eyebrows furrowed with a frown. Look at this mess and your desk. Jesus, what's gotten into you in the past few days? The brown-haired man pushed his glasses back as he pinched the bridge of his nose. With a sigh, he folded his arms over his chest and just stared at the fuming boy, who after a few moments of silence straightened and turned to face him. Is that mean? Katsuki spat with a scowl on his face. The older man just stared at him and huffed, then he eyed the papers scattered across the floor. The teen growled. What? Masaru's brown eyes met his son's red ones. First you get suspended on the second day of school, and now you're trashing your room and destroying furniture in the middle of an important work call? What's going on? Tis, none of your business, he bit back. Katsuki, you were suspended for attacking a classmate after a teacher told you to stop, and injured him to the point of unconsciousness. Not to mention it was Izuku. And your teacher also mentioned verbal attacks and discrimination. The hobo snitch, the blonde muttered. Don't talk like that about your homeroom teacher. Damn it, I don't know what's going on in that thick skull of yours, but you can't just use violence to resolve it. The boy's father sighed. Katsuki saw something wash over his father's face that forced him to look away, that look he used only when something was really serious. Look, I'm not disappointed, neither is your mother. We just don't want you to get in trouble. And this goes way past the cuss words or occasional explosions and outbursts. We love you, but this isn't something to be taken lightly. The nerd deserved it, the boy interrupted. He had a concussion, a broken arm, cracked ribs and multiple burns and bruises. Masaru deadpanned. He sighed before finishing. Listen, I don't know what happened between you two, but I know one thing. It was wrong and you shouldn't have done that. The man finally uncrossed his arms and turned around to leave, stopping with a hand on the doorframe. Clean up and think about it, please? Katsuki, from the corner of his eye, saw something soft and sad replace the stern look on his father's face before the man closed the door and walked away. It was very rare that his old man gave him a lecture instead of the hag, so he knew this must be why he's been acting all cold and sheet since yesterday. Katsuki looked at the half-burned piece of paper on the floor in front of him and kicked it. Then he kneeled down and angrily picked all the papers up, put them in a messy stack and down on his desk. His father's expression lingered in his mind, so with a grunt he grabbed one of his weights from their spot next to his bed and started bending and straightening his arm in a steady rhythm. I'll prove I can be a hero, no matter what. I'll do whatever it takes to prove you wrong, Kaken. Katsuki felt the anger bubble in his chest again. Stop it, Kaken. He gritted his teeth. I'll show you Deku, just you wait. Hisashi didn't consider himself an anxious person. There were times when he was anxious, of course, but it wasn't very often. He knew how to keep himself calm, well, except when bugs were involved. Insects were always a problem for him. He didn't know why. But ever since he could remember, he couldn't stand those things. Sure, he could say that a butterfly has a nice color or handle an annoying fly just flying around. But have them crawling anywhere near him? Yeah, no thank you. It was gross, the way they crawled and squirmed, it sent shivers down his spine. Just the thought of them crawling on his body made him shudder. Their little legs with hooks, catching on his skin and getting stuck on the fabric of his clothes and in his hair. The way their long, thin antennae moved, the creepy tiny eyes that weren't even visible half the time. Horrible. It made him nauseous sometimes, uneasy, anxious, afraid. Those things were the pain of his existence. He wasn't afraid of going out or anything, but to go and willingly touch a beetle? There once was a student in the support course. A girl with a termite mutation, Sakihiko. She was nice, and completely understood and respected when they established a few boundaries. Though, he still felt bad and a bit off-put every time they passed each other in the halls. She actually thanked him when she graduated, which surprised him, but also made him feel better about the whole thing. So when Shoyuta told him that a seemingly quirkless student from his class turned out to have an insect mutation quirk, he got anxious. He'd seen the kid only once in the 3 school days that had passed so far. That time being when still nobody knew that the boy was actually hiding a quirk. Midoriya seemed like a good kid, at least from what Hisashi gathered over the one English lesson they had together and what Shoyuta mentioned. Shy, nervous, reserved compared to the other listeners. That's why he was almost immediately reminded of Sakihiko. And honestly, he didn't want it to turn out the same way. He wanted to treat any students differently just because of their quirks. After all, that's how it should be. A quirk doesn't define a person. He had gone through discrimination and quirkist assholes. Shoyuta did too, none of them had it easy growing up. And he knew that he never wanted another child to experience the same. That's why he originally wanted to become a hero. That's why he had monthly guest nights with fellow heroes where they talk about quirkism and discrimination. He didn't want Midoriya to feel like there was something wrong with him because of his quirk. He had to do this. He could do this, hopefully. He sighed, downing the rest of his morning tea. Get it together, man, he whispered and rubbed the corners of his eyes. The blonde got up from the kitchen table and washed his mug, accidentally almost tripping over Chili, who decided that this was just the right moment to cuddle and begun twirling between his legs in the process. Get up, we're leaving soon, he called for his husband. who responded with an unamused grunt. Your coffee is gonna get cold if you don't get your pretty butt out of bed. The bedroom door opened, and the black-haired man dragged himself to the table, already in his hero costume, except the capture scarf that hung by the front door on the hanger. Sometimes I have the feeling you would rather married a coffee machine instead of me. Shoyuta looked up from the cup of his elixir of life, and just stared at Hisashi. Unamused. The voice hero's lips quirked up and he went over and kissed the top of his husband's head, before grabbing his car keys and walking to the hallway. By the time he put on his shoes, the black-haired hero finished his coffee and also put on his shozas. He put the capture scarf around his neck, walked out to the hall, and Hisashi locked the apartment door with a click. The drive to UA was peaceful, taking the usual 20 minutes since traffic wasn't bad this early in the morning. Once at UA, he went to put on the rest of his hero costume and do his hair while Shoyuta went to talk with Recovery Girl about something regarding Midoriya. Midoriya? Hisashi shook the lurking feeling of unease settling in his brain. After 20 minutes and a half a container of hair gel, he was ready to roll. He has English with 1A on the third PRD. So plenty of time until then. Homeroom with 2C and English with 3A are his classes before that, so he better prepare some stuff for that. Izuku was walking through the hall. Recovery Girl mentioned something about the new uniform yesterday, but he didn't know if he should go to her office. Though having his wings under his shirt and blazer wasn't very comfortable, they were at least somewhat hidden. The thought of them just sticking out of his uniform, out in the open for everyone to see, made the knot on his stomach appear and twist yet again. He was just about to reach out for the door to the classroom when a voice behind him startled him. Midoriya. Izuku flinched and squeaked, not a yelp, not a gasp, an actual squeak. He turned around slowly. Mr. Aizawa stood behind him, looking like he had every intent to kill Izuku just by his stare alone. The greenette shrunk back instantly. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa? He stared up at his teacher. Hopefully he hasn't changed his mind about not expelling him. Recovery Girl's office. Come. The man grumbled into the folds of his capture weapon, loud enough for Izuku to hear, and started walking away, past Izuku and further down the hall. Izuku stared for a few seconds before scrambling to follow his teacher. They silently walked through the halls and eventually arrived before Recovery Girl's office. Izuku wondered if the healer would be here this early. Honestly, Mr. Aizawa was here early too though, yesterday too, when he helped Izuku get away from the reporters. Though, it would make sense that most of the staff would arrive before the students. His homeroom teacher didn't even knock before opening the door to the infirmary and stepping inside. I brought Midoriya, he said gruffly. Izuku stepped inside, hunched over slightly. He looked around, still standing behind his teacher. He lowered his shoulders and decided to let his guard down a little. There you are. Recovery Girl said from somewhere in front of Aizawa, and before he could peek around the erasure hero to greet her, the man grunted loudly in pain. I dash. He hunched over and grabbed his leg. Izuku flinched back. The hero hissed and the woman's cane clicked against the floor. Why would you dash? The man gritted out, but Recovery Girl didn't let him finish the sentence. Because you were supposed to bring the boy here yesterday first thing in the morning. Not interrogate him like some criminal and then send him here on his own. The woman sounded fairly angry, the furrow in her brow just proving the fact. And you came in like a brute without even knocking. At least you didn't have to hit me, that guard. The black-haired hero mumbled to himself quietly while he rubbed his shin. Be glad I didn't hit you in that thick head of yours, the elderly woman retorted. She sighed and turned to Izuku, expression softening instantly, turning from a frown to a neutral one. I have your new uniform for you. Come along, dear, she said and started walking to the door to what Izuku supposed was her private office. The boy followed after her and she stepped inside. She stepped back out and handed him the neatly folded uniform. Izuku looked down on it nervously as dread scratched at the back of his throat the longer his eyes lingered on the white fabric of the folded shirt. His gaze traveled over to his homeroom teacher who still stood close by the door, hands in pockets, hunched over slightly, narrow and focused on Izuku. The boy looked away after a few seconds and then the youthful heroine emerged from her private office. Izuku was starting to feel restless. There was the odd silence in the room that just made him uncomfortable and more anxious. Is this why you brought me here, Mr. Aizawa? He asked sheepishly, looking at the uniform and then at his teacher. The man huffed. Partially, and met the boy's gaze, making Izuku feel small. Recovery Girl shook her head looking at the man, and the raven-haired hero ran a hand through his hair with a deep sigh. We need to talk about your quirk. As soon as the words left the Aizawa's mouth, Izuku felt his throat close up. He squeezed the uniform in his hands tighter and the elder heroine spoke. You couldn't be more blunt, Aizawa. To which the erasure hero responded with a grumble. It's morning. And her lips pressed into a thin, unimpressed line, but she didn't comment further. But Aizawa is right, she turned to Izuku. There's a lot of important things we need to discuss. The green-haired teen's shoulders hunched up and he looked down at the floor, trying to swallow the lump in his throat. First, I would like you to stop hiding your antennae like that, dear. The short woman looked up to Izuku's hair. It can't be good for them, and also it must feel uncomfortable. Izuku's shoulders rose even higher to his ears with tension. If people see his antennae, they'll think he's even more of a freak. He wanted to protest and plead, but the only thing that came out of his mouth was a pathetic, "Nop, please." He couldn't force himself to say more, and bit his trembling lip. The healer's brows furrowed. And she waited a moment before speaking again. And second, we'll need you to tell us everything you know about your quirk. And Izuku almost winced at that. It felt weird when someone said it. I suppose you've never been to a specialist or a quirk counselor. Since it's not mentioned in your file, Mr. Aizawa added, and Izuku shook his head, eyes never leaving the floor. The man probably waited for Izuku to say something, but Izuku felt like he shouldn't say what he was supposed to. And even if he wanted to, it felt like there was something stuck in his throat. He forced himself to speak, feeling the teacher's persistent gaze on him, making his hands tremble. Was never tea taken there, Tsundesh, his breath hitched. Preventing. From finishing the sentence. Wanted to protect me. Your mother? The man questioned. But Izuku couldn't speak. He took a shaky breath, hoping that would loosen the lump in his throat so he could explain. Now, deep breaths. Recovery Girl came closer. Sit down, honey, she gestured to the empty bed behind him. He didn't have it in him to protest, so he just did. Only when he sat down did he notice his legs were shaking. He put the uniform he was holding down in his lap, gripping the fabric tightly. The knot on his stomach making itself prominent again. Footsteps approached slowly, stopping about 1.5 meters from Izuku, leaving some space between them. So I'm guessing you don't know much about it? The man's voice was softer than before, but still calm and neutral. Izuku shook his head again and the hero hummed. Recovery Girl? The man called the older heroine. Yes. I'll see about asking a few of my friends and old colleagues to come by next week to take a look at your quirk, she said to him. They'll definitely tell us more than just guessing. And Izuku froze. What? More people knowing about his quirk? Possibly doing tests on him? Cold sweat covered his body, but then Aizawa slowly put his hand on the stack of clothes the boy had on his lap. Hey, don't worry about it, kid, he spoke softly, and somehow it felt actually claiming. It didn't erase his anxiety fully, but it prevented him from getting caught up into a spiral in his mind. For now, his teacher continued, just wear that new uniform and take out those hair pins. Izuku's grip on the clothes tightened once more. He looked up hesitantly, hoping to change Mr. Aizawa's mind. But when his green eyes met the black tired ones, the man added, Please. Izuku didn't find the strength to protest in himself. He unclenched his hands and let go of the uniform in his lap. With shaking hands, he slowly reached into his hair and started taking out the black bobby pins. It was a bit more painful and difficult than usual, due to there being no mirror to find the pins more easily in his bush of a hair. Eventually, he took out all of the 8 pins and his antennae straightened. He was unable to look into either of the adult's eyes. He felt too exposed, wrong. The black-haired man hummed. Change into your new uniform. Class is starting soon and all the important things have been said. He then turned around and walked out of the infirmary, closing the door behind him. Recovery Girl also turned and started walking back to the door of her private office. I'll give you privacy, just knock when you're done. And like that, she disappeared in her office. Izuku stared at the door for a few seconds. before putting the clothes next to him and standing up. The new uniform wasn't actually at all different, only the shirt and blazer had slits in the back for his wings. And when he put it on it felt weird. It was majorly different than having them securely bound to his body, that's for sure. They didn't lay as flat as when he had them under the blazer and shirt before. It made his clothes feel almost a little too loose on his body. The places where fabric came in contact with the bases of his wings certainly didn't feel nice. Something kept feeling out of place and uncomfortable and just wrong. He tried to stretch his back, wondering if the fabric would move and the odd feeling would go away. He made a move and suddenly felt something almost tense, so he turned his head around and his wings weren't hanging limply at his back anymore. They were slightly straighter and twitching lightly. He could kind of feel it, and it was weird. He tried to stretch his muscles, but nothing changed. He focused on the flailing and tried to will it to stop. Then he felt a slight pull that hurt for a few seconds and left behind a sore feeling. But the twitching had stopped. His wings still seemed a little straighter than before, less limp. He decided to ignore whatever just happened and went to knock on Recovery Girl's office door. Just as he was about to go, he asked, what about the old uniform? And the woman's voice called, "Just leave it, dear, I'll take care of it." Izuku nodded, mostly to himself. "Oh, okay, have a good day." He gripped the straps of his backpack and opened the door. He stepped out, not expecting anyone to, "Oh, hello there." And the way Izuku jumped back wasn't even funny. He got startled so hard he hit the back of his head against the door frame. He let out a high-pitched groan and grabbed the back of his head. "Oh my, are you all right, young man?" The voice sounded concerned. Izuku looked up at who was speaking. He was met with a striped yellow suit on a very tall body. A thin face framed by long blonde strands of hair. Whites of eyes black in color with blue irises stared down at him in surprise. And Izuku instantly knew who he was staring at. All Might in his true form stood in front of him. And no, that was not someone who he wanted to run into at any time. He scrambled back against the wall. The hero opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly from the side where the door was appeared none other than Aizawa. "There you are, class starts soon, come on." And honestly, under any other circumstances Izuku would have been just as startled by his homeroom teacher appearing like that, but now he was discreetly suppressing the feeling of discomfort and urge to bolt that he moved to the man's side almost instantly. Aizawa didn't say anything else and just walked, the green-haired teen feeling a little more comfortable with the silence than before. They were in the hallway to 1A. Aizawa stopped in front of the door to the class. "Any problem with the uniform?" Izuku was taken back by the question. Why would Mr. Aizawa ask him that? No. The man didn't say more and opened the door. He gave Izuku a look and the teen understood that he should go in first. The man followed and closed the door just as the bell rung. Izuku went to his seat, noticing Bakugo in his seat in front of his own, glaring daggers at the smaller boy. Surprisingly, all the way through homeroom and hero ethics with Aizawa, he didn't do anything besides that. Hizashi stood a solid 30 seconds in front of One's door before he willed himself to just take a deep breath and just F it. He stepped inside just as Shoyudo was stepping off of the podium. He nodded at his husband as a greeting and the man gave a light nod back before leaving. Hizashi put the English notebook down and looked over the class, eyes stopping the moment he noticed a green mess of curls. Midoriya was chatting with Uraraka and Ida. His wings limp on his back spread just a little, they were big. They reached almost all the way to the backs of the boys' knees. They had a dusty natural color with red, brown, deep yellow and orange at some parts. But they looked exactly like a moth's wings. But it wasn't the wings that were that off-putting. It was the antennae. Looking at the antennae with a feather-like texture that stuck up from the boy's head. Hizashi had to hold back a shudder. The bell rung, and he pushed the discomfort as far in the back of his head as he possibly could. He started teaching and explaining some stuff, actually relaxing a little when he saw Midoriya just copying the notes he had written on the blackboard. He started asking questions and some of the students rose their hands, never Midoriya though. The boy only occasionally looked up from his notebook to the blackboard. And that was honestly somewhat relieving. That was until Jiro asked a question about something about the grammar in a sentence he used. He explained it and thanked her for asking. He smiled and turned around to write more about it on the blackboard when there was a loud explosion behind him. Hizashi whipped around, hero instincts on alert immediately. There was smoke coming from Midoriya's desk and Bakugo was half turned to the boy, fuming. "Shut the f***. Nobody wants to listen to your stupid muttering, Deku." Midoriya, on the other hand, looked as if he was about to fall from his chair. How discreetly he was trying to create distance between them. "Didn't mean to dash," he stammered, and more small explosions went off in Bakugo's palm. "I said shut up," the teen growled and swung at the smaller boy. Hizashi moved quickly, stepping off the podium, running between desks and grabbing the blonde boy's wrist and pulling it back just moments before he hit Midoriya. Bakugo, clam down. Hizashi let his cheery teacher demeanor drop for a moment. He could tolerate light bickering or teasing, heck even a swear word or two, but this? Absolutely not. The blonde teen turned to glare at Hizashi, jerking his wrist from the man's hold roughly. "I don't want to see any violence here, understood?" The boy rolled his eyes. "TK, it's his own fault." Hizashi looked at Midoriya. The boy was shivering slightly, staring at him with wide eyes. His antennae were also trembling, and Hizashi felt the discomfort and light dread settle in the pit of his stomach. He tried to smile but quickly turned around and walked back to the podium. He shook his head and snapped his fingers. "Anyway, let's get back to what I was saying." As the rest of the lesson stretched by, Hizashi noticed Midoriya staring at him at least twice more, though the boy never rose his hand to ask a question. The bell rung. He gathered his things and saw Uraraka come over to Midoriya, glaring at Bakugo the whole time. While the greenette just nodded to something she said. The voice hero walked out of the classroom, greeting Snipe, who was just on his way to teach 2D. He sighed and thought about what to do about Midoriya. Because although the boy's quirk disturbed Hizashi less than Sakahiko's, there was a major difference. Discussing this with Sakahiko was easy since she was calm and confident, but Midoriya was not. And the last thing he wanted to do was make the boy feel like he was some kind of a freak. Izuku's alarm beeped and he blinked his eyes open. Turning it off, he got up from bed and stretched. His back muscles had been hurting a little since yesterday. He went to the bathroom, washed his face and brushed his teeth and reached for the bobby pins by the sink. His secret was out. People in school saw him without them. He stared at the black hairpins that were laying on the small cabinet next to the sink. Just wear that new uniform and take out those hairpins. The longer he looked at the bobby pins, the more he felt a strange sense of guilt. "Settle in his gut, please." He grabbed the fistful of black hairpins and put them in a drawer. He looked at himself in the mirror. He wasn't used to seeing himself like this. Wings out, antennae just out in the open. It was strange. Yesterday, he noticed Present Mike watching him during English. After Katsuki snapped at him, there was something about the look in his eyes. Something that made gears turn in Izuku's head. He always enjoyed Present Mike's talks about quirkism and about a quirk not being what defines a person. It used to make him wonder when he was younger. Would people really see him as a freak? But he got his answer when he was 9. That was the first time a teacher had done anything to him. The boys that bullied him got really rough and hurt his arm. When he went to his teacher with tears, telling that they got rough in playing and he got hurt, she slapped him on the back of the head and scolded him for lying. Izuku heard her mutter something about quirkless scum, and when he told his mother, she told him to be grateful because if they knew what quirk he had, he'd be treated even worse. And that thought terrified him. So when he felt the eyes of his English teacher on him, he remembered all the things his teachers said to him but tried to push them away. Present Mike was one of his favorite heroes. He would maybe, just maybe, hate him a little less than others. But when he saw the flash of something in the man's eyes, he wasn't so sure. Something uncomfortable, disgusted, or maybe scared. But he stepped in when Kaken was about to hurt him. No teacher, except Mr. Aizawa once, had ever done that. Was it because they were heroes? Or did they have an actual reason? He was so confused, and it was just the morning. He slapped his cheeks. "Don't think about that right now. You need to get ready." He shook his head and grabbed a hairbrush. He tried to at least untangle the ends of his hair, which partially worked. He tried to get a knot out of the curls on the top of his head, but one of his antennae got caught in the hairbrush, and when he pulled to try and loosen the knot by force, he shrieked in pain. After that, he got ready fairly quickly, putting on his uniform and failing at tying his necktie yet again. He grabbed his bag from his room inside. He felt kind of hungry since he went to bed on a pretty much empty stomach. He'd have to use the bit of money he had saved up to buy dinner tonight. Since his mom didn't buy groceries yet, with the permission slip, he almost forgot about it. Izuku hurried to the kitchen table and grabbed the slip. He was about to put it into his bag, but it wasn't signed. Damn it. She wasn't home. He knew that because her slippers were in the hallway like yesterday. But without her signature, he can't go. He already missed multiple trips in middle school because they didn't have much money to spare. But now he was at his dream school, he couldn't miss this. A thought popped up in his head, and though he didn't like it very much, he didn't exactly have another choice. He ran into his room, grabbed a pen, and focused hard. He felt terrible for doing this, but it wasn't the first time he'd forged his mother's signature. He'd done it on some notes he got in school about misbehaving and starting fights or lying, or a time or two in the past few years on his report cards, because he either didn't want to trouble his mom and she was too busy or tired. The signature turned out to be one of his best attempts yet, so he felt just a little pleased with himself and shoved the piece of paper into his backpack. He put on his red shoes and locked the door behind him. He was so nervous and excited. "Oh my gosh, I'm so excited," Uraraka beamed, jumping on her heels with a bright smile, and Izuku nodded along from his seat. "Why? Yeah, me too." Ida smiled and adjusted his glasses. "Yes, it's quite exciting. But we must act as proper hero students. After all, we represent UA, and any of our actions will have an impact on our school's name and reputation." His hand chopped the air. "You are really serious about following the rules, huh?" Someone behind Ida suddenly said, making Izuku jump a little. All three of them looked in the direction of the voice, and Ida stepped aside. A girl with big wide eyes and dark green hair was standing there, looking at Ida. "Boys, it is the duty of a student to comply with the rules. Especially, in our case as hero students." She put her finger on her chin and tilted her head to the side. "I get that, but aren't you a little over the top? You kinda seem like a robot when you do that hand thing." Ribbit. Wow, that was blunt. Ida visibly froze and his mouth opened slightly, but he didn't say anything. The girl continued. "I don't mean to be rude, I just say what's on my mind. Though some people really don't seem to have any manners." She looked in the direction where Bakugo was growling at Kaminari, and all of them followed her gaze. Uraraka frowned a little, and Ida pushed his glasses back on his nose. After a few seconds, the blue-haired boy opened his mouth to speak again. "Yes, though we shouldn't dash." Izuku felt something, and a strangled tingle spread through his antennae. Like a whoosh of air, something moving, perhaps, behind his head. He turned his head and something moved. He flinched and focused on what it was. Ida immediately stopped talking and they stared at the desk behind Izuku. On it stood the boy with purple ball on his head, hands outstretched towards Izuku's head. He stared blankly, not taking his eyes off Izuku. "Can you move closer? I want to touch your antennae." He did a grabby motion with his hands. Izuku could only stare at him. "What the heck?" Uraraka asked, her tone stern. "I don't know." Izuku whimpered, trying to move back from the uncomfortable stare of the boy. Mineta didn't seem to hear him or simply ignored him because he tried to reach for Izuku's antennae. "Hey, what do you think you're doing, Dash?" Ida called, but the short teen interrupted him. "I want to see what they feel like." Mr. Aizawa said he couldn't use his quirk because of a medical issue, but nothing else. "I want to know what the deal is." The boy looked at Ida. The confusion and discomfort made Izuku's anxiety spike. Why won't he back off? What was he talking about? What was happening? Mineta turned back to Izuku, whose nails dug into his palms unconsciously. "So are you like sick, Dash?" "Wah." Something pink wrapped around Mineta's arm and yanked him off the desk. The thing then retracted and turned out to be the blunt girl's tongue. The purple-haired boy rubbed his forehead, which hit the floor first when he fell, and snapped. "Oh, what the heck was that for?" She frowned. "Because you're being creepy and weird." "He's clearly uncomfortable, Ribbit." Mineta got up. Well, you don't have to be violent. Suddenly her tongue shot out and slapped him across the face. Okay, okay, he whined and scrambled to get away from her and the group. He's annoying, she added and looked at Izuku, who looked to the floor. You okay? Uraraka asked, sounding slightly concerned. Izuku nodded jerkily and she let out a frustrated huff. Who is he to think he can just touch people and ask things like that? Izuku tensed. He had no idea what Mineta was talking about. Medical issues? Did Mr. Aizawa tell them that? Would it? By the way, my name is Tsuyu Azui. But call me Tsu. The green-haired boy looked up again, and Uraraka chimed in with a smile. Ochako Uraraka. Azui turned to the other boy. You're Ida, right? The boy nodded, smiling a little. And your name's Midoriya. She pointed to Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, he agreed quietly. She stared at him for a few more seconds and nodded. Then the bell rung. Mr. Aizawa entered right as it stopped ringing. I see everyone's here, so we can get straight to business. Hand me your signed permission slips and then go change to your hero costumes. Everyone got in line and started giving the pieces of paper to their teacher one by one. About half the class had handed the slips in when it was Izuku's turn. His hands felt cold and his stomach heavy as he handed it to Aizawa. The teacher looked at it. Might have been just Izuku's point of view, but it felt like he was observing his a little longer than others. He then hummed and put it on the stack with the rest. And Izuku felt a rock lift from his chest. It worked. He was going to the USJ. The open layout of the bus completely ruined my boarding schedule, Ida complained. You should really chill out, Ida. Their classmate with pink hair and skin, Mina was her name, exclaimed, and Ida tensed yet again. Damn, his confidence is for sure taking some punches today, huh? Izuku's lip quirked up a little, then Kaminari called his name. Hey Midoriya, why re you in your gym uniform? And Izuku tensed a little before shifting a little uncomfortably. Well, in my costume got kinda trashed during the combat exercise. It's getting fixed. He managed to stutter out. It was the truth, and he was also getting it ficed up to fit his wings on Mr. Aizawa's request. Oh, makes sense. Though it was kinda crazy to watch when 1 second you were fighting Bakugo quirkless, and suddenly you had wings. Izuku winced. There it was. It was actually kind of weird that his classmates didn't bring his quirk up, well, except for Mineta Dash. Though, maybe they thought he was so weird they didn't even want to mention it. Bakugo let out a frustrated TSK and rolled his eyes. Didn't your quirk make your brain short-circuit during that exercise? Azui, who was sitting next to him, asked the yellow-haired boy who stuttered suddenly. Why yeah, but I'm working on it. A boy with red hair who was sitting on Azui's other side, Kirishima, spoke up next. But if we're talking flashiness and strength and quirks, it has to be Bakugo and Todoroki. Azui stared at the angry boy for a while. Sure, but Bakugo with his attitude won't be really popular. Izuku stared at her shocked. Bakugo sprung from his seat shouting. What did you say, Frogface? I'll kick your butt. She turned to Izuku and pointed behind her in Bakugo's direction. See? Izuku felt the corners of his mouth twitch upward. Then multiple people from their class started poking fun at Katsuki and teasing him. That surprised Izuku. Before now it was always him getting teased and not Kaken, not the other way around. Was this okay? This was confusing. It was starting to get loud when the bus stopped and Mr. Aizawa stood up. We're here. And in an instant everyone fled the bus like it was on fire. Once outside, Izuku regrouped with Uraraka and Ida and Azui tagged along, which Izuku didn't expect, but he didn't really mind at all. Though he didn't really know her yet, she seemed nice. She seemed to have a frog-related quirk that was making Izuku curious, but he couldn't just ask her. Suddenly, someone who Izuku immediately recognized greeted them. Hello, everyone. And Izuku felt the excitement buzzing throughout his entire body. The Space Hero 13. A gentlemanly hero known for saving tons of people all across the world from all kinds of disasters. Izuku Whisper shouted in amusement. 13 is amazing. Uraraka cheered next to him and he could already feel all the notes he took on them and their quirk popping back up in his head. Alright, let's head inside without any delay. They said in a kind cheery tone and the class in unison agreed and cheered. As they walked inside, They all gasped and gaped in awe and amusement, and Izuku felt like this was a dream come true. He couldn't believe it. He was in the USJ. The inside of the huge facility was filled with various simulative zones for numerous types of accidents and disasters. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire zone, a windstorm, a forest area with a mountainscape, and so much more. There are many simulation zones for all kinds of rescue. I created this training facility to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters. You all know it as the Unforeseen Simulation Joint or the USJ. Just like Universal Studios Japan, Kaminari exclaimed from the back, and yeah, that sounded actually exactly the same. Where is All Might? Mr. Aizawa asked, walking towards 13. Or let me guess, he booked an interview instead, he said unamusedly. Actually, it's something else. 13 waved him over and said something quietly enough that they couldn't hear it. That man is the dictionary definition of irresponsibility. The teacher sighed, and Izuku remembered something then. When he first met All Might, the man said something about being on a time limit due to his injury from a villain fight, right? Could it have to do something with that? Let's not waste time and get started, the man said, and 13 nodded. But before we get started, I'll say a few important things, so listen carefully. I'm sure you're aware that I have a powerful quirk. It's called Black Hole, and it allows me to SCK up anything with my hands and turn it into dust. And you have used it to save numerous people from all kinds of disasters, Izuku said quietly without intending to, and put his hands over his mouth immediately. Though Uraraka nodded enthusiastically. That's right, but it could also be used to kill very easily, and Izuku remembered writing exactly that in his notebook when he was doing an analysis on 13. Some of you also have quirks that could be very dangerous. In our superhuman society, quirks are a part of our everyday lives, and it's often overlooked how deadly they can be. If you lose focus, act irrationally, or make the wrong move, even if trying to rescue or help someone, it could result in death. Thanks to Aizawa's quirk assessment test, you should have an idea of your power's potential, and thanks to All Might's battle training, you hopefully have an idea of how dangerous your quirk can be when used against others. Carry that knowledge over to this class so you can use your powers to save people's lives. You won't use your powers to attack enemies or each other, only to help. The hero gestured with their hands towards the students. After all, that's what being a hero is all about. Ensuring the safety of others. Gosh, 13 is so cool, Izuku thought. The space hero then bowed. That's all. Thank you so much for listening. The students clapped and cheered, but Izuku's mind wandered somewhere else. He'd never actually used his quirk, except that one time after he met All Might. He won't think about that, and even if it was on accident. And he never really thought of using it except when he was really small and didn't understand how wrong it was of him to have this quirk. He had never planned on using it. It was supposed to stay hidden, and he was supposed to become a quirkless hero. But that plan got messed up when he was outed, and his quirk wasn't a secret anymore. Was he even gonna use it? How could he use it? He didn't want to. His spiraling was interrupted by Mr. Aizawa's voice. Right, now that's over dash. He was interrupted by the lights flickering and then going out just a second later. Suddenly, the fountain in the middle of the facility seemed to turn on and off for a few seconds before a dark, swirling sort of misty mass started appearing. Aizawa whipped around and stared at the thing forming in the middle of the plaza as it spread out into a almost flame-like black-purple wall. Everyone stay together and don't move. Izuku looked at his teacher along with his classmates. 13 protect the students. A hand reaches out of the misty mass, followed by a full body stepping out of it. Hey, what is that thing? Kirishima asked and took a step back. Izuku's eyes moved to the dark wall of mist as people seemed to step out and move forward. Has the training started already? The red-haired boy questioned. I thought we were gonna rescue people. Izuku wanted to step closer to his teacher and ask what's going on, but the man snapped. Stay back. Izuku flinched. Aizawa put on his yellow goggles, and more people seemed to appear out of the apparently portal-esque wall. His tone nothing but serious. Those are real villains. In a matter of seconds, the air changed, suddenly cold and heavy. Some students gasped quietly or made noises of disbelief and confusion. 13 took a step to the side, taking a protective stance in front of the students. A moment of deafening silence followed before a bulk creature with an exposed brain stepped out of the mist, which shifted into a more flame-like form with a pair of glowing yellow eyes. The mist then seemed to speak. The only real heroes I see are 13 and Eraserhead, although according to the schedule we retrieved from UA. All Might should be here as well, perplexing. So you scumbags used the press as a cover and snuck onto campus, the teacher said with a neutral but serious tone. What? Asked the man who was the first to step out of the portal when it appeared. But I brought so many friends over who wanted to meet him. The great symbol of peace. His voice was raspy with a slight creak to his words. He was wearing all black, simple pants and a long-sleeve t-shirt. His hair was a shade of gray with a light blue tint and his face was covered by a fake white hand. Another one rested on the top of his head and multiple more were on his arms, shoulders and sides, with 2 that were wrapped around his neck. Maybe if I kill a few kids then he'll show up? Then the game could go as planned. The man spread his arms and tilted his head to the side. Aizawa, Eraserhead, grabbed his capture weapon and multiple strips of it flew around him. Izuku stared in terror at the probably dozens of villains who were making their way across the plaza in their direction. These are actual villains? Real villains? Kirishima asked. No way. How could so many of them get through the security of a UA facility like this? Yeah. Yaoyorozu stepped between Izuku and Ida. 13 Why aren't the alarms going off? The space hero didn't turn around but hummed in acknowledgement. I'm not sure. It was then when Todoroki spoke up, and Izuku turned around to look at his dual-colored classmate. One of them has to have some kind of a quirk that's masking their presence if none of the alarms have been triggered. For all we know the whole campus be getting attacked or it could be Hustus. That was probably the first time Izuku had ever heard Todoroki speak. Well, except for when he spoke in class, but that didn't really count dash. But what the boy said made an idea pop into the greenette's head. He didn't want to speak up, but this wasn't a time to care about what he did and didn't want to do. So he hesitated and then spoke. Or they could have a quirk that may be messing with O or somehow enabling the C connection to the outside ANUI including the alarms. Gosh, he hated the way he stuttered, but when he was nervous, his brain and mouth just didn't cooperate. Todoroki stared at him and Izuku wanted to disappear. Not only Todoroki, though his gaze was probably the most intense, but his entire class was looking at him. Todoroki made a face that looked almost identical to the expression he always wears, but there was a hint of the icy coldness that made Izuku shiver under his gaze. Uncomfortable 3 seconds of silence followed. Either way, the dual-colored team turned away from Izuku. Whatever their goal is, this facility is secluded and classes are being taught now. They must have thought this out. Their classmates started looking more worried and alarmed. Aizawa suddenly commanded, 13. Get them out of here and try to alert the main campus. If they're messing with the connection, try to use your quirk to connect with the school Kaminari. The blonde boy nodded with a nervous expression and the man turned his back to them. Izuku looked back at his teacher. This for some reason didn't feel right. Aizawa, Eraserhead, was a strong hero. He'd been studying him, or the pieces of information that appeared here and there, for over 2 years. But did he want to fight this many villains on his own? He was strong, but his specialty was stealth. His quirk could work on multiple people at once, but several dozen villains are just too many. Why can't fight them all on your own? Izuku said, surprising even himself. Mr. Aizawa definitely won't appreciate his discreet input, but his brain is screaming at him to say something. There's too many of them. His teacher was intimidating, but somehow, he seemed safer than Izuku's past teachers. He didn't know why that was. Izuku knew Eraserhead was a pro hero and pros get injured in fights, but he didn't want to see him get hurt. I wouldn't be a pro hero with only one trick up my sleeve, the man said with his back still turned to Izuku. I'm leaving this to you 13. The space hero nodded. With a powerful jump, Aizawa leapt forward and off of the stairs to the ground of the plaza. Multiple villains started running towards him, spouting nonsense and grinning. Just as they were ready to him, they froze, their quirks disappearing at once. He didn't waste any time and wrapped 3 of them in his capture weapon and slammed them against the ground, knocking all three of them out in one move. A guy with some kind of a heteromorphic quirk with blue skin and 4 arms charged at him. Aizawa's scarf wrapped around one of his arms swiftly and he hurled the villain up into the air, before pulling him down with just as much force and kneeing him in the face. Another villain tried to attack him from the behind, but Aizawa swiftly dodged and delivered a powerful kick to the side of the man's head. He ducked as a scorpio tail swished above his head, wrapping his capture weapon around the heteromorphic woman's leg. He swept her legs from under her and used her to slow down another approaching villain. Izuku watched in awe how his teachers skillfully took out villains one after another. "He's holding them off," he whispered to himself. "But how could I underestimate him? He's a pro." "Midoriya, come on." Ida called him and Izuku turned and quickly followed behind his classmates, making their way towards the exit. Suddenly the mist villain appeared from the ground in front of them, stopping them in their tracks and blocking their path. "It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains." Their yellow glowing eyes appeared in the mist. "We've come here with a mission to end the life of the symbol of peace." "I believe he was supposed to be here, but as it seems that he isn't, that would complicate things." One of the finger caps of 13's hero costume opened. "Though in the end, I suppose it doesn't matter because I to play." The mist seemed to spread into the sides and 13 rose their hand. The space hero readied to use their quirk but froze as Bakugo and Kirishima charged at the villain. A huge explosion set off and a huge cloud of gray smoke surrounded them. A few seconds later, when the smoke started clearing, Izuku saw Kirishima and Katsuki standing in fighting positions, grinning. "Think we're gonna let you destroy this place and just stand by?" Kirishima declared, and more small explosions sparked in Bakugo's palms. "You're strong as expected of you." The smoke cleared and the mist formed back into its shape, a metal object that looked like a silver neckpiece appearing on it. "But you should be more careful, children. Otherwise someone might end up hurt," 13 yelled. "Phew. Get out of the way right now." They pointed the opened finger of their costume between the two boys in the villain's direction. Suddenly the dark mist started spreading around them, quickly clouding the air around them, swishing like a strong wind. Izuku struggled to stay on his feet as the force pushed against him, threatening to knock him over. His antennae and wings wildly flopped on his head and back. He closed his eyes as he felt the strength of its intensity. Suddenly a chill came over his body. And before he knew it, he was falling. Izuku opened his eyes when the air around him shifted, and he was plummeting through the air towards a body of water. Wait, water. So did that mist guy actually have a warping quirk? That didn't matter much now though, did it? Because he was FNG falling from God knows how high. For a second he felt like he was falling from that roof again, but no. This wouldn't probably kill him, probably. He had barely a chance to scream before his body hit the surface of the water. He closed his mouth in hopes of keeping some air in his lungs, but that wasn't the only problem he had. His wings felt incredibly heavy, almost like they were pulling him down. He generally felt weak compared to seconds ago, when he was literally falling through the air. Water was never really something he enjoyed. His mom forbade him from going to any pools or beaches to swim after he got his quirk, but even if it was at home in the shower or when he got drenched because of the rain, his body felt a little heavier in a way. He looked around under the water. He had to get to the surface quick. He wouldn't be able to hold his breath for long, and he felt like every move drained him of more and more energy. Izuku kicked his legs and started swimming, but then something darted through the water behind him. He didn't have the chance to turn around and look what it was because suddenly, a big mouth full of sharp teeth was quickly getting close to him. A villain with a shark quirk most likely. Izuku attempted to gasp because he apparently forgot that he was underwater. He felt water fill his mouth, and the shark villain was suddenly in front of him. Izuku barely put up his arms before the villain attacked. Midoriya, he felt something sharp into his skin on one forearm before something kicked the villain, who plummeted through the water away from him. He looked in front of him and was met with big wide eyes and green hair. Azui's tongue wrapped around his waist and with surprising speed, swam to the surface. They emerged from the water near the ship that was supposed to be used for disaster simulation. Azui's tongue dropped him aboard the ship and he started coughing up the water that got in his throat and lungs. Next to him on the deck, with more force than he did, drop my netta? and Azui climbed up the side of the ship thanks to her quirk. She climbed over the railing and looked down at Izuku, who was still coughing a little. He cleared his throat and looked up at her. Thank you, Azui, you saved my life. I told you to call me Tsu. Izuku winced a little. Sorry, Tsu. She nodded and looked at the water. This is quickly turning into a bad trip, she stated. Izuku hummed, the bad feeling from earlier feeling even stronger now. As he tried to stand up and stumbled, wings feeling heavy along with his whole body. He turned his head to look at the drenched wings that hung limply from his back. Ribbit, your arm. She pointed, and Izuku looked at where her finger was pointing on his forearm. From about the middle of his forearm to his elbow was a checkmark-shaped gash. Izuku didn't notice it until now, either due to the adrenaline running through his body or because he just didn't pay attention to it up until now. Although, when he thought back to it, he felt something scratch his arm when the villain attacked him. Could have it scratched him like this when Azui kicked the guy? It must be from the S-Shark guy, but it's fine. The gash didn't look too deep, it wasn't even bleeding much, not to mention they had other things to worry about. We should get out of here, Izuku said. Who knows how many of their classmates were scattered around the plaza thanks to the mist villain. And if there was a shark villain in the water, the other bad guys could have also moved to places that suited their quirks, which could be really bad. But can't we just stay here and let the teachers handle it? They're pros, Mineta asked, and Izuku frowned. They might be pros, but there's only 2 of them and a lot of villains. Not to mention if they really want to kill All Might they must be strong. Azui answered, and the color faded from Mineta's face somewhat. But we're safe here. I'm not going anywhere. Have you lost your mind? The boy retorted, frantically shaking his head. Just wait until All Might shows up, he'll beat them all to a pulp. No one can beat him. But what if they figured out a way to actually do it? Izuku watched as Mineta became less confident about what he said each second. Azui continued. If what that smoke guy said was true, they might kill us before All Might even gets here. The boy's lips started to quiver and his eyes widened with fear. He looked like he wanted to argue more, but also like he was doubting everything he might want to say. And even if we do survive and All Might gets here, he might not make it out alive. The boy turned to Izuku suddenly with tears in his eyes. No. The pros are gonna save us, right? Tell the frog to shut up. Izuku looked down at him and didn't know what to do. You brats. Now it's over for you. They all looked over the railing of the ship. Villains? Mineta screamed and the tears spilled from his eyes. We need to get out of here, Izuku said. He couldn't just let the villains kill them. He wanted to be a hero. He quickly looked around, pushing back the anxiety creeping up his spine. He had to think fast. The bad guys surrounded them, but they weren't getting on the ship. Why weren't they? It was a good thing, of course, but why? He looked at Azui, and that's when it clicked in his brain. She was a frog. She was a frog in a water area. If they put someone they wanted to get rid of in an environment where the victim has the advantage, they probably don't know the victim's quirk. As, Sue, your quirk, we're good in water, right? The girl nodded. Why? Izuku took a deep breath. Well, I had a thought. If they put a frog in a water area, sorry. Why you? Then, they maybe don't know what our quirks are. She hummed. You're probably right, they would have likely put me into the fire zone if they knew. Izuku nodded again. And they're not climbing into the boat but keeping their distance. They don't know what we'll do. Ribbit? Izuku started thinking about what they could do. It mainly depended on their quirks, but he didn't know much about either of his classmates' powers. Why your quirks? What can you do? He looked at Azui and Mineta. Well, as previously said, I have all the powers of a frog. I can swim very well, cling to pretty much any wall, and jump pretty high. I can stick my tongue about 20 meters, and I can also produce a toxic mucus and spit out my stomach, though that isn't very useful and the mucus only stings a bit. Just for a split second Izuku wished he had his notebook with him but shook it off right away. That sounds really useful and strong. He let some of the he felt fascination slip into his tone. Izuku and Azui then both turned to Mineta. The boy stuttered over his words and then explained with the ever-so-present lisp. I have my sticky ball, he popped one off his head. Depending on my mood, they can stick to anything for up to a day. He stuck it on the deck of the ship and started pressing his hand against it. But they don't stick to me, I just bounce right off them. They grow back the moment I pull them off, but if I pull off too many I start bleeding. Both green-haired teens just stared at the shorter purple-haired one for a few seconds, then he started crying again. What? Quit staring at me like that, I know my quirk is useless in battle. We should just wait for the pros, he whined. No. Your quirk's also useful. Izuku waved his hands and tried to get the other boy to clam down. Mineta sniffed. And your quirk? Can you fly or something? He asked, eyeing Izuku, who froze immediately. His quirk? He didn't know anything about it. He didn't know how or if he could even use it, let alone what for. Flying? He couldn't possibly. Just for a split second he remembered when he fell, he used his wings. Could he fly? But even if he could, should he? He shouldn't, right? Because his quirk was wrong, he was a freak. He turned his head around and looked at his wings again. They still felt like they were weighing his whole body down. He felt so weak. But now, he didn't matter. His feelings didn't matter because his classmates were in danger. But what could he do? He had to come up with something. He can't just give up. That's not what heroes do. Mineta opened his mouth again, but Azui spoke over him. It's fine. You don't have to tell us. Let's just figure out what to do. She didn't sound angry or disgusted, just calm, like it was no problem. That would under any other circumstance confuse or surprise Izuku, but now, although a bit surprised, he felt grateful. Maybe even if a little claimer? Save us the pain and just give up, you little hero sheets. One of the villains yelled from the water and growled. Other one added, yeah, I'm getting kinda hungry, and then laughed. Mineta panicked and with a scream started popping ball off his head and throwing them over the railing in the villain's direction. A few of the villains, when the ball fell into the water, tried to splash water at them to push them away, and seemed to back off. They're scared of them, the greenette muttered under his breath, and hairs started turning in his head, trying to come up with something. He just then remembered that he took his utility belt from his costume. It was the only thing that mostly survived. He didn't think to use anything from it before because he wasn't used to having it or wearing it yet. He ran a quick list of what was in it. A small piece of rope, bandages, 4 smoke bombs, a lighter, a flashlight, a flip knife, and his bow staff. The problem was he didn't know how to use the last 2. He had seen heroes use them to fight, but he never tried it. He tried to study fighting with them, but he wasn't confident to try anything. So what to do? He couldn't fight the villains, that was obvious. He had to distract them, but how? Then a light bulb turned on in his head. That's it. He looked around quickly, but didn't see anything he could use. He put his hand on his chin, thinking. Did you come up with something, Midoriya? Azui asked. Izuku hummed, more to himself than as an answer to the question. Do you have something that we could throw in the water? I have an idea. Sue shook her head and Mineta stepped closer. What are we gonna dash? Suddenly a hand made of water split the ship in half. All 3 of them screamed and stumbled. One of the villains shouted, I'm starting to get bored. Let's move on with the show. The ship is sinking, Azui announced, and it indeed was. Mineta started panicking and crying again. What? I'm gonna die before touching Yaoyorozu's melons. Izuku made a split-second decision. Mineta, cover this in those ball. He quickly untied the lace and took off his shoe before handing it to the shorter boy. The purple-haired teen stared at him. Hurry, Izuku said more urgently this time. The ship was sinking quickly, and if they waste time, they won't make it. And Izuku couldn't let his classmates die. Mineta took the shoe and started popping the ball off his head and sticking them on the red shoe. Sue, I'll throw a smoke bomb and you'll jump off the ship with Mineta. Her brows furrowed. But what about you? Izuku inhaled deeply through his nose. I'll jump after you do. Will you be able to dash? I can catch you with my tongue. Mineta is a pipsqueak, so I can just grab him. The purple boy snapped. Hey, I'm a short king for your information. Then he reached out to give Izuku the shoe now covered in purple sticky ball. But he quickly retracted his hands. They're sticky, remember? They'll stick to you too. Izuku put 2 pieces of the bandage on his palms, but didn't wrap them. He quickly put a smoke bomb on the ground in front of him and took the ball-covered shoe. Sue, now. Azui grabbed Mineta and ran to the bow of the ship. Izuku waited just a second before he screamed as loudly as he possibly could and kicked the smoke bomb. The villains all turned in to look at the smoke and direction of the scream. Just like Izuku hoped. He threw the ball-covered shoe through the smoke and screamed, "Die!" Azui jumped. "Is that a bomb?" A villain yelled and some actually screamed and Izuku moved. He had probably never ran faster in his life than he had to the bow of the ship. He put all his strength into his legs and jumped from the railing. He felt a pull on his back, but his body felt too heavy the moment his feet detached from the surface of the ship. Azui's tongue shot out and wrapped around Izuku's middle, including his wings unfortunately, and they flew through the air. Izuku dragged himself through the now waist-high water. He looked over his shoulder in the direction of the boat, or at least the small part that hasn't sunk yet, and villains that actually didn't seem to notice there. Skipped. He let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, and a shudder ran through him. That was nerve-wracking. What could have happened if the villains noticed them escaping or if the plan didn't work? The part of his wings that was still submerged in water felt heavy and weirdly numb. Though, he didn't remember that they ever felt in general. It was like his body was still oddly heavy, muscles on his back feeling strained while his wet wings stuck to his body and each other uncomfortably. So what now? Mr. Aizawa is still fighting the villains in the center of the plaza. Azui asked, and Izuku looked in the direction of the battle, his face morphing into a frown. If we stick by the water and don't make noise, the villains probably won't notice us," he said quietly, then his arm brushed the bow's staff on his utility belt and he hissed. "Are you okay?" Sue questioned, and Izuku's eyes flicked to the gash on his arm. It was still bleeding a bit, and now that the adrenaline in his body was starting to subside, it was starting to hurt a bit. He didn't want to use the bit of gauze that he had left in his belt. They could need it for something much more important. "Why, yeah, it's fine. We should worry about getting help." All three of them moved closer to the shore and started slowly making their way along. That was until a villain grunted and got thrown dangerously close to where they were. The three teens ducked behind the edge where ground was somewhat higher than the water's surface and watched. Izuku's eyes landed on their homeroom teacher, who wrapped two villains in his capture weapon and smacked them against one another like two boulders. The man panted before kicking another guy that charged at him to the chest. Compared to when Izuku watched the man start beating up bad guys one by one, he was slower now. "He's getting tired." Mr. Aizawa was overexerting himself. This would be tough for anyone, especially those heroes who focus on stealth and fight one-on-one or with small groups like he does. But again, he was a pro. He could hold his own in a fight. He proved that when he flung the last guy standing away with his capture scarf, and Izuku felt admiration bloom in his chest. Eraserhead is so cool. The hand guy in all black, who they guessed was the leader, charged at Aizawa, who spun on his heel and darted towards the villain, stripes of his capture scarf swishing through the air around him. The villain caught the weapon and tried to pull the Erasure hero towards himself. However, the hero seemed to read his opponent's movements and did the exact same but much more effectively. With full force, he elbowed the villain to the stomach. Izuku felt his heart skip a beat and for just a split second feel hope. But then, the villain gripped their teacher's elbow and seemed to say something to him. Suddenly, the fabric of Aizawa's hero costume turned gray and started crumbling away where the villain was holding it. Izuku's eyes widened in horror as the skin from his teacher's elbow disintegrated under the villain's touch, exposing muscle. The hero seemed to erase the leader guy's quirk and punched him and successfully pried himself from his grip. Izuku's eyes were glued to his teacher. It was then when some villains started getting up from the ground and attacking Aizawa once again, who dodged and fought back, though slower and a bit sloppier than before. The villain got up from the ground and spoke again, now loud enough for Izuku and his classmates to hear. "You're still standing and fighting even though you are in such a disadvantage. You're so cool, Eraserhead. I think you made enough progress in my game. Now you can meet the final boss," the villain said, his raspy voice sounding disturbingly happy. "Nomu, take care of him." The big creature with an exposed brain suddenly appeared behind Mr. Aizawa. It reached out its massive hand and before the hero could react, grabbed his face. Cold dread settled in Izuku's stomach, dug its claws into his back and dragged them along his spine as he watched the yellow goggles break and fly off of his teacher's head, his blood splattering in the air. The creature threw Aizawa against the ground, head first. He tried to push himself up and off the ground, but the creature stomped on his back, forcing the man back down. He tried to reach for his knife, but the creature grabbed his arm and squeezed it hard. The hero grunted and the thing twisted his arm unnaturally. Izuku was frozen in terror. He couldn't move, speak, breathe, think. He couldn't look away. He could only watch as the creature picked his homeroom teacher up by the back of his neck and smashed his face against the ground. He could only watch as the man discreetly tried to erase its quirk, only for it to not work and for the creature to grab the arm with the injured elbow and break it with a disgusting crack. Mr. Aizawa. Izuku's heart was beating so loud the sound filled his ears, and yet, the only thing he could really hear was the snapping and breaking of bones accompanied by pain-filled, strangled sounds. All three students stared wordlessly at their homeroom teacher, laying movelessly on the ground with blood seeping from his head, face, and arm. The creature opened its beak-shaped mouth full of sharp teeth and made a loud screeching sound. The mist villain appeared next to the leader and said something, in response to which the man with dusty blue-gray started manically scratching his neck. Izuku then overheard something they said about game being over and leaving? Wait, did the others manage to contact the school and pros were coming? Could that be what they were saying? Did you hear that? Mineta whisper shouted. We might not die before the pros get here. They're gonna leave. But that couldn't be the case. If they came to kill All Might and had a plan like this, they wouldn't just leave. I think before we leave we should make sure the symbol of peace is broken. Izuku looked at the hand villain and just for a second, he saw a red eye looking at him, a manic red eye, looking at them. His antennae tingled like they had earlier in the classroom. There was a whoosh of air and suddenly, the villain was in front of them. It was as if time slowed. From the corner of his eye he saw it. As his head was turning, he saw a hand. He saw the villain's hand reach for Ajui's face. The hand that turned his teacher's elbow into dust was reaching for his classmate's face. He couldn't do anything. It was too late. She was gonna die right in front of him, turned into dust. The villain's hand stopped, palm open right in front of her face, but nothing happened. She was still alive, in one piece. But how? The villain looked over his shoulder, and Izuku followed his gaze. There, from a puddle of blood, Aizawa's head was lifted above the ground, pushing up against the creature's hand. His black hair floating, eyes glowing red. You really are so cool, Eraserhead. The raspy voice of the villain broke through the silence. The creature then pulled the teacher's head back and rammed it into the ground. Izuku, without thinking, grabbed the flip kinfi from his utility belt pocket. He moved. Izuku jumped out of the water and swung the knife. This was the only chance to fake out the villain. The blade of the knife sunk into a mass, something firm. He looked at where the blade buried itself, and he saw dark purple skin. The boy looked up immediately, and the creature stood there, its head hanging above his, mouth ajar. He had only a second to yell. "Tsu! Run dash!" Before the creature grabbed him by the arm that was holding the knife stabbed in its abdomen, and threw him with a strength that could match All Might's. Izuku's body collided with something hard. That was the first thing he felt after the creature that massacred his teacher grabbed him by the arm and threw him through the air. His back crashed into something and he roared and felt something crack. His vision swam as he tried get up. Trying to blink away the black spots in his vision, he felt as if everything was a little muted or hazy. His vision cleared a bit and he felt something cold and wet at his back. He attempted to look over his shoulder to see what's causing the feeling. Izuku's brain took a few seconds before it clicked in place. Thvung. He crashed into the fountain that's in the center of the plaza, and it cracked, causing water to leak out. The boy's attention quickly shifted back to the monster that threw him. Wait, Tsu and Mineta. His eyes searched for his classmates discreetly. He told them to run, but did they really? What if the hand villain got to them? They weren't there. Izuku's stomach dropped as if he swallowed a dread-shaped rock. A child who wants to play hero, a pathetic addition to the game in my opinion, the villain leader rasped. Though, it will be entertaining when All Might sees this weakling's corpse. So, why not play a little longer? The man's voice had a disturbing uplift to it, sending a shiver down Izuku's spine. He was scared. He had to move. He had to run. He had to. Izuku's gaze stopped on his teacher's unconscious body on the floor. Mr. Aizawa. He's hurt, badly hurt. He can't just leave him there. Izuku forced himself to his feet as fast as he could, though that turned out to be a struggle for a moment. His vision spun lightly as he rose to his feet, back cracking, arm and ribs hurting, his head throbbing with a dull pain. He staggered on his feet, but didn't allow himself to fall down. He had to come up with something before the creature has a chance to. Nomu, get him, sheet. The creature charged at Izuku, who tried to dodge out of the way but failed miserably, as the creature was in front of him in a matter of seconds. The boy didn't even have the time to take a proper breath before the creature's massive hand wrapped around his throat and lifted him in the air. He tried to gasp for air and struggled in the beast's hold. He clawed at its skin, though it was useless. He kicked as hard as he could, but it didn't even flinch. Izuku attempted to kick the kinfi still stuck in the creature's abdomen, but when he actually managed to make contact with it on the third try, the grip it had around his throat only tightened. Izuku let out a strangled noise as his access to oxygen was completely cut off. Black spots started appearing throughout and in the corners of his vision again, and he tried to SCK in air to no avail. Midoriya, a voice yelled somewhere from his left. His vision blurred with tears as he tried to see who called his name. The boy's eyes registered a blurry image of dark green hair and a light green bodysuit. Tsu-dash. She was alive. But what was she still doing here? He told her and Mineta to run so they would have at least a chance to escape. More black started appearing in his gradually blurring vision and he could feel his hearing dull a little. At this rate he won't be able to stay conscious for longer than half a minute. In a split-second desperate attempt, he reached into his utility belt for one of the smoke bombs. The creature's beak-like mouth was slightly ajar, and as Izuku event off he could barely reach it, smashed the bomb right into it. It let out a screech and let go of Izuku. He fell to the ground and started codging and gasping for air. The hand he'd used to set off the smoke bomb burned slightly, the fingers on the right hand tingling with numbness mixed and pain. His throat felt like a ghost of the creature's hand was still gripping it. Tight and dry, pulsing with pain, yet at the same time he almost choked on his own saliva. His chest heaved with shallow intakes of oxygen on which he choked the moment it entered his throat and lungs. Izuku pushed himself up on one elbow and tried to drag himself away, as far from the creature as he could. Still trying to catch his breath, he looked at where he previously noticed Azui standing. When he could barely see anything through the smoke, he shakily got up and took a few steps to the side. She's still there. Izuku's eyes met with the girl's wide ones for just a split second before one idea popped into his head. If he can hold off the creature for just long enough, Tsu should be able to grab Mr. Aizawa and get away. The greenette felt a shift in the air again, and he quickly moved back. The beast had tried to grab him just as he had dodged instinctively. "Tsu! Get Mr. Aizawa and run!" he shouted, and the creature tried to grab his head, barely missing his antennae. The boy managed to roughly dodge 2 more hits before a partial hit connected and sent him to the ground. He grunted and the beast took a step towards him to grab a hold of him again. Izuku in panic reached for the bow's staff on his belt and accidentally pushed a button as the creature leaned over him. The extendable part of the staff shot up, striking the creature right in its beak-like chin. Izuku didn't waste time and scrambled to his feet. To his surprise, the hand villain didn't seem to pay attention to Azui and was looking in Izuku's direction instead. Losing focus in a fight is not a good thing though, it never is, and Izuku realized his mistake the moment the creature grabbed his hood and yanked on it. He yelped and swung the bow's staff at the creature. He missed on the first try, but the second he managed to hit it right in the exposed brain and it let go of him. He scurried away and grabbed a rock that was laying on the ground. Throwing rocks is probably his only option, if he manages to actually hit the creature's head, that is. Since its brain was exposed, it had to be its most sensitive spot. Probably the only weak spot the creature had, considering its skin was tough and it didn't seem to be bothered by normal attacks at all. His eyes darted in Azui and Aizawa's direction for just a second before he flung the rock at the creature. He managed to hit it in the shoulder and that was when it turned around and came at him again. Izuku quickly grabbed 2 more rocks and hurriedly moved on his feet. He managed to actually hit the creature in the front of its head, in the beak-like top of its mouth, but the third throw missed completely. He didn't have the time to grab another rock as the creature grasped for him. The teen boy tried to swing the bow staff at it again, but the creature managed to grab it. Izuku didn't let go of it, unfortunately, and so when the monster yanked it to the side, Izuku's body went along with it. Probably thanks to the creature's pure strength and Izuku's body weight, the extendable part of the staff which Izuku was holding snapped. Izuku landed hard and rolled on the ground. His ribs hurt and the air he had managed to get into his lungs was almost all knocked out of him again. He saw neither Aizawa or Mr. Aizawa were close to where he was. Izuku picked himself up and looked at the broken piece of the staff in his hand. Well, there goes my weapon. Picking up rocks was slow and Izuku's throwing ability was average at best. His flip knife was still stuck in the creature's abdomen, which seemed to be completely irrelevant to it anyway. His staff was broken. He had only 2 smoke bombs left and a lighter, flashlight, rope weren't useful. He doubted beating it with a flashlight was even an option. The creature dropped the broken half of the bow's staff it was holding. Its terrifying big mouth with jagged teeth opened and the monster again charged in his direction. Izuku knew he didn't have to hold the creature off for any longer because Aizawa managed to get away with Aizawa, but the creature wouldn't just let him scurry away. That seemed to be the moment it clicked in Izuku's brain. If you don't move, you're dead. Instant panic and fear forced his legs to move and he grabbed both of the smoke bombs and threw them onto the ground in different directions. He was such a coward to be doing this, but his brain was screaming at him, every cell in his body yelling that if he doesn't move, he'll die. Deku is such a coward. Look at him trying to run away. No. He's a pathetic freak. The creature suddenly appeared in front of Izuku and he dug his heels into the ground. He's not gonna be a coward. Not anymore. He's gonna become a hero. Heroes don't run, they fight. He was terrified out of his mind, but what did that matter? If he doesn't fight this thing, it could still get to his classmates, to his teachers, to his friends. The creature's massive arms swung at him, and before it hit him, he grabbed onto it with all his might. Yet that doesn't mean he was holding onto it well. He felt his hands slipping with sweat even though he dug his nails into the creature's flesh as hard as possible. The monster tried to shake him off, but he held on as his body thrashed through the air. He felt the pull of his back muscles. His wings moved. The boy's wings straightened and spread. The spots on them looked like wild eyes that had just focused on whatever they were searching for. The monster grabbed the back of Izuku's collar and yanked him back, to which the boy refused to let go and tried to pull himself back, pushing through the air and dragging his fingers into the creature's shoulder. He managed to slip out of the creature's grasp and pulled himself up by its neck. Still holding the broken part of the bow staff, he decided on his next move, hoping it would work. Izuku wanted to push himself up and use his right arm to hold onto the creature so he wouldn't fall when he attacked it, but things never went as Izuku planned, did they? He slightly lost his balance but knew that's his only chance to strike. He rose his arm, holding the broken part of the staff downwards, but that was when the creature's sharp, jagged teeth sunk into his right arm. Izuku screamed as the skin on his forearm and upper arm was pierced by both of the monster's jaws. That didn't stop him from bringing the broken piece of the bow staff down right into the creature's exposed brain. Blood started spraying it. Letting go of Izuku's arm, the creature let out a blood-curdling screech that made his ears ring. It started thrashing its head in an attempt to shake him off. He grabbed onto the top of the creature's beak-like mouth with his bleeding arm, pulled the broken staff part out of the monster's bleeding brain, and then jammed it back. The creature's screeching got louder and thrashing more discreet, but Izuku couldn't let go now. He couldn't stop now, it could still attack everyone. Izuku mustered all the strength he could and yanked the piece of the staff from the creature's brain for the third time. His left hand was coated in blood and bits of the brain matter. He swung his arm up and stuck it right in the middle of the brain. He used all his force to push it as deep as possible. Droplets of blood coated his upper half. His left arm shaking with just how much force he was putting onto it. The creature's ear-ripping screeching reached its highest pitch and Izuku's ears rung loudly. The monster then staggered and grabbed Izuku by his leg. The boy had only time to let out a short scream before it was cut off as the creature tossed him and he collided with the fountain yet again. This time, the wall of the fountain broke, The cracked parts broke through and fell apart. Cold water spilled from it and over the boy. Just for a second Izuku's vision went white before it turned to black. Something wet and cold washed over him and small blurry spots cleared a little. His ears were ringing like crazy. His head hurt and everything sounded muffled. He felt the cold pooling under him. Am I bleeding? Blood. There was blood before he flew through the air. Mr. Aizawa was bleeding. He crashed into something. Blood is usually warm. This feels cold. Cold water? Did I crash into the fountain? Didn't that already happen? The creature stumbled and stood hunched over, mouth hanging open as streams of blood dripped from its head. There was a loud bang that Izuku heard even over the muffledness of everything. His vision cleared just a bit. Near the entrance, the students were afraid before they noticed what, or more specifically who, was the source of the loud sound behind them. Though their worries melted away the second when they saw the familiar, tall, muscular build of the number one hero. All Might was here. I hurried over because I couldn't shake the feeling something was wrong. The students immediately cheered and clapped, even though the hero's ever-present smile was nowhere to be seen. And on my way here I ran into young Ida, who told me what happened. There's no need to fear anymore. Because I am here, the hero said. That's when Azui and apparently Mineta got to the top of the stairs, carrying their injured homeroom teacher. Uraraka hurried to Azui, with a few of their classmates who weren't tending to an injured 13 just a few meters away. Mr. Aizawa. Uraraka's hands hovered near by their teacher's head that hung limply over Azui's shoulder. Shuji, the boy whose quirk gave him extra tentacle-like limbs along with his arms, offered to carry the injured man. And All Might helped the boy get him on his back. Midoriya is fighting the monster that did this to Mr. Aizawa, Azui exclaimed, and Mineta whined. He's completely nuts. I don't understand how anyone with a bit of common sense would try to fight a creature twice his size and strength almost equal to All Might. All Might stared at the short purple-haired student. What? The shock and confusion in his voice was evident. The hero turned and looked in the direction of the center of the plaza. He saw the mist villain, the hand villain, the creature with blackish purple skin, blood, and under the broken fountain, an unmoving body with wings and a mess of green hair. The students' gazes followed and sounds of shock and worry escaped them. Stay here, everyone. All Might commanded softly before leaping off the stairs. The hero with a few weak punches took down the villains that had managed to get up and quickly made his way towards Izuku. Oh, you actually showed up. The villain with fake hands on his body spoke in a strained, manically excited voice as he scratched the skin on his neck. All Might got on one knee beside Izuku, ignoring the villain. His hands hovered above the boy's body, around which had formed a sloid puddle of water. Izuku saw something block a part of his small blurry vision. What? Who is that? He saw yellow and white, also something a bit darker that which he assumed was skin of whoever that was. They were big, but it wasn't the creature he had been fighting for sure. So, who? The yellow he saw felt as if he'd seen it before somewhere. Midoriya. Can you hear me? The hero asked but got no reply from the green-haired boy. His eyes seemed to be open slightly, but that didn't mean he was conscious. Izuku thought he might have heard the person calling him, but he wasn't sure. Most of the sounds sounded like a muted, jumbled mess, especially with the ringing in his ears still present. Izuku tried to focus really hard and to turn his head so he could see more even with his vision blurry and full of black patches. The boy grunted softly in pain. And when the number one hero saw his head move slightly, somewhat of a relief bloomed in his chest. Hang in there, young man, the hero said, and the villain made an unsatisfied noise. Let's finish the game, All Might. Izuku recognized the voice when he heard it just a little more clearly. After all, it had been his obsession for almost 15 years. It was All Might. Izuku was confused. Why was the hero here? Did the others manage to contact the school? Was he gonna fight the villain, or the monster? I didn't beat the creature, did I? It's not attacking anyone. If I'm seeing right, it's just standing there. What is going on? Izuku saw All Might presumably stand up, then there was more muffled talking. That Izuku just wasn't able to completely make sense of, though he understood some of it. No, Mu, commanded the hand villain, and the creature slowly turned around. It made a few staggered steps and then with a weak whine attempted to swing at All Might, who dodged easily. The hero eyed the creature, especially the staff that was stuck in its still bleeding, messed up, exposed brain. The beast tried to screech weakly and tried to attack the hero again, only for him to draw back a fist and punch the creature hard in the gut, propelling it through the air. The villain made a noise akin to one spoiled children do when they don't get what they want. An angry, unsatisfied whine mixed with his raspy voice. He scratched at his neck furiously. "No. My Nomo! How dare you! He was supposed to kill you!" The scratching became manic and the villain's voice strained. The handyman child let out a growl-like sound. "It's all the brat's fault." His breathing became heavier and his actual hands slowly fell from his neck. "But I'll make him pay for what he did to Nomu." All Might turned to the villain, in front of who appeared the mist-like portal. The man laughed manically and another portal appeared in front of Izuku. Izuku saw a dark mass appear close to him through his patchy vision. Was that the mist villain? Everything was starting to feel more muffled and his vision more blurry. Something pale emerged from the dark spot, but Izuku couldn't make it out. His thoughts were slowing down and he could barely see or hear anything. His head hurt and his eyelids felt heavy. All Might watched as the hand villain's arm went through the dark portal and reached for the injured student just a few meters from him. He moved, but the villain's hand was already above the teen's head. Then, bang! A gunshot sounded through the facility, and the villain's hand shot away from Izuku's head with a splatter of blood. All Might turned around and stared atop the stairs. There stood Snipe, Present Mike, Ectoplasm, Cementos, Midnight, Vlad King, and other pro-heroes from the UA staff and the principal himself. The villain's hand recoiled back from the greenette's head, before suddenly more gunshots ripped through his body. The heroes started attacking the villains and the mist villain covered the hand villain's body and started disappearing. Izuku heard what was probably All Might speaking, but he couldn't understand anything. He only managed to take a deeper breath before his vision went completely black. How did this happen? Just this morning everything was fine and now dash. The door next to him opened and he pushed away the thoughts that were clouding his head as a nurse stepped out. "Mr. Yamada, you can go inside now." Hisashi rushed past the nurse and in the room. The nurse might have said something but he didn't notice. His only focus was Shoyuta. He stood next to his husband's hospital bed and gripped the railing. Most of the machines were gone now. Only the heart monitor remained and beeped steadily with every beat of Shuta's heart. On one hand it made Hisashi a little claimer, seeing his husband without 3 machines hooked to his body. Every beep of the heart monitor a silent reminder that Shoyuta was alive. His fingers gently reached out and brushed through a strand of wavy black hair. Careful of the bandages on Shuta's face, head and arms, he ran his fingers through the raven hair. The doctors said that he'll be taken off the monitor once he wakes up. Gosh, did Hisashi hope that would be soon. Shoyuta was just asleep, he wasn't in a coma or anything, but Yamada couldn't just take a deep breath and not worry. Hisashi pulled a chair from the corner of the room and sat down next to the bed. He slowly put his hand on one of his husband's casted arms, resting it there. He went home and changed out of his hero costume immediately after they were done at the USJ. Why did that go so wrong? Hisashi remembered asking Shoyuta if he should go to the USJ with them, and Shoyuta assuring him that 13 and him can handle it, and that All Might should also unfortunately be there. Hisashi didn't share his husband's repulsion of the #1 hero. He remembered laughing. Cut the guy some slack. He's a bit of a deech, but he's a chill dude. Just don't strangle him with your scarf. I don't want to get a call from Tsukachi that you're arrested for murdering the #1 hero. Shoyuta smirked. We'll see about that. Hisashi snorted and shook his head before going back to cooking dinner. He didn't blame All Might for what happened, it wasn't the man's fault. Who could have known that a group of villains would attack a class of students with the intent to kill the symbol of peace? It wasn't good that he had spent his daily limit before even getting to the school. But the man was still the first to get there. Hisashi felt a chill settle across his skin when the image of his husband's bleeding face and mingled arms flashed in his mind. He heard that the monster who did it was already dead when they arrived. That All Might took care of it with one punch. But before they got there, a student fought the creature. Hisashi wanted to scream, to shout until all the villains lost their hearing, as the medics rushed Shoyuta into the ambulance. Shoyuta and a knock on the door broke the voice hero from his thoughts. Was it a doctor or a nurse? He looked at the clock. Visiting hours have ended about 20 minutes ago, right? Hisashi turned his head. Come in. The door opened, and Hisashi quickly recognized the tan trench coat and black hair. Good evening, Yamada. Tsukachi greeted, his hat in hand. Hisashi nodded at the detective as a greeting. The man closed the door behind him before walking over to the feet of Shuta's bed. I'm guessing he hasn't woken up yet? The detective's expression and tone were neutral, but there was a slight hint of concern to his tone.